Chapter 53:15. The group arrived at a hill after crossing millions of miles of varying landscapes. From afar, they saw a canyon seemingly made from a gigantic tree with rotted roots, resulting in a clear path in the middle. There was a flurry of bustling activities in the canyon, a march of hybrids made from several creatures. They had large ant legs while the body was about the size of a baby. They stood upright with a small crocodile tail trailing in the back. Their head was rather strange, somewhat resembling goats with beards hanging down the chin. Their behavior and movements resembled colony-dwelling ants but seemed far more intelligent, evidenced by their use of tools. These monster ants had obtained an enormous beast from somewhere. They dismembered it and used tools woven from tree branches to carry flesh chunks back to their nest. This nest was situated inside one of the holes of the decayed tree. How about these things? Xueqi observed the ants' teamwork and became curious. Relatively intelligent, akin to the start of a civilization of intelligent beings. Xueqi smiled. So many species in one. Is this considered a new race? The old servant asked. No, because they were fused into this state. Extinction is inevitable. Xueqi sighed and said, nonetheless, it is a successful case since they are smart and somehow make it this long. So the first state was fusing many different entities together. That didn't work. Next required derivation via copulation. Xueqi speculated evil reborn's creation process. Pretty much. Xueqi replied. This is a perversion, creating nothing but suffering. Xueqi had no respect for the attempter. Some consider themselves to be brilliant, aspiring to surpass the heavens. Xueqi said indifferently. Nothing good came out of this brilliance then. Xueqi smiled wryly. As a highly praised genius, he thought that pride and arrogance in one's innate gifts could result in disasters and suffering. He didn't know the stories behind evil reborn in the past. Now, he found that abusing one's gift and power was utterly unacceptable. Brilliance isn't the problem here, it's having too much ambition and not enough Tao heart. They believe that they are above morality and their actions are always justified. Xueqi said. Li Zhiqian sighed and kept this comment in mind. Rah! Suddenly, a creature resembling a massive alligator came out of nowhere and started eating the ants. The latter resisted by lighting torches and throwing them. Through their combined effort, they finally pushed the larger creature back. However, they didn't dare to linger outside any longer after losing thousands of members. Hiding in their nest was the better choice. It's right here, Xueqi said while the group stopped in front of the rotten tree. This thing was massive. Each branch could be considered a mountain branch. The ants lived inside after building numerous maze-like pathways. As the group delved deeper underground, they saw tiny caves with eggs made from transparent silks. They saw tiny fetuses inside, but unfortunately, most were dead before they could break out of the eggs. They were cursed and weakened from inception. Some were missing important body parts. Failed artificially modified products. Xueqi said, they are born with innate defects. Despite their impressive reproductive capability, only a few may hatch successfully, let alone survive. Thus, extinction is only a matter of time. Damn this creator. Li Zhiqian stared at the corpses and cursed. Eventually, they came to the center of the nest and saw a queen ant. This one looked dreadful due to its long fangs and was surrounded by dead ants. It seemed that whenever it laid eggs, the eggs would be taken away right away by other ants. They moved with precision and speed. It's a cannibal, right? Li Zhiqian assessed the situation. For the full version, visit pori.com. That's how it can continue to produce eggs. Xueqi smiled and formed a barrier since the queen ant noticed them and tried to attack. They moved forward and eventually reached a dark place containing a statue. This finally attracted Xueqi's attention. It depicted a beautiful woman, but her face was concealed by a veil. It was livid to the point where Li Zhiqian couldn't avert his gaze. He felt that she was standing before him, alive. Her smile and frown could seduce any man. Just her statue had this special ability, let alone the actual person. Xueqi, on the other hand, appreciated the unique craftsmanship and innate power. Who left this statue here? Xueqi regained his wits, thinking that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from being enchanted by the real person. Potentially heaven's allure from the legends. The old servant's eyes gleamed brightly. Heaven's allure? Really? Xueqi took a deep breath. I believe so because no one else but her can have this much charm and grace. I've been to Celestial Court but didn't see her. The old servant said. Chapter 53:16. You've been to Celestial Court, Senior? Li Zhitian became startled. The old servant didn't respond. Heaven's allure. Li Qie touched his chin while looking at the statue. Rumor has it that no man can resist falling in love with her. They will throw away their lives willingly if she wishes so. Zhitian said. According to the legends, she could make men drop to their knees, including emperors and Dao lords. Why would anyone build a statue of her here? Zhitian asked curiously. The beautiful cultivator had joined Celestial Court and few could see her now. However, someone made a statue of her in this forsaken land. Must be someone who's infatuated with her. The old servant said. But why here out of all places? Zhitian didn't understand. Building a statue or having something to remember her by wasn't strange. The issue here was the location. Activate. Li Qie raised his hand and channeled the Dao in order to understand the statue. Something incredible happened next. Dao sounds in the form of a lover's whispers could be heard. The moans could pull the soul out of the body and rob others of their sanity. Meanwhile, black ink started oozing out of the statue. What is going on? Zhitian was at a loss. Li Qie took a closer look at the thick liquid. It seemed to be alive and moving like an evil entity. Was here before. He murmured. Do you know who built it? Zhitian asked. At least a conqueror or Dao lord in order to build something like this. Li Qie said. Its location still doesn't make any sense. Zhitian said since her fans should be building her statue somewhere accessible for remembrance's sake. It's a bait. Li Qie said. Who or what is it trying to bait? Zhitian asked. Why? That's the most important question. Li Qie responded. Must be a pervert. Some type of fetish. The old servant concluded. It's probable. Li Qie said after fully analyzing the statue. There was nothing more he could get out of it. Could it be the Lord of Derivation? Zhitian couldn't help but ask. This is too insignificant, not worth the time nor effort. Li Qie shook his head. Senior, you never got to see Heaven's allure? Zhitian asked. No, and it's better to not see her. The old servant shook his head, clearly warning Li Zhitian to not have any idea. Seeing the beauty was far from a good thing. Any moment of carelessness would result in becoming her slave. We're leaving. Li Qie left the underground labyrinth with the rest of the group. There should be more. Li Qie surveyed the region again before resuming his search. They traveled far and came to a desolate plain with a large group of tigers and leopards roaming energetically. Upon closer inspection, Zhitian found that they followed fixed paths as if they were being herded like grazing sheep. After following them for a while longer, they entered a deep valley with an underground passage to a river of magma. The creatures roamed the magma river like a bridge that had been specifically constructed for them. Discover the complete story on Poreed.com. This finally took the group to the lair of the creatures. The lair appeared to be artificially built and have been blessed for toughness. The heat inside seemed special. The creatures gathered and started trembling at a determined interval. They became transparent and lay down on the ground in a circle, seemingly a way to stabilize their body. What are they doing? Zhitian could tell that they required this ceremonial process in order to stay alive. Essentially, they were made from infusing snow essences into earth tigers. Li Qie said, failed experiments, but someone created this lair in order to stabilize their unique characteristics. An act of kindness to prevent extinction? Zhitian said. Hard to say. Li Qie smiled. The group delved deeper into the ground and saw an ocean of magma. At the center was a rocky reef reaching the surface, having endured countless years of erosion by the magma. Nonetheless, it remained standing with a statue on top. Heaven's allure again. Li Zhitian and the old servant were surprised to see a second statue. They wouldn't have found this elusive place without Li Qie's guidance. Chapter 53:17. Another statue of Heaven's allure with the same charm as the previous one. Staring at it was a dangerous game. Someone managed to carve out her peerless appearance and demeanor through impeccable workmanship. From this alone, one could tell that seeing her in person would have a devastating effect on the mind, especially on youthful cultivators. Interestingly enough, This statue had a different demeanor and pose. Another wonderful piece of art. It has to be a true master, Li Zhitian said with admiration. Li Qie raised his hand again for a Dao search. He derived the mysteries of the statue and sure enough, the same lustful moans and lovely whispers could be heard. Black liquid with a high viscosity flowed out again. It's getting more and more confusing, Zhitian commented. Someone is trying to attract primal darkness, Li Qie said. Primal darkness? Zhitian wasn't familiar with this name. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at poread.com. It's that incomplete product, Li Qi said. Do you know the reason why someone's doing this? Zhitian asked. They know about primal darkness, the old servant answered. Few in this world knew about the creature known as primal darkness. Indeed, it must have been hiding in Reborn the entire time. Someone wants to lure it out, Li Qie said. If that's the case, why resort to using these statues? They can entice this primal darkness? Zhitian asked. That's the interesting part. Why was Heaven's allure chosen? Li Qie nodded and found it strange. Maybe she's the one who did it? Zhitian had a bold guess. No, she doesn't need to return to the upper continents given her current position in Celestial Court. Definitely not Evil Reborn either. The old servant shook his head. Regardless of who it is or the reason for the statues, it is successful. Li Qie stared at the thick liquid. So this primal darkness was here? Zhitian also stared in the same direction. Yes, it came and had latched into the statues. Li Qie nodded. Why do I feel like this is another perverted scenario or something bad will happen soon? Zhitian shuddered and had a terrible premonition. Someone, a conqueror at the very least, has a plan. The exact goal? Who knows? Li Qie smiled. This person has a deep understanding of primal darkness and knows what it wants. Moreover, it must have taken immense effort to carve these statues. What does the primal darkness do to warrant this much effort? The old servant asked a key question. Is it strong? Zhitian asked. The motive is difficult to speculate since the strongest can still be reduced to ashes. This mystery can only be solved through more clues. Li Qie stroked his chin. I wonder if there's a connection between primal darkness and Heaven's allure. Zhitian said. Senior, do you know Heaven's allure's background? I do not. The servant responded. It's fine. We'll figure it out in due time. Li Qie said before leaving the world of magma. They saw the tiger-like creatures leaving their lair in order to find food. Unfortunately, this was ill-timed because they became prey to a dragon instead. Rah! One appeared out of nowhere and swallowed up an entire pack. Screech! Suddenly, a blinding radiance manifested above the dragon. A peacock spread its tail and released 5 colored rays and particles along with sharp Tao Lord laws. The dragon was frightened and tried to escape. Alas, it was caught by the peacock's claws. It spewed out flames, but this was useless. The battle was far from even. Its flesh was ripped apart by the claw. It bellowed in agony until its belly was torn apart, resulting in death and becoming the peacock's meal. As for the tiger-like beasts, they were paralyzed on the ground, unable to run. The peacock then devoured 1,000 of them in one go, far more brutal than the dragon. Peacock Tao Lord. Li Zhitian recognized the peacock. Screech! The bird noticed the group leaving the cave and immediately attacked with its sharp claws. Bam! Li Qie slammed the bird down to the ground, creating a crater upon impact and causing it to vomit blood. The group was no stranger to Li Qie's power. Nonetheless, it was still an impressive spectacle to see him take down a colossal bird so quickly. Tao brother, please show mercy. It's a misunderstanding. Peacock Tao Lord turned back to his human form and bowed to Li Qie. Chapter 53:18. Peacock Tao Lord came from 8 Desolaces, a heaven-defying Tao Lord who was rumored to have a divine bloodline. In reality, he wasn't a peacock or anything like that. Some believe that he was the reincarnation of a tree ancestor. Of course, this concept wasn't widely accepted, so others said that he was only a descendant of a tree ancestor. Regardless of his background, he eventually became a powerful Tao Lord. Today, he resembled a wild bird more than anything, choosing to hunt other creatures. His original form was an old man in a feathery robe with a beastly yet sanctified aura, the king of all birds. It was not surprising for others to think that he possesses a divine bloodline. Meanwhile, he couldn't believe that he was beaten down by a single smack. In the 6 continents, he didn't need to join any alliance or pick a side between the race and the people. He roamed the world freely and no one dared to provoke him. Those who could beat him included apex cultivators such as All Things and Sword Sea. However, they couldn't smack him down from the sky that easily. He felt like an ant during that battle. When he looked up to take a good look at the assailant, he couldn't believe his own eyes. He prostrated on the ground and said respectfully, "I deserve death for not knowing of your arrival and disrespecting you, sir." He kowtowed repeatedly afterward. "You know me?" Li Jie asked. "Sir, you may not recognize a junior like me, but during the 9 Worlds epic, you once saved our lineage. Peacock Forest remembers your kindness and virtue. We are eternally grateful." He elaborated. "Oh, it's all in the past." Li Jie chuckled. After finishing a full rite of kowtow, the Tao Lord finally stood up. "Tao Lord, why are you hunting beasts here?" Li Jitian asked. The Tao Lord waved his hand and the tiger-like creatures finally ran back to the plain. They seemed happy, no longer remembering the fate of their unlucky friends. "When I met these little tigers, they were on the verge of extinction. I dug out a fire vein and built a nest so that they can repopulate. When I'm a little hungry, I eat a few or so, just an occasional indulgence." The Tao Lord responded. Li Jitian thought about it and didn't have a big problem. The Tao Lord took care of these little tigers, and even granted them protection. Although he ate 1,000 or so in one bite, this didn't mean much to the overall population. They would have been extinct without his help. After thinking about it, it appeared that there wasn't an actual issue. Nonetheless, Jitian still felt that this wasn't right. Alas, this happened every day in the world. In fact, he wasn't above this either. His clan cultivated alchemy materials for refinement and he ate the pills. This was fundamentally the same as what the Tao Lord did. "Fellow Taoist, you have a compassionate heart." Peacock Tao Lord smiled and said, "You're still young to have these feelings. This is just the way it is in the world. I apologize if I acted pretentiously." Jitian shook his head and smiled wryly. He realized that his own moral high ground was limited. His actions and the clan's conducts weren't much nobler at all. "It's fine. I was the same way during my youth. In fact, this is a virtue of the young, filled with fervor and still holding on to a sense of justice toward the affairs of heaven and earth." The Tao Lord said, "We live alongside heaven and earth. Although our innocent hearts are tempered by time, there are things to not be forgotten. One should never willingly descend into degradation with the excuse of numbness or just following the natural order." Li Jie chuckled and said, "I shall engrave your advice to my heart, sir." Peacock Tao Lord bowed again. "You both are speaking the truth. I've been thinking too highly of myself, acting so self-righteous." Jitian said, "Stay this way for as long as you can. I was even more reckless and less inclined to self-reflect. I always charged ahead without thinking twice. Whenever I think back now, I realize how many foolish things I've done, but I have no regrets. Youth is wonderful, hot blood and wild heart." The Tao Lord said. "Hot blood, wild heart." Jitian murmured. "Today, everything under the heaven operates under laws and cycles, cause and effect. I didn't accept this when I was younger and only listened to my heart. It will come with time." The Tao Lord said sentimentally. "Thank you for your guidance, Tao Lord." Jitian said. Although they weren't from the same side, Peacock still conversed normally with him and gave him insight into the Tao. The Tao Lord then cupped his fist toward the old servant and said, "It has been a long time since our last meeting. Your brilliant presence remains, Tao brother." "Old now." The old servant returned the gesture. Jitian was surprised to see this. Although he had some guesses about the old servant's identity, he didn't know the exact answer. The Tao Lord, on the other hand, recognized him right away. It appeared the Tao Lord was actually stronger than expected. "Sir, how can I be of service?" The Tao Lord bowed toward Li Jie. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at theporead.com. I am here for Primal Darkness, just looking for it right now. Li Jie smiled. Primal Darkness? This was the Tao Lord's first time hearing this title. There are statues in Evil Reborn, Heaven's Allure statues, to be exact. There is one in the magma beneath the lair that you built. Did you know about it? Li Qie didn't elaborate. Heaven's Allure? Statues of her here? The Tao Lord was surprised. No idea why. Li Qie shook his head. How strange. Her beauty is peerless, enough to sway the souls. The Tao Lord chuckled. You've seen her before, Tao Lord? Zhitian asked. Yes, but fortunately, I've heard of her reputation and protected my mind before the meeting or I would have fallen. So many people in this world, confident and in their ability and power, think that they can resist. How wrong they are. The Tao Lord said. I see. Zhitian could tell that Peacock Tao Lord was immensely powerful, yet he was still afraid of Heaven's Allure. Chapter 53:19. The beauty of Heaven's Allure birthed legendary tales. Of course, some cursed her for being a lascivious demoness whose purpose was tempting men. Though her reputation preceded her, others still couldn't help falling in love. This included Tao Lords and Conquerors, the greatest cultivators in the world. Remember that these beings have been through numerous adventures and conquests. They had seen countless beauties in the past. In fact, some had harems consisting of gorgeous cultivators, the fairest of their era. Their rich experience didn't help them when it was time to face Heaven's Allure. This was a testament to her indescribable charm. There were exceptions, of course, those who managed to resist her temptation. Nonetheless, they sang praises of her appearance. All in all, she was a popular topic in the taverns. Some regular cultivators even believed that being able to see her was the blessing of a lifetime. Alas, she rarely showed up in public after joining Celestial Court, the opposite of everyone's wish. Don't get the wrong idea, Heaven's Allure goes beyond physical attraction, not like a kingdom-toppling beauty found in the mortal world or a seductress. After enough interactions, her charisma is what draws people in. Peacock Tao Lord said. Zhitian could see this because how could top cultivators fall over physical beauty alone? That would be rather disappointing for them to lose to the flesh. This meant that she must have intelligence and cultivation insight as well. Beauty alone couldn't justify her position in Celestial Court. Do you have any idea who might have left these statues here? Zhitian asked. Hard to say. If there's an accurate statue, it must be someone who had seen her before, not easy after her joining Celestial Court. It must be an emperor-level character. The Tao Lord shook his head. We came to the same conclusion. Zhitian said. That's a wide net. What an incredibly strange matter, leaving her statues here. The problem is that many top cultivators visit Evil Reborn. I've seen all things, Supreme, Immortal Pagoda, Time Watcher, Eternal, and many more, Peacock responded. Are you staying here long-term? Li Qie asked. Sir, that is my temporary plan. I have no interest in joining Heaven or Tao Alliance. The mortal world doesn't have anything I pursue either. I'm just a lone wolf with nowhere to be. Herding these tigers is at least interesting right now, but I might leave later. Peacock said. Tao Lord, will you eat them before leaving? Zhitian couldn't help but ask. I understand what you're saying, but it actually makes zero difference. What I do will be dependent on my whim at the time. Eating them might seem cruel to you, but they will go extinct without me anyway. Peacock smiled. It's best to not be so extreme. Li Qie said. I will try to follow your advice, sir. Peacock lowered his head. The group chatted for a bit and ignored the matter of Heaven's Allure. After all, too many powerful cultivators have visited and they had no good guess. As the group was about to leave, Peacock decided to send them off for quite a distance. After they were gone, he still bowed in the direction of Li Qie. For the full version, visit poreed.com. Along the way, Li Qie glanced at Li Zhitian and asked, Still thinking about the tigers? My apologies. Young noble. It seems like my emotion is getting the best of me. How embarrassing. Zhitian let out a dry chuckle. It's not your fault, but in a way, Peacock is right. Nonetheless, there is no problem with you being a passionate youth. Li Qie smiled. After thinking it through, Peacock Tao Lord is not at fault. We all do similar things with alchemy materials, cultivating before consuming them. Zhitian said. Because of your first impression of Evil Reborn, you felt pity for the tigers after seeing them in the lair and felt uncomfortable to see them eaten. Li Qie said. I'm aware that it's hypocritical and I shouldn't be so judgmental. Zhitian said. People have different interpretations of the ways of the world. Li Qie said before pausing a bit. But, remember this, the world's inhabitants should protect themselves because there are no saviors. Those who claim to be are often the initiators of disasters. This had occurred numerous times in history. Saviors or destroyers? Zhitian murmured. Li Qie stared at him with a meaningful gaze and asked, Do you think Celestial Court is protecting the race? Was Peacock Dao Lord protecting the tigers? Zhitian stopped walking. He had never questioned Celestial Court's intent in the past. However, spending time with Li Qie and personally experiencing certain events changed his perception. His clan's title was Imperial. Its members have served Celestial Court since time antiquity. The ideology of Celestial Court's noble goals has been ingrained in the race. Peacock Dao Lord also protected the tigers and built a lair for them to avoid extinction. However, he also ate them, not to mention potentially wiping them out if he were to be bored in the future. Would he be the tiger's savior or destroyer? Chapter 53:20. Their next destination was a muddy ocean, seemingly infected in entirety by something foul. Moreover, the water was frozen solid beneath, yet the waves appeared to be ablaze. Instead of being red like flames, they looked more like ice crystals. When True Bear took one step into the water, he suddenly realized that it was extremely dangerous and immediately activated his power. Despite the automatic defense of a conqueror, his fur was still being burned. The ice-like flame somehow contained an indestructible sword energy capable of piercing through a conqueror. Rah! True Bear let out a cry before he was sent flying. Li Zhitian took a deep breath and activated his 12 fruits, becoming engulfed in the Grand Tao. He stepped into the ocean and the fiery waves immediately assaulted him. Instead of burning like a regular flame, it resembled the ice affinity more. The freezing process resulted in a painful burning sensation. The sword energy began piercing Zhitian as well. He shuddered after feeling this timeless energy. It could pierce someone for an endless period, robbing them of their dominion. He didn't last that much longer than True Bear and was eventually sent flying as well. Incredible! He knew that this wasn't the full brunt of the sword energy either, only the section that he stepped on. An apex conqueror. The old servant didn't need to try. On we go! Li Qie chuckled and stepped on the ocean, creating a Tao path before him. The icy flames no longer attacked, unable to contend against his Grand Tao. The others also followed behind him, completely safeguarded from any danger. Each step moved them thousands of miles forward. It didn't take long to reach the center of the ocean. They saw two cultivators sitting in a meditative pose, seemingly in the middle of a duel. The icy flames and sword energy emanated from them. They utilized their strongest Grand Tao and did not hold back. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, displaying exquisite beauty beyond words and evoking an aura of crystalline purity. She was as radiant as the bright moon, capable of illuminating hearts and penetrating all things. Her eyes were particularly captivating and piercing. She sat there as if she had been doing so for countless eras in the past and would do so for eras in the future. The flow of time left no trace on her. Her beauty persisted through the ages, an image that could become an everlasting memory after just one glance. Her opponent was an old man wearing a robe made of unknown material. The cloth looked to be made from snowflakes yet had flames dancing on it. His general figure and facial outlines made one think of an ice sculpture, looking rather surreal. When he was serious, he could be an existence looming atop the 9 heavens. When he cast aside this serious air, he seemed primed to go crazy. This sensation was due to the affinity duality, a supreme ice force on the surface yet wildly intense within, on the verge of erupting. Something had kept this internal power from exploding, turning it into a stable ice affinity instead. They utilized their Tao domain to fight, pushing back and forth. Given their mastery of their Tao, they had compressed the area of effect to the maximum, only focusing on taking down the opponent. Alas, the potency of their power spread the various affinities into the entire ocean. The woman embraced a sword while releasing an eternal sword domain. One slash of her could slice through the 6 continents. Discover the complete story on Pori.com. True Bear and Zhitian became frozen after sensing the sword Tao up close, thinking that they could be cut down at any second. The old man's domain was countless times stronger than the fire ice waves they felt earlier. The flames weren't large, but just one spark could incinerate the world itself, trapping it in a layer of ice. Chapter 53:21. A battle between two apex cultivators occurred unbeknown to the world. The swordswoman possessed an eternal sword Tao versed in both offense and defense. As for the old man, he contained two separate powers of immense power. Despite existing on the different extremes, they somehow synergized and boosted his power, granting him unending power. Sword Queen versus Cold Flame Conqueror. Li Zhitian recognized both combatants. Two monsters of the upper continents. The old servant commented, "I can't believe they're fighting here. Is it to the death?" Zhitian responded. Sword Queen hailed from 8 Desolaces, first starting with Terra Sword Tao before moving to Everlasting Sword Tao. Rumor has it that the latter was comparable to the legendary era's Sword Tao. I lead, swords follow. Sword Queen dominated 8 Dialax and even assaulted Sword Burial Ground, bringing a period of peace. After coming to the upper continents, she became the guardian of Imperial Alliance and rarely appeared in public afterward. Cold Flame Conqueror was just as exceptional. The only surviving conqueror of the Maddened Flame. Ever since Madden's era, the Maddened Flame remained unstoppable and destructive. The problem was dying at a young age. Rumor has it that this flame originated from one heart, one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. The founder of this style reached a level where he incinerated Celestial Court and left unscathed. Alas, some believe that he had faltered to the illness and passed away long ago. This didn't change in subsequent generations. Supreme geniuses had tried, believing that they would be able to overcome the flaws of this Tao. Alas, the stronger they became, so did the madness. Maddened Conqueror excelled among them, eventually dominating the upper continents and even defeating Divine Alliance. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape the curse. Ultimately, this seemed like an impossible endeavor. Even Maddened, who studied one heart and created the Maddened Flame, couldn't overcome this problem. This Tao was ephemeral. The users would eventually die from going mad or be killed by others due to their madness. Cold Flame Conqueror was the one who broke this eternal rule. After researching the Tao, he found a way to suppress the madness while still utilizing its power. An unprecedented and monumental feat. He then founded Icefire Palace in the lower continents, the new orthodox branch of the Maddened Flame. He reached the apex classification at the upper 2 continents, capable of contending against anyone. Although there were plenty of Tao lords and conquerors in this area, only a small number reached the apex level. From this selected group, only a few had access to the Anima Tree. Supreme, All Things, Sword Sea, Sword Queen, Eternal, Immortal Pagoda, Principle, Illumination, Calamity, Dark Frost, Immensity, Apricot. They were eligible to enter the Immortal Continent but chose otherwise. Because of their presence and power, others chose to follow them. The reason for the existence of the 4 alliances. Why is Cold Flame Conqueror fighting Sword Queen? He's not from any alliance? Zhitian found this strange. Most apex cultivators had chosen a side, whether it be the race or the people. A delicate balance existed, resulting in relative peace. Only a few remained neutral. Immensity, Cold Flame, Apricot. Search tinural.com/2p9mv8w for the original. As the guardian of Imperial Alliance, Sword Queen naturally stood on the side of the people. It wouldn't be surprising to see her fight against Immortal Pagoda or Eternal Conqueror. However, Cold Flame Conqueror did not have a reputation for provoking others. Cold Flame has his own aspiration. The old servant answered quietly. What is it? Zhitian became curious but didn't get an answer. After a brief pause, Zhitian audaciously asked, Senior, how do you compare against Sword Queen and Cold Flame Conqueror? He clearly thought that the old servant was another apex cultivator. The latter stared at the two. His eyes gleamed for a split second. Perhaps he was interested in a duel as well after meeting a worthy opponent. This applied to all the top cultivators. Supreme and the others also wanted to fight. However, they had to exercise caution in order to carry out their missions. A fight between them could start wars between the alliances and the two sides. The flames of war would then ravage the upper continents. Let's go. Li Qiye could see that this fight might take a while, so he started diving into the ocean. The group followed right behind him. Chapter 53:22. Crossing through the frozen layer led them to a dark expanse. The group could tell that the black water resembled the black liquid oozing from Heaven's Allure statues, albeit at a diluted amount. Where is this place? Zhitian looked around and asked. Everyone outside Li Qie felt uncomfortable being here despite their firm Dao heart. Few things in the world could affect their emotional state. The black tides here resembled the embodiment of darkness or an existence that shouldn't be allowed to exist. It's here, the birthplace. Li Qie remarked. For the primal darkness, right? Zhitian felt afraid, thinking that a creature had been boiled here for countless times before being reduced to the black liquid. From this liquid came an entirely new existence. Li Qie didn't answer and stood in silence for a long while before stepping into the black tides. The group followed behind him and focused up to prevent anything malicious from entering them. They traveled through the ominous expanse and reached the end, a pond with a thicker concentration of the black liquid than anywhere else. They immediately recalled the liquid oozing out of the statues. Now this was the right concentration. Sure enough, there was another statue of Heaven's Allure inside the pond. Another! Zhitian murmured, feeling that this might have been going on for a long time now. The third statue had a different pose and expression while maintaining the same animated charm. Perhaps the one behind this is rather close to Heaven's Allure. The old servant remarked. Close or not, it is certain that this person had been together with Heaven's Allure, hence the familiarity with her demeanors and gestures. Otherwise, it would be impossible to create these lifelike statues. Li Qie said. A suitor, maybe? Zhitian asked. That's a high probability, a conqueror or Dao lord as well. Li Qie smiled. Zhitian turned and stared at the old servant who shook his head. There are too many suitors. Let's see how this is going. Li Qie raised his hand. It pulsed with a Dao light in order to derive the events of the statue. The same thing happened. More thick liquid seeping out of the statue. Suddenly, it started moving unpredictably. This didn't happen in the prior cases. Protect your mind and Dao heart. Li Qie shouted. The group shuddered before removing all unnecessary thoughts and becoming saints unstained by external forces. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The black liquid gathered together and slowly turned into the shape of a woman. Despite its gross exterior, one smile could still rob others of their sanity and freedom. Heaven's Allure. Zhitian remained composed since he was well prepared for this. Otherwise, his heart would have started to beat rapidly. The woman didn't last long and suddenly splashed down to the ground again, unable to maintain her shape. Seems like they found and even imitated it. Li Qie said. So it's going well? Zhitian asked. Yes, it appears so. Li Qie nodded. There was no doubt that the primal darkness has been hiding in Evil Reborn. A certain top cultivator knew about its existence and wanted to charm it for an unknown reason. To satisfy his perversion. Li Qie had a good idea but still needed more confirmation. How so? Zhitian asked. This guy is in love with Heaven's Allure but can't have her. He wants a substitute. Li Qie smiled. So he is attempting to lure the primal darkness and turn it into Heaven's Allure? He'll treat it as his woman afterward? Zhitian shuddered. Perverted indeed. An unrequited love. The old servant said. Zhitian was filled with curiosity and wanted to meet the famous Heaven's Allure in person. The old servant could tell and said, It's best not to be curious, but if you somehow get the chance, protect your mind with all of your power. Otherwise, just one misstep and you'll fall into the abyss. What a dreadful beauty, so destructive. Zhitian murmured. Chapter 53-23. How is she dreadful? Is she purposely trying to seduce everyone? Li Qie shook his head while smiling. Well, Zhitian only heard about the legends regarding her irresistible charms, nothing else regarding immoral acts. These remarks are manifestations of a man's rage and incompetence, an attempt to shift the blame to women. Li Qie said. That does make sense. Zhitian said. Your future is boundless since you can become an amazing dragon lord. However, if you were to meet Heaven's Allure and be lost in infatuation, throwing away your cultivation and only wanting to have her, your insanity grows with time, unable to possess her. This madness eventually results in a wasted life, committing unnecessary killing and such, Li Qie said with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhitian feared for his future while listening. The question is, whose fault is it? Did heaven's allure cause this? Li Qie asked. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. She did not. Zhitian answered. You are able to answer confidently right now because your sanity remains. This might not be the case once you're stuck in the negative mindset, unable to see reality for what it is, unable to accept your own inability. Thus, you blame her for all of your troubles. Li Qie said, therefore for the majority of cases, kingdom-toppling beauties were wrongfully blamed by those who have lost their way. It's easier to shift the blame to others instead of admitting one's mistakes. Then there's no sense of guilt. Li Qie finished. Thank you for correcting me, young noble. I will keep this to heart. Zhitian bowed and accepted his mistake. The fallen ones all had their excuses. These lords blamed the world, that it was too boring and worthless, nothing worth holding on to. Li Qie then stared at the old servant. But one's actions come from their heart just like anima, it has nothing to do with the outside world. You just need to maintain this and not be shaken. So what if the world is less than adequate? You are still you, an apex cultivator. As long as your Tao heart is there, the darkness won't be able to reach you and no one can force you to join. Is this the core of cultivation? The old servant asked. That's one way to put it. The pursuit of cultivation should be to obtain an unshakable Tao heart. With this, one can create and use the Tao. The former is far more important than the latter. When your Tao heart is supreme, so are your techniques and abilities. When your Tao heart is weak, your power is nothing more than a tool for darkness, serving to push you deeper into the abyss. Li Qie said. I understand, only the Tao heart can make the darkness recede. The old servant took a deep breath and bowed. Rah! True Bear let out a roar as well before bowing. Let's go. Li Qie smiled and stretched before moving onward. When they came out of the ocean floor, they saw Cold Flame and Sword Queen still fighting each other. How long is this going to last? Zhitian asked. It's over when the state of duality is broken. Li Qie chuckled. Who do you think will win, young noble? The old servant was curious as well since he was also an apex cultivator. The outcome of this fight served as a significant reference point. Sword Queen will win. Li Qie said, her sword Tao focuses on longevity and her vitality is ample. She can last several more eras. And Cold Flame Conqueror? Zhitian asked. Anyone could see that his talent was impeccable. However, he was still overshadowed by the founder of this Tao. Cold Flame's Tao originates from Maddened. Li Qie said, no matter its current form, the essence is still of the maddened flame. He uses the ice affinity to quell the raging flames, but the harmony is only temporary. Imperfections will surface during the constant cycles, and that is when he will lose to Sword Queen. The two combatants had their own absolute domain, always pushing back and forth. They were in a state of absolute concentration. Nothing could bother them. However, they also heard Li Qie's casual remark and Cold Flame Conqueror glanced at Li Qie. Sounds like this will still take a while. Zhitian could see the current state of balance between the two domains. This could end much faster. Just one sword technique from her. Li Qie smiled. Really? Zhitian was surprised. This is a hopeless situation for the ice affinity since the maddened flame will resurface in due time. It just needs a precise catalyst. Li Qie said. Sword Queen lost her focus as well while Cold Flame could tell that there was logic in the comments. Clank! The everlasting sword domain suddenly receded, no longer trying to take down the ice-fire domain. Chapter 53-24. An eternity was but a blink of an eye for the incoming sword technique. It encompassed simplicity, lacking the area of effect capable of suppressing the heavens and destroying 3,000 worlds. The only focus was to kill no matter who it is, capable of passing through countless domains and even the river of time itself. Even if the world was no longer around, it would continue to travel through the primordial chaos. Li Zhitian and the old servant couldn't help but admire the beautiful attack. Blood splashed as her sword cut Cold Flame Conqueror's body and continue for the Tao fruits. Find the original at poreed.com. Although the Tao fruits were virtually indestructible and could always recover as long as there was a single strand left, this attack would also never stop. There was no doubt that he would die in due time. You've lost, fellow Taoist. However, she pulled back and said calmly, revealing a pleasant voice containing the rhythm of the Tao. Listeners could never get tired of it. She only looked around 20 years of age, yet she was the renowned Sword Queen. Well done, you've seized the initiative with that decisive move. Cold Flame Conqueror had no choice but to give up. I am a man of my word and will not renege. I appreciate it. She converged her energy back into her body. With that gone, everyone found her to be amicable, no longer the guardian and leader of Imperial Alliance. The two were evenly matched, but Li Qia's comments pointed out Cold Flame's weakness and how to break it. Because Cold Flame was temporarily distracted by the revelation, this gave Sword Queen enough time to pull off a decisive attack. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Sword Queen lowered her head in gratitude. As for Cold Flame, he glanced at the old servant before shifting his gaze back to Li Qia. Who might you be, young noble? He respectfully asked, treating Li Qia as a serious foe. Just a passerby. Li Qia smiled. Dao brother, can you enlighten me on this? Cold Flame asked the old servant, clearly recognizing him. He's the young noble, I don't know anything else. The old servant shook his head. Cold Flame couldn't force them to answer since that would be rude. In reality, he was trying to calm down. How could this man know so much about the maddened flame? He believed that he was the absolute authority regarding this Dao since he had the highest achievement possible. This had nothing to do with pride, but rather, no one had reached his level. Maddened Conqueror was powerful and also reached the limit. Alas, he fell to his own insanity. Maddened, the creator, was rumored to be dead as well. This left Cold Flame Conqueror as the greatest practitioner of this Dao. Alas, this unknown man seemed to know about its mysteries as well. Have you done research on the maddened flame, young noble? Cold Flame was aware that the smartest move was to walk away due to his current injuries. He gained nothing from lingering around, but curiosity got the best of him. After all, he wanted nothing more than to learn more about his own Dao. Just a bit, it came from the 9 heavenly scriptures. Li Qia smiled. A glint flashed in Cold Flame's eyes. He definitely didn't want to leave now. You've seen it before, One Heart? Cold Flame couldn't help but ask. All of the maddened flame cultivators have never seen the origination scripture. In fact, Maddened himself probably didn't see the real version. According to the tales, Maddened activated his Dao due to his strong emotions. Cold Flame knew that there was more than this. After spending his whole life perfecting this Dao, he was certain that Maddened must have interacted with One Heart one way or another. Perhaps Maddened himself didn't recognize this and never brought it up again. This was Cold Flame's biggest regret in life. His inability to find One Heart. He had searched for the real version, but this was a futile endeavor. Now, he wondered if Li Qia had seen One Heart or at least a manifestation of it. I've read too many, so I don't remember if I've read a particular one or not. Li Qia answered with a smile. Young noble, you must have read about the mysteries of the maddened flame since you know it so well. Cold Flame said. You wish to truly solve the madness, not just suppressing it forcefully. Li Qia casually remarked. Chapter 53-25. Young noble, please tell me what I should do to deal with the madness? Cold Flame Conqueror contained his excitement and humbly asked while bowing. The display of reverence was crucial since it could end up saving his life. Although he was known as the first to be able to control the madness, he didn't have a permanent plan. The madness of the flame remained. As long as he chose it as his cultivation, it would always be there. Moreover, it also grew with his strength. He couldn't be sure that he could keep it under control in the future. Although he had experience suppressing it for generations now, going mad might be inevitable. This was a mental affliction since no one else could help him on this quest until now. Someone who has knowledge of the maddened flames. You have been accumulating the madness for so long now. What do you think it would take to resolve it? Li Qia said. Cold Flame had no response since he had no solution either. Burying the madness with the fire imbued with the ice affinity seems to be working on the surface. However, it is still essentially fire, so you are unable to remove the madness within. It is looming and waiting for the inevitable eruption. Li Qia said. You are right, young noble. Cold Flame agreed with the assessment. The world believes that you're the only one who won't go mad. In reality, your end won't be different from your predecessors since you have no way of dealing with the temporarily contained madness. He went on. Please guide me, young noble. Cold Flame got chills while thinking about the grim future. Release the madness and destroy your maddened flames. Start over. Li Jie smiled. Cold Flame pondered in silence. Discover the complete story on poread.com. This is the only way, you have no other option. Li Jie continued. It is virtually suicidal, but the other option is to wait for the madness to take over and you will descend down to the same abyss. Cold Flame smiled wryly since he was aware of all of this. As for the other scenario, if he were to release the madness, he would go crazy before being able to destroy his own cultivation. When you release the madness, you must maintain your sanity long enough to destroy the maddened flame. When the madness runs its course, your flame will experience rebirth, a maddened flame without the madness. Li Jie added. It is impossible. Cold Flame responded with haste regarding this suicidal scenario. Breaking the fire cultivation after releasing the madness meant that he would have the ability to control the madness in the first place. Someone will need to lend you a hand. Li Jie said. Cold Flame couldn't think of anyone willing to do so. Releasing his madness meant a world-destroying event. Not even someone like Sword Queen would be able to escape unscathed. As he stood there in a daze, Sword Queen's pleasant voice sounded. You don't have to search far. This woke him up and he immediately asked, Young noble, please help me. I'm not a firefighter. Li Jie smiled and shook his head. Cold Flame couldn't ask again due to his pride as an apex cultivator. An awkward silence ensued. Li Jie stared at him and said, Fine, fine, I suppose there is fate involved here in our meeting. Since you have done so well with the Grand Tao, let's break your flame so that you can be the master of your future. Thank you, young noble. Your kindness will be forever engraved in my heart. Cold Flame was ecstatic after hearing this. Start, let's see your madness. Li Jie waved his hand. Please assist me, young noble. Cold Flame took a deep breath and released his fire. Retreat! The old servant shouted and retreated. True Bear and Li Zhiqian followed right behind him. The same for Sword Queen. AAA! He roared and released all of his icy flames and evaporated the entire ocean instead of freezing it this time around. This was the true essence of the maddened flame. Chapter 53-26. The group dropped to the ocean floor with the water gone. The flame then engulfed Li Jie, but of course, it couldn't injure him. AAA! Cold Flame no longer restrained the madness. He maintained his sanity at the beginning, but as the madness surged outward, he turned into a giant made of fire. The icy affinity was no longer present, so the flames raged in all directions. Explore the extended edition on poread.com. The stars above were reduced to ashes and the ocean floor turned into lava. This was akin to the eruption of 1,000,000 stars, no different from an ultimate tribulation. Cold Flame lost control of his power. The only thing he wanted to do was to spread the maddened flame to the rest of the world. He eventually became a part of the fire and madness after a total release. In this most crucial moment, Li Jie raised his hand and showed his supremacy. Sword Queen watched attentively and couldn't believe her own eyes. His palm was all-destroying. Not even her everlasting sword Tao could withstand it. Boom! The maddened flame was reduced to nothingness after a single attack. This naturally obliterated Cold Flame's body as well. Only his Tao fruits were intact, flying away with his true fate. Young noble, I will pay this debt back in the future. Cold Flame's voice came from the horizon. The lack of grace was understandable since he was at his weakest. He needed to hide and rebuild his maddened flame first. After he was gone, Zhiqian stared at the world of lava and thought that the legends regarding the flame were true. If he had been stuck in the inferno, he would have been reduced to ashes as well despite having 12 sacred fruits. No wonder why Maddened was able to leave an eternal crater burning in Celestial Court. You are something else, sir. Sword Queen bowed and invited. Please visit Imperial Alliance so I can play the part of a good host. I'm still busy. Li Jie shook his head. When you have time then, sir. Sword Queen said sincerely. Her attitude made it hard for others to refuse. Li Jie nodded and she disappeared into the horizon as well. Shall we go? Li Jie said before leaping into the air. Everyone else followed him into space. They traveled among the stars before reaching a divine palace with an altar. Li Jie landed and scowled after seeing the scene. A group of individuals robed in ceremonial white in the midst of conducting a solemn rite around a stone coffin. Being interrupted ignited them into attacking. However, the moment they laid eyes on Li Jie, they became frozen as if struck by lightning. They immediately kneeled and performed a full kowtow. My lord. They stammered while slamming their head on the pavement without any hesitation or pain. Li Qie appeared to be a god in their eyes, deserving of their reverence. Zhitian and the others were at a loss after seeing this. They could tell that these worshippers were immensely powerful, but now, they smashed the ground so hard as if wanting to break their head. Stand up. Li Qie stared at them. The group got up and he glanced over at the stone coffin, commanding, "Open it." The group exchanged glances before following his command. Several of them worked together to remove the lid. The content inside shocked Li Zhitian's and the others. A statue of Li Qie made with impeccable workmanship. What is the meaning of this? Li Qie saw this and smiled wryly. My lord, you bestowed light and life upon us. One of the robed individuals uttered the words with relatively inaccurate pronunciation. Our clan has been worshipping for eras now, wishing eternal life and immortality for you. Well, this is a unique ceremony. Li Qie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The others felt the same way. They wanted to wish him eternal life by placing his statue inside a coffin? That's a rather strange way of worshipping. Chapter 53-27. The statue inside the stone coffin was animated and lifelike. Nonetheless, it felt a bit off when the real person was around. The robed individuals weren't cursing Li Qie but rather, worshipping him as a god. This ceremony was rather strange as well. Li Zhitian started thinking about the possibilities. Who were these worshippers and why was Li Qie viewed as a god? Take off your mask. Li Qie understood the situation and ordered one of them. The person took off the veil, revealing a face filled with wrinkles. However, they weren't there due to old age. It felt as if the person's face had been twisted into a bundle like fried dough and then flattened. The process couldn't remove all the wrinkles, resulting in his current appearance. Seems like a Forsaken. The old servant recognized the race instantly. Forsaken. Li Zhitian had heard of this before and thought about the tales. This race was mysterious and reclusive, always keeping a distance from the outside world. However, no powers wanted to provoke them because they were known for their strength and warlike vengeance. Messing with them was akin to disturbing a beehive. Your race is finally back. Congratulations. Li Qie stared at the twisted visage and said, The Forsaken Bloods are back because of your blessing, my lord. The man kneeled and the rest did the same to show their respect. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Zhitian gasped after hearing this. There were separate legends regarding the Forsakens and the Forsaken Bloods. They were actually the same? The Forsaken Bloods were monstrous, feared not only due to their appearance but also their brutality. The word repulsive was an understatement when describing this race. Those who actually saw the Forsaken Bloods always vomited from fear and were traumatized. Their body shape was grotesque and otherworldly to the point of being nauseating. The ones before them were discomforting to look at but not frightening, unlike the legends. The Forsaken Bloods lived a borrowed life on the frontier, never to see the sun. This all changed with the help of Li Qie when they transformed to being just Forsakens. He found and showed them a brighter path for the future. After granting them certain profundities, they changed completely in order to escape their cursed fate. After generations of struggling and evolving, they finally fulfilled their goal and gained a form more similar to humans. Of course, the wrinkly patterns remained on their face. They were known as Forsakens afterward, an entirely new race. The blood part of their lineage became mere history. Li Qie was the one who broke the cursed lineage and delivered them from the unending agony. Thus, they worshipped him as their creation god. Why did you all return, accursed place? Li Qie asked. The land is our birthplace. Here is our divine temple. Thus, we return here to conduct the ceremony for you, my lord. The man said. The Forsaken Bloods of past had a religion and other beliefs. However, after turning into Forsakens, they worshipped Li Qie alone and performed pilgrimages to this ancestral land. They sent their strongest and most knowledgeable ancestors in order to show their respect to Li Qie. Li Qie glanced at the closed temple. The gate seemed to have been shut for eras now. What's inside? Li Qie asked. We have discarded the past and everything once revered. The ceremonies in the temple have never been held again. One of them responded. Open it then. From what I can tell, someone had been here already. Li Qie smiled. This surprised all the Forsakens since they never noticed anything during previous ceremonies. Creak. Nonetheless, they didn't hesitate and opened the gate for him. Li Qie entered with Li Zhiqian and the others right behind him. The robed Forsakens waited outside because the past was painful for them. Now their race has been born anew. There was no point in entering this temple with discarded legacies. Inside the temple was a grotesque yet enticing statue. Its appearance defied description while exuding malevolence. At first glance to the uninformed eye, it might seem like a large piece of rotting wood extracted from a swamp. This was obviously not the case. Its enigmatic features were simply indiscernible. If someone had to pick one word to describe it, it would be rotten. Putrefaction emanated from it and evoked an intensely nauseating feeling. A repugnant odor lingered in the air and sent shivers down one's spine. Zhiqian scrutinized the statue, wanting to figure out what it was or what it represented. Alas, it was beyond his comprehension. How could such a thing exist in this world? Chapter 53:28. The more he stared at it, the more he felt the urge to retch all over the ground. It evoked a sense of indescribable horror and repulsive qualities, a glance into the unknown. "What is this statue?" he murmured. "Lord of Derivation," Li Qie said slowly. "Lord of Derivation." Zhiqian blurted out, having only learned this title recently from Li Qie. When he said these words, a faint gleam could be seen from the statue. Nothing more. Li Qie shook his head after failing to catch anything else. "If you had uttered this title before this statue in the past." Li Qie smiled at Zhiqian and said, "I'm afraid you wouldn't like the result." "What's the result?" Zhiqian felt uneasy as if something malevolent was looming. "A parasite will consume your vitality until the moment when you breathe your last. It will break out of your body while you're watching." Li Qie said, "I wouldn't want that." Zhiqian shuddered and took one step backward. "The worst part is that despite knowing the existence of the parasite, you won't be able to get rid of it. The agonizing weight is just as torturous." Li Qie said, "So what actually is this thing?" Zhiqian stared at the statue. "One of the oldest and most intelligent existences ever." Li Qie responded. "Really?" Zhiqian didn't see how this thing could be construed as intelligent given its nauseating appearance and aura. "No need to doubt because you are a fool in comparison despite your innate gifts." Li Qie said, "Of course, genius and madman are only separated by a thin line." "So it went mad in the end?" Zhiqian said. "I just know that regular people don't go hanging around blood-sucking creatures and eternal corpses." Li Qie smirked. I get it. Zhiqian shuddered. "Just keep in mind that it didn't look like this at the start. In fact, if you had seen its original form, you might have considered it to be an immortal." Li Qie elaborated. "An immortal?" Zhiqian couldn't see the connection between this statue and an immortal in the slightest. "What happened then?" he asked. "The world and the villainous heaven did not allow for its existence. However, it survived the heavenly tribulations, a true miracle, and became a new race, the Eldritch." Zhiqian would agree with this name after seeing the rotting and disgustingly incomprehensible statue. Unfortunately for Li Qie, the statue no longer had any power and divinity left. Thus, the lack of reaction meant no trail for Li Qie to follow. "This is it." He shifted his attention toward a smaller shrine nearby. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. It was engraved with chaos-refined jades at the imperial level, always ready to be used as a portal. Another statue was situated on top of the shrine, clearly newer than the one depicting the Eldritch. Heaven's allure again. The group was too familiar with this type of statue by now. Interesting. The old servant has been interested in the mastermind behind this carefully crafted plan. Left with this portal. Li Qie observed the statue for a bit before concluding. A high-level shrine that can open a portal to anywhere with no trace left behind. The old servant said. "Did the primal darkness leave evil reborn via this portal? Where did it go?" Li Qie raised his hand again, not to analyze heaven's allure this time but the shrine. Buzz. His pulsing ray caused the shrine to become resplendent. Countless sets of coordinates appeared above the shrine and changed at a shocking rate, each representing a different location. The group didn't know which was the last one used because there were no traces left on the shrine. Not to mention Li Zhiqian, Even the powerful old servant couldn't trace the route back at all. As for Li Qie, he took his time deriving the events again and researching the mysteries of the portal. Eventually, he managed to find a particular set of coordinates. Rumble! All the power of the shrine gathered together to form a portal. Right here. Li Qie smiled and entered. The group didn't hesitate to follow him either. Meanwhile, the Forsakens remained outside but could tell that Li Qie was leaving. They kneeled in his directions and kowtowed while chanting, "Farewell, Supreme Lord. May you obtain immortality." Although this was their first time meeting Li Qie, they were still moved to tears. They grew up learning about his gift to their race. Thus, they had engraved his benevolence in their hearts since birth. To be able to see him today was the greatest blessing in their life. Alas, tears streamed down their face since a reunion might not be possible. Chapter 53-29. The portal took the group to a world of primordial chaos. The nature of this world blocked everything from sight. However, the group consisted of strong-willed masters capable of peering through obscurities. They saw various visual phenomena. A boundless azure engraved with countless grand Tao. Apricot flowers blossomed and their petals scattered downward. Each petal was an individual world. Another phenomenon consisted of pagodas pouring down incredible affinities. This primordial chaos was filled with limitless potential. Closing one's eyes and one would be able to live forever in these phenomena. As long as one dared to think boldly, they would be able to turn anything into reality. Who wouldn't want to live in a dream when they had absolute control? An illusory realm, but which one? Li Zhiqian looked around and understood where he was. Skyrend Paradise. The old servant immediately knew the exact location. The three illusory realms consisted of Dream Paradise, Skyrend Paradise, and Soaring Pond Paradise. They were similar to the four broken realms, only vaster and more enigmatic. No one in the upper continents knew how large the illusory realms were. One theory stated that it was as large as one's imagination and dream. For the full version, visit pori.com. Visitors could obtain anything they could ever want with enough imagination and a strong Tao heart. Skyrend. Li Qie scanned the area. Senior, do you have your own secret grotto in any of the three illusory realms? Zhiqian asked. Trying to figure out who I am? The old servant uttered coldly. Zhiqian has grown rather bold after accompanying Li Qie and getting familiar with the old servant. He smiled and said, "Of course not, senior. I'm just curious because an apex existence such as yourself should have a grotto in these places." The old servant glared at him and didn't respond. For example, all things Tao Lord might be in charge of Tao Alliance, but he prefers to stay in his grotto instead. This is true for Sword Sea Tao Lord as well. Everyone knows he prefers his Sword Ocean Grotto to Divine Alliance. Zhiqian still didn't give up and continued. He paused for a bit before starting again, and the same for Illumination Conqueror after abdicating. Then the legendary Apricot Tao Lord. She is probably here too. The old servant's expression didn't change after hearing all these different names. Zhiqian had a good guess on who the old servant was, but if the guy didn't wish to reveal the truth, there was nothing else he could do before it started becoming impolite. Of course, he was right about apex cultivators preferring to stay in the illusory realms. They possessed the power to open a vast grotto, their preferred home instead of the upper continents. Up ahead, Li Qie led the way and crossed through the primordial chaos, eventually entering one of the grottos. They looked over and saw a beam of light splitting apart the chaos, creating a clear separation between the boundless expanse and the new world. Duality. We're at Duality World. Li Zhiqian was surprised. The moment they entered this grotto, they found stability and order. The chaos was actually gathering and maintaining its form. Impressive, to be able to open such a vast world while maintaining full stability. This Tao heart is firm enough. Li Qie couldn't help but praise. Duality Master is on another level. The old servant agreed with this sentiment. Creating Duality World in this illusory realm, Duality Master is the only one who can do this. I refuse to believe that he is immortal. Zhiqian commented. His Tao heart is supreme, allowing this world to exist. The old servant said. Duality World was a legend in all of the 6 continents. Previously, powerful cultivators were able to create grottos and maintain their form among the primordial chaos. However, when their cultivation or Tao heart wavered, their grottos would suffer and diminish. Apex cultivators, for the most part, were able to keep this up. Relatively weaker cultivators couldn't do the same. This all changed with the appearance of Duality Master. Chapter 5330. Duality Master, Immortal, utilized his peerless Tao heart to condense the primordial chaos and open duality world, a place known as a miracle in the 6 continents. This allowed other cultivators to open stable grottos within its domain. The only limit was their imagination. In fact, duality world stretched across all 3 illusory realms, something never done before. The ephemeral factor was no longer an issue afterward. Everything created would stay around, no longer collapsing like a dream. After finishing a grotto, the builder could leave afterward without worrying. Declining in cultivation and health didn't matter either, not even death. The only way for a grotto to go down in duality world was physical destruction. Thus, the initial creation of duality world shocked all 6 continents. Emperors, Tao lords, and conquerors had nothing but praises for Duality Master and his immovable Tao heart. Most importantly, they also appreciated his generosity in opening duality world for everyone after his departure. Countless cultivators poured into duality world and started creating their own grottos. Thus, it became a place with the highest concentration of top cultivators, not discriminating against those from the race or the people. If the illusory realms were the undeveloped frontiers, then Duality World was a fertile home welcoming everyone with open arms. Duality Master was truly a mythical figure. He never fought anyone and was beloved by all, whether it be Celestial Court or Immortal Tao City. He could sit down and have a nice chat with anyone, whether it be Celestial Court's Heaven Burial or Light Dragon Conqueror, even Nether Emperor. The same applied to the masters of Immortal Tao City and Imperial Field as well. Due to his friendly neutrality and generosity, they usually addressed him respectfully as Tao Brother. He wasn't just friends with the apex cultivators. He had no problem chatting with servants, merchants, and villagers in the mortal world. Normally, powerful cultivators did not mingle with mortals. After all, they were from 2 separate worlds. Mortals lacked knowledge and were viewed by some as insignificant beings. Duality Master didn't share the same view. He could chat sincerely and befriend anyone. This was his unique characteristic, not having a prejudice against anyone. He wasn't known for his fighting prowess, but his exploits were second to none. Li Qie had a smile on his face after entering Duality World. It was magnificent with countless grottos, vast oceans, majestic mountains, palaces hovering above, chaos waterfalls, heavenly flowers, and golden springs. These visual phenomena were created by powerful cultivators including Tao lords and conquerors. Imagination became reality in this place, a true playground for creative minds. In fact, some believe that Duality World was home to more top cultivators than any other place including the Immortal Continent. How did he do it? Zhitian looked around and couldn't believe the amazing creations made possible by Duality Master. The illusory realms make dreams come true. The larger the dream, the larger the world. The old servant said, Duality Master used his Tao heart to add a blank piece of paper spanning across all 3 realms. People are free to add their art to it. His Tao heart must be amazing for this world to be so vast. Zhitian murmured. The old servant normally disliked wasting words. However, he had the utmost respect for Duality Master, so he spoke more than usual. You can try opening a grotto later in any of the 3 realms. Only then will you appreciate the determination and willpower necessary for upholding Duality World. No, I'll just open one here in Duality World. Zhitian smiled while looking at the unique grottos around them. Discover the complete story on Poreed.com. After all, he was qualified to have a spot here due to his exceptional talent. This is a wonderful place. Cultivators can revert back to being carefree children and play here. Li Qie was pleased with this world. Chapter 5331. Duality Master left after opening Duality World and made it open for everyone. Only one place was personally created by him, a city with the same name. Using the same analogy of the white paper, he left a mark by a tiny corner while leaving the rest for others. Many top cultivators chose to stay in Duality City, turning it into the largest city in this region. Later on, average cultivators visited as well. The majority of cultivators lacked the qualification and power to open their own grotto in Duality World. Thus, the city became an ideal choice. Its prosperous and lively nature made it a popular destination for both weak and strong cultivators. It became a meeting place for the stronger cultivators who had their own grotto. Moreover, most put aside racial grievances and previous feuds during their stay. It gave people a chance to broaden their horizons. For example, top cultivators were everywhere. A conqueror soared in the air while being surrounded by chaos energy and Tao laws. Another Tao lord rode a carriage and didn't reveal his aura. Nonetheless, the carriage was made from ancient wood and was pulled by a gold-horned thunder ox. In fact, some of them even dressed humbly so any old man here could turn out to be an emperor or Tao lord. Li Qie's group entered and Li Zhitian found himself to be rather ordinary in this rich city. Geniuses like him didn't stand out as much. Have to see Duality City to know the vastness of the world. Zhitian said after seeing so many big shots. One could throw a random stone and hit 3 conquerors here, a phrase often used to describe Duality City. Li Qie seemed to be in a good mood and took a deep breath to enjoy the air. He then led the group inside a shop named Duality. The characters above the entrance were written casually and looked rather unique. One of Duality Master's few properties. The old servant said. Is Duality Master here right now? Li Zhitian asked. Unfortunately, he is not. The old servant shook his head. The shop was rather small but was filled with merchandise on the shelves and on the ground. Li Zhitian was amazed by what he saw. Precious metals and ores were just laying randomly, the same for imperial weapons and merit laws. An old shopkeeper stood in front of a small shrine and offered 3 incense sticks while mumbling something. The statue inside the shrine surprised everyone because it was none other than Li Qie. It depicted him holding a golden ingot in one hand and a rui scepter in the other. It looked a bit comical but this was unmistakably Li Qie. This was their second time seeing his statue in just one day. The circumstances were just as strange this time around. Venerable God of Wealth, please bless us with prosperous business on this new day. The old shopkeeper held the incense sticks with both hands and bowed several times before placing them into the incense burner in front of the shrine. Zhitian was at a loss for words. This shop was really worshipping Li Qie as a deity of fortune. As for Li Qie, he smiled with amusement while watching this. To access the premium content, go to. After finishing the opening rite, the old shopkeeper turned around and saw Li Qie. He immediately smiled and said, "Wow, today's a good one. The God of Wealth is paying us a visit right after opening." This only astounded Li Zhitian even more. The guy worshipped Li Qie as a god but didn't have a big reaction after encountering Li Qie in the flesh. What a weird shop. He murmured. Where's Duality? Li Qie asked. The boss is still traveling. The shopkeeper calmly responded. You have a statue here that I want. Li Qie didn't inquire further on this subject. Give me a second. The shopkeeper said before taking a statue out from a corner of the shop. This must be it. Zhitian took a look and saw that it was another Heaven's Allure statue. Yes, I want it. Li Qie said. I would sell this to regular guests for 3 million Conqueror refined jades, but since you're here, it'll be 10 million. The shopkeeper wiped the dust off the statue. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Shouldn't you be treating your God of Wealth better? Zhitian protested. Listen, I'm just following the boss orders. The shopkeeper presented the clean statue to Li Qie. That's fine. Tell me, who sold it to you? Li Qie smiled. It will cost another 10 million for information. The shopkeeper stared intensely at Li Qie. Again. Zhitian thought that this shop was ripping off its customers. The boss said that this is no big deal for the God of Wealth. The shopkeeper said. Zhitian thought that Duality Master was purposely trying to annoy Li Qie with these rules. The whole thing just didn't make sense. Sigh, how petty. Li Qie shook his head. Do you want it? If so, this lowly one will wrap it up for you. The shopkeeper said. Of course. I suppose I can give your petty boss a little allowance. Li Qie said. The old servant immediately presented 20 million refined jades without being told by Li Qie. Chapter 5332. After receiving the payment, the shopkeeper wrapped up the statue and handed it to Li Qie while speaking. Gold Sheep Conqueror sold it to us. Li Qie derived the Tao and the statue emitted an evil sound. Thick black liquid also seeped outward, clearly a sign of the primal darkness. It's here, Ji Tian murmured. Where is Gold Sheep Conqueror? Li Qie tossed the statue, no longer needing it. The shopkeeper stared at him without responding. The old servant understood and paid another 10 million. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Surprisingly, the shopkeeper didn't accept the sum and said, "For free this time. Gold Sheep is at Boundless Sea, they're betting their life." Li Qie nodded and started leaving. "My venerable god, do you wish to leave a message?" The shopkeeper asked once Li Qie reached the door. Li Qie halted and turned back to respond with a smile. "A message? Sure. Tell him to prepare to be disciplined." With that, the group left the shop. "Are we going to Boundless Sea now?" Ji Tian asked. "It's right here in Duality World." The old servant said. "So it was Gold Sheep Conqueror who did this? All the statues were left behind by him." Ji Tian brought this up. Gold Sheep Conqueror came from Untethered, a famous cultivator who didn't join the race or the people. Li Qie smiled and said, "We're going to Boundless Sea." The moment they left Duality City, a familiar face came up to the group. Yi Fantian. "Young noble." The genius respectfully bowed. "What is it?" Li Qie asked. "I wish to speak to you, young noble." She glanced at the others who were courteous enough to leave and give them space. The remaining two then walked outside the city, enjoying the visual phenomena everywhere. "I will be breaking through and obtaining my Tao fruits soon," Fantian said. 12 in one go. Li Qie smiled. "Indeed. Young noble. I want to try despite the odds." She said. "You already have a plan, it will be successful." Li Qie said confidently. Outsiders would be shocked to hear this. Yi Fantian was one of the 3 Tians in the upper continents. Of course, there were only 2 now since Shao Qing Tian had been killed by Li Qie. Fantian's cultivation stagnated, unable to become a conqueror or a dragon lord while her peers both had 12 sacred fruits. This simply didn't make sense. Thus, this ambitious feat would surprise all 6 continents. The previous cultivator to do this was none other than Light Dragon Conqueror, a notable figure in history. Fantian shared the same goal, wanting to obtain 12 Tao fruits in one go. If she were to be successful, she would become an apex cultivator in due time. "Thank you for your blessing, young noble." She bowed again. "You didn't come here just to tell me the good news, right?" Li Qie smiled. She stared at him and said sincerely, "I'm overestimating my ability and wish to open a window." "A sky window?" Li Qie didn't expect this. "Yes, I must attempt to do so," she said. "Are you doing it for yourself or just reminding me?" He said with a smile. "My cultivation is low yet my ambition is higher than the sky. I view you as a role model, young noble." She said, "I have my own stance but do not wish to oppose you. It's hard to hate clever people like you. Since you came to deliver this message to me, I won't steal your limelight. I'll just watch from the sidelines then." Li Qie said. "I truly appreciate it, young noble." She bowed again. "You're rather bold, daring to come and speak to me despite being from Divine Alliance." Li Qie said. "I am but an insect before you. This is only an attempt at self-preservation." She said. "That's not an unreasonable ask. I value talent so you may have a spot next to me." Li Qie smiled. She was surprised to hear this and took a second to calm down. She shook her head and respectfully said, "I am grateful for your generous consideration. It's not that I am a fool but I grew up in Divine Alliance. The seniors showed me nothing but kindness and I do not dare to forget. If I were to not pay them back, I will be no different from a beast." "Well said. I will not make you leave Divine Alliance against your wish." Li Qie smiled. "Thank you for empathizing with me, young noble." She said. "You are smart and know what should be done." He said. "I know my own limitation and just wish to protect my region, not daring to compete with the heaven. I'm sure you will take it easy on me, young noble." She responded. "No need to flatter me first." He said. "I am speaking from the heart. Otherwise, Brother Li would not be following you despite his prestigious background and talent." She responded. I'll take it easy on you as long you do not court death. He smiled. I will keep our conversation today to heart. She said respectfully. I hope that you will be successful with obtaining 12 Dao fruits. He added. I will try my best to not let you down, young noble. She lowered her head and said softly. Afterward, please teach me how to open the window. You already know what to do. He smiled. I just hope that my results won't be laugh-worthy. She said humbly. It's not overly difficult since you already know the process. The problem is being able to endure it. Just keep it simple. Maintain your Dao heart. As long as it is still around, you can rebuild anything including total destruction. That's essentially the fundamental of cultivation. He said. I appreciate your guidance, young noble. She bowed again before leaving. The others returned after her departure. Fellow Taoist Fan Tian is always so composed. I don't think I can compete with her in the future. Li Zhantian said sentimentally. No need to be unduly humble. Li Qie said, you might have been too hasty at the start but slowly down in the future. Everything is still possible as long as you are determined. Thank you, young noble. Ji Qian was glad to hear this, thinking that he still had a shot of being competitive. Chapter 53-33. Boundless was the largest ocean in Duality World. Rumor has it that it was created by several conquerors and Dao Lords working together. Another account stated that only Apricot Dao Lord alone was the creator since the Dao Lord's grotto was also there. However, this was highly contested by another side stating that this was only the entrance to the grotto. Thus, the Dao Lord wasn't the one who created it. Once the group entered the ocean, they also saw Apricot Grotto from afar, a crescent gulf with white sand. It was as if a moon had fallen into this ocean. There existed an apricot tree in the center with flowers in full bloom. It had grown for so many years so its barks resembled dragon scales. As the sea breezes blew by, petals scattered to the white sand and the blue water, a truly magnificent scene straight out of an eternal painting. Apricot Grotto is absolutely one of the most beautiful places in the world. The flowers here never wither. Li Zhitian commented. If they wither, it would mean that she has passed away. The old servant said. I've heard that Apricot Dao Lord is seriously injured. Is it true? Zhitian asked. Yes. The old servant responded. The Dao Lord tried to infiltrate the depth of Dream Paradise and was repelled, right? Zhitian asked again but garnered no response this time. Apricot Dao Lord was an apex cultivator. Some even said that she was stronger than all things in Sword Sea Dao Lord. She has been absent for a long time because back during her prime, she tried to invade the deepest region of Dream Paradise. This resulted in her being grievously wounded, or so people said. Discover the complete story on Pori.com. Despite these rumors, no one dared to disrespect Apricot Grotto, not even other apex cultivators. If she is still alive, Dream Paradise exercised mercy. Li Qie commented. It's that strong. Zhitian became startled. The world didn't know much about the three illusory realms. Only those living back during the Great Calamity saw their emergence. It can contain worlds. Killing a conqueror or Dao Lord is too easy. Li Qie stared at him and said. He pondered for a moment before asking again, this time in a hushed voice. I heard they came from above. Is it the same place as the guest in Celestial Court? Few talked about the guest in Celestial Court because this was a taboo matter. However, Zhitian couldn't help but ask Li Qie due to his curiosity. Li Qie might actually know the answer. Not from the same place. Li Qie shook his head. Above, yes, but here with different goals. What kind of existence is this guest? Zhitian was far more curious about this being than the illusory realms. After all, his clan was a pillar of Celestial Court and knew more about it than most powers and big shots. Alas, this issue was a forbidden topic. From a place that shouldn't exist. Li Qie stroked his chin and said, the very frontier. The very frontier? Zhitian hasn't heard anything like this before. Came with a goal indeed. The old servant remarked. What kind of goal? Zhitian asked again only to smile wryly at a lack of answer. Of course there was a goal. Hence the reckless journey to this place. Li Qie smiled. Do you know why? Zhitian asked. Li Qie shook his head and gazed into the distance. The mysterious guest didn't belong to this world or this epoch. What was worth taking the potentially fatal journey? Already killed by the Empress and the Alliance, no one will know the answer now. The old servant said. Li Qie chuckled and didn't discuss this matter. They walked on top of the waves and eventually found Gold Sheep Conqueror sitting on top of a large reef. The current here was violent, on the verge of forming a whirlpool. The Conqueror was with 3 peers. The group was drinking and chatting. They saw and welcomed Li Qie's group. These 4 conquerors had unique characteristics. One had a pair of golden curved horns, needing no introduction, Gold Sheep Conqueror. Another had sounds of waves emanating from him as if there was an ocean within. This is Waterwalk Conqueror from 100 Dao. Gold Sheep introduced. The third had a verdant energy, looking young and brimming with energy. Green Vine Conqueror, from Deity Dao. The fourth had an ethereal presence, seemingly made from mist and clouds. God Mist Conqueror of Heaven Burial Dao. God Mist laughed and said, I don't think Heaven Burial Dao exists anymore, I am alone now. Are you not going to Celestial Court to find your progenitor, Heaven Burial Conqueror? Waterwalk Conqueror asked. No, I might be a Heavener but I don't care about these bothersome matters. God Mist shook his head. We came from the lower continents and have problems with each other. But this has nothing to do with our races. Greenvine said. Problems? We were just young and hated each other, that's all. Gold Sheep laughed. Well, we're done drinking, let's get the life betting going. Fellow Taoists, it's nice that you all are here to witness it, unlike the last time. Waterwalk smiled. Chapter 5334. Seniors, why are you doing this? Zhitian couldn't help but ask. Waterwalk and I come from the people. Godmist and Greenvine are part of the race. We'll leave our life to the heaven and see who is lucky. Gold Sheep said. Zhitian didn't know what to say, thinking that these 4 might have been too bored and leisurely. WH. Godmist whistled and the waves surged even more. This was due to a massive creature splitting the sea part. Everyone looked over and saw a ferocious fish with bone spurs gleaming like metal. Its tail and 2 fins were sharp like blades. Rumble! Loud noises came from the creature's mouth. It had countless teeth that were always moving and grinding, capable of crushing anything unlucky enough to fall in. Devil Gear Whale. Zhitian immediately recognized this legendary fish right away. It was immensely rare and could devour dragon lords and conquerors. However, this whale seemed to be familiar with the group and floated above the surface with its mouth open, ready for someone to jump in. Greenvine drew a white line in the middle and took out a weathercock as well. Greenvine and Godmist then stood on one side of the white line with Gold Sheep and Waterwalk standing opposite of them. We did it ourselves before but we have guests now. Brat, sorry for the trouble but place it in the middle when the wind starts in a bit. Greenvine handed the weathercock to Zhitian. Me. Zhitian became anxious. This meant that the lives of these 4 conquerors were in his hand now. Don't be in a hurry to die. I have a question regarding a statue. Li Qie smiled. Explore the extended edition on Poreed.com. Talking about that Heaven's Allure statue? I sold it to Duality Shop. Gold Sheep laughed. Where did it come from? Li Qie asked. That bastard Time Watcher. Gold Sheep answered. Time Watcher Conqueror. Zhitian murmured the title of a famous conqueror who enjoyed fighting and feared no one. Sigh, don't bring him up anymore. We had a great time before and he even participated in our life bets but after seeing Heaven's Allure, he stopped hanging out with us. Godmist shook his head. He used to brag about his romantic exploits back then but now, he's completely lost his mind. Godmist shook his head. I looked for him a long time back, wanting him to join the bet again but he kept on avoiding me, didn't even open the gate. That annoyed me so I stole this statue from his home and sold it to Duality Shop. Gold Sheep revealed. Zhitian and the others exchanged glances, thinking that these conquerors were rather interesting. Where is Time Watcher now? The old servant asked in Li Qie's stead. Don't worry, we are close to Time Watcher. Although we want to kill each other, we are still good friends. Once the bet is finished, the survivors will bring you to him. Greenvine said. I don't know if he will meet you guys since he only cares about these statues now. Gold Sheep said. That's fine. Just bring me to him. It won't be up to him then. Lichie said. Good. Brat, the winds are blowing. Place it in the very center. Greenvine looked up and told Zhitian. The nervous Zhitian listened and placed the weathercock in the center. Whoosh! The wind started blowing and changed the weathercock's arrow direction. Eventually, it stopped and the weathercock pointed in the direction of Gold Sheep and Waterwalk Conqueror. Ha ha ha. Not so lucky this time, go die now. Godmist Conqueror laughed after seeing this. Sigh, we've won 3 rounds before, why not another? Gold Sheep sighed frustratingly. It's fine, we already won 3, it's not a big loss. Waterwalk said. This is how you do a life bet? Zhitian didn't know what to say. Isn't this preferable to fighting to the death? Gold Sheep said. Zhitian wondered if this was true. For powerful conquerors with incredible abilities leaving it up to the wind instead of utilizing their cultivation. They could have made the contest more interesting by actively changing the winds, but they didn't do so either. Not to mention a prestigious conqueror. Even regular people wouldn't treat their life so trivially. Okay, I'll go first. You're in for a tough time with us gone. Gonna have no one to play with. Waterwalk laughed and said. Please, watching you two suffer brings us more joy than anything. Greenvine responded. Suffering can be rather interesting at times. I'm about to die from these boring days anyway. Waterwalk laughed. Old whale, I'm coming. He leaped forward and landed inside the whale's jaws. Boom, boom, boom. He didn't try to stop the gear-like teeth from grinding on his body. Nonetheless, it felt as if they were grinding an unbreakable block of metal. After all, he was still an invincible conqueror. Oh my god! This hurt so much, Godmist didn't put on an act at all. Flesh and blood sprayed as his body was ground to pieces. Zhitian and True Bear felt their heart pounding in shock while witnessing the suicidal act. The pain must be intolerable because he couldn't die that easily given his physical prowess. Ah! Eventually, even his Dao fruits were crushed. I'll be back. They turned into Dao particles and flew toward the horizon. Chapter 53-35. Alright, it's my turn. Gold Sheep Conqueror happily stepped forward. Any last words, old man? Godmist laughed. I have no regrets in life. We'll see what happens. Gold Sheep responded with a smile. He leaped into the whale's jaws, shouting, See ya, old geezers, don't miss us too much and try to enjoy life. Creak! The teeth started grinding against him and blood splashed instantly. Fuck this pain. Gold Sheep bellowed in agony. I told you this before and you laughed at me. Greenvine laughed after seeing this. Ah! Gold Sheep let out one last scream before only the golden horns and the Dao fruits were left intact. Boom! Eventually, even the Dao fruits were crushed and everything was swallowed by the whale. If I don't die, I guess I'll make a lair inside its stomach. Gold Sheep's voice came from within the whale. Now he's going to be miserable for a while. Godmist shrugged, seemingly amused. As for the whale, it let out a loud cry as if satisfied after the feast. After all, it devoured 2 conquerors just now. Their flesh and blood were priceless, enough to keep it nourished for another 1,000,000 years. It made whistling noises, seemingly conversing with Godmist and Greenvine Conqueror. Splash! After saying goodbye, it returned to the ocean floor. Look at how nice it is now. It wasn't like this when it ate me. Greenvine smiled wryly and shook his head. Li Zhitian didn't know what to say. These conquerors were clearly exceptional since despite coming from the lower continents, they still dominated afterward. Now, although the 2 victims were still alive, the recovery process would take an absurdly long period. Top cultivators always cherished their body and Dao fruits while these 4 just casually left their fate to luck. This simply didn't make sense, not even if it was the only chance to avenge their father or some other irreconcilable feud. Throwing away a lifetime of cultivation was unthinkable. It's over. Zhitian murmured. Obviously, not like we're gonna give them a funeral. Godmist laughed. Seems a bit rushed. Zhitian said. Brat, you're probably thinking that we're ridiculous? Greenvine asked. Well. Zhitian had an awkward smile. Theft is never good. Try looking at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. No one escapes death. Godmist said with a smile. But one can live a meaningful life before death. Zhitian said. Not necessarily, since the world is full of the meaningless. Greenvine said, You are immensely talented. I'm sure you believe in having a bright future, that the world needs your radiance. I do not think that highly of myself. Zhitian said. Let's not deny the truth. I felt the same way when I was younger, that the world needed me or the night would be too long. Greenvine said. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Godmist said, Will the world come to an end if someone stomps you to death? Will all the ants in the colony die after losing one member? Of course not. Zhitian said. It's just that he was born in a prestigious clan, destined for greatness. He was different from everyone else and seemingly had a mission in life. Alas, the recent days made him feel as if he was closer to an ant than a hero. Disasters are often caused by talented people. Godmist came over and tapped his shoulder. Greenvine and I are from the race. If I care about it that much, I could take the side of the race and condemn the people as inferior scums. Since I wield incredible power as a conqueror, should I start getting rid of those scums? Well, Zhitian couldn't answer right away. That's why don't worry about missions or destiny or anything. There are dirty secrets hidden behind these missions. Greenvine smiled. Then why did you four do the life bet here? Zhitian asked. The racial conflict is just an excuse. Cultivators such as ourselves have been fighting and will always be fighting. Destruction and killing. What's the point? So we picked a different method instead, leaving it to the villainous heaven. Godmist said. I see. Zhitian contemplated. Top cultivators normally spewed out speeches about how their fate was their own, not the heavens. On the contrary, these powerful cultivators picked the most unreliable method, leaving it to luck, when they had full control over their destiny. We just aren't afraid of death. How about you, would you participate? Godmist said. Zhitian thought that he was not ready to face death. After all, a genius such as himself had so much to live for. Not being afraid of death is courageous and noble. Li Qie finally joined the conversation. One needs to be prepared for this test. Otherwise, when death comes knocking, fear will come as well. Running to avoid death will result in a pathetic life and eventually, depravity. You are right, sir. We had similar sentiments but just didn't put it as succinctly. Godmist said. Although you four have yet to obtain anima, I can see that you have one foot in the door. The path toward everlasting life will open soon enough. Li Qie praised. We aren't trying to force anything. It's fine to die joyously without regrets and animosity. Greenvine shook his head. A Tao path with death as the final destination, that's fine too. Li Qie nodded approvingly. We understand. Godmist and Greenvine bowed in response. Zhitian listened attentively and pondered his own purpose for cultivating. Chapter 5336. Brother Greenvine helps her find Time Watcher. Godmist said, I will let the old geezer's descendants know about their fate. He disappeared from sight after saying this. The idiot is still obsessed with heaven's allure. Greenvine told Li Qie. He won't want to meet anyone. I will just take you to his home and you can take it from there, sir. Perfect. Li Qie smiled. Coincidentally enough, Time Watcher also had his own grotto in Duality World. Greenvine led the group to a place with a broken tree on the ground, looking rather inconspicuous. Open! He shouted and a green wheel of the temporal affinity appeared. Buzz! He continued to rotate it until its gears latched at the right place. Creak! It then opened and formed a door. This is Time Watcher's grotto. I will be taking my leave now. Greenvine had no intention of entering and bowed deeply toward Li Qie before disappearing from sight. Li Qie smiled and entered. The group followed right behind him. They found themselves standing in the blue sky engraved with white clouds. Inside one of them was a magnificent and dazzling palace. They came closer and saw a familiar statue. Heaven's Allure. This looks to be the right place. Zhitian commented. The hall and rooms were filled with resplendent gold and jade. Treasures piled up casually, exuding an incomparable grandeur. In one of the rooms was a tassel-adorned bed with a naked man. He was as handsome as can be and exuded charisma, especially his arrogant and confident smirk. Countless women would fall for him at first sight, loving him with utmost devotion. He had a robust physique with bulging muscles. There seemed to be a dragon within, always ready to rush out. Each inch of his skin had a radiant glow and brimmed with divinity. He was certainly a god among men. The half-naked woman laying beside him was just as exceptional. Words wouldn't do her beauty justice. He held her by the waist and was clearly infatuated by her appearance. "Just like this," he shouted. She touched his muscular chest and could see that he was lost in the moment. Her immaculate hands suddenly turned into numerous thorns, wanting to pierce him. Temporal lightning waves coursed around him automatically and retaliated. Crackle! They invaded the woman and caused her to bellow in pain. The overwhelming lightning surge changed her into something else. A mass of black liquid with sharp teeth and a pair of eyes with numerous pupils. This dreadful form stood in stark contrast to the previous beauty. Seeing it might cause one to scream. "You have to break my Tao first before devouring me." The man smiled charmingly and recalled his lightning current. The creature immediately turned back into the beauty and spoke seductively. "You're too much for me, master." "Good." The man shouted and became more energetic, causing her to scream in pleasure. The two of them fell into a passionate affair. She took advantage of this and tried to pierce him with countless thorns again. Alas, it seemed impossible for her to break through his automatic barrier infused with time and lightning. "Theft is never good, try looking at." "I told you you have to break my Tao first." He didn't seem to mind. Wow, this is some high-level taste, to actually incorporate lightning so masterfully. I have nothing but admiration for you too. Someone suddenly interrupted their session. They looked over and saw that it was none other than Li Chia and his group. Li Chia had a smirk on his face while the old servant had a cold expression, seemingly expecting this scene. Li Zhitian, on the other hand, became startled after seeing the black liquid's transformation. Moreover, a majestic conqueror was actually doing something so unsavory with the creature. No one would believe this story since they held conquerors in such high esteem. "Who are you?" The man sighed and said. On the other hand, the creature had a fierce reaction and gazed intensely at Li Chia. "You're the primal darkness," Li Chia said. "Rah!" It roared and lunged for him. "Stop!" Time Watcher shouted, but it was too late. The thing turned back to its liquid form and wrapped around Li Chia, wanting to devour him. Boom! Li Chia became resplendent and erupted with power. The liquid exploded and splashed everywhere, the wall and the ground. Each of them squirmed and wiggled in the form of tentacles before gathering into one being again. "Run!" Time Watcher shouted. Alas, the primal darkness didn't listen and furiously initiated another attack against Li Chia. 1. This is an archaic term a wife uses to address her husband. Using husband isn't natural and master fits. Chapter 53:37. The primal darkness was ferocious and powerful, utilizing its sharp teeth capable of devouring an entire region. Unfortunately, its opponent was Li Chia, who simply raised his hand to lock the creature. It became helpless and unable to move an inch. Nonetheless, it roared and seemingly despised Li Chia, ready to fight to the death. "I wonder if I should kill you," Li Chia said. "Sir, it had never done anything sinful," Time Watcher begged. Explore the extended edition on Poreed.com. "Is that so?" Li Chia smiled at him before focusing on the primal darkness. "Unfortunately, it is still something that shouldn't exist. Death is inevitable." Pop. Having said that, he slowly made a fist and the primal darkness started breaking down into pieces. It seemed to understand the futility of the situation, so it morphed back into heaven's allure. "Don't look." The old servant protected his mind while warning Li Zhitian. The latter immediately sealed all of his senses and protected his Tao heart. The primal darkness looked gorgeous now. All men would want to embrace and feel its warm and tender figure. "You're hurting me." Its voice could melt the coldest heart. Of course, this couldn't affect Li Chia in the slightest. "I'm not an evil man and will give you a chance. If you somehow have a sliver of light left when I'm done, I will spare you," Li Chia said before channeling Tao light into his palm. This Tao light appeared to be the purest form of this affinity. The concentration in his palm alone surpassed all the other lights in the world combined. It marked the primal darkness, causing it to bellow in pain. It reverted back to its ferocious form while twisting in agony. Smoke oozed from it due to the purification process. It became smaller and smaller as a result. Shouldn't be this weak. Li Qia's brows furrowed. The longer the process went on, the less area it needed to purify. Thus, it actually hastened in the end, so Li Qia had to stop. He left behind some liquid the size of a fingernail. Nonetheless, thorns were still growing from it, seemingly eager to become bigger again. This was the primal darkness' terrifying nature. It couldn't die even when there was only a single strand left. As for Li Qia, he found that something was off because it was unexpectedly weak. I shouldn't be so extreme, but perhaps this warrants it. Li Qia sighed and said, "As I've said, I would have shown mercy if there was some light left in you." Having said that, he raised one finger and summoned 3,000 worlds. This incoming attack could reduce everything down to the smallest particles. The old servant became emotional after seeing this. The finger strike immobilized and made him feel helpless. Li Zhitian naturally was in an even worse state. "Void obliteration," Time Watcher shouted. "Oh, impressive knowledge." Li Qia glanced at him. "I've researched it before." Time Watcher smiled wryly, aware of this attack. The black liquid could sense the power stemming from Li Qia's finger, feeling the threat of demise. Alas, it couldn't move an inch. "Let's try this." This was rather difficult for Li Qia since he had to limit the destruction of this technique. If he were to not hold back given his current power with this move, he would erase a race from the river of time. Thus, he manipulated the technique down to its subtlest variation, aiming to search all aspects of this primal darkness. Pop! The screaming primal darkness was instantly reduced to nothingness after the first contact. Right at this exact moment in a distant realm, a beauty vomited blood and turned pale. "It's coming," she murmured in a daze. By destroying the primal darkness down to nothingness, he also gained more understanding of its origin. "I see. A remarkable achievement." He frowned and said. Meanwhile, the others were shaken by Li Qia's technique, not because of his destructive potential but rather the precision. That technique somehow surpassed time and space, capable of erasing creatures with the same origin regardless of their location. Sigh, hundreds of thousands of years, all down the drain. Time Watcher lamented, "Only saw a bit of success too. How am I going to live now?" "You should put on some clothes first." Li Qia stared at him. The conqueror chuckled and didn't mind being naked at all. Nonetheless, he obliged with the request. After tidying up, he prepared a place for the group to sit and have tea beneath an old pine tree. "Reincarnation Tao is full of perverts like you?" Li Qia took a sip and asked. The others also gave Time Watcher Conqueror gazes of disapproval. 1. This name could change depending on more context. Chapter 5338. Reincarnation Tao in the lower continents had Green Mountain Conqueror, a cannibal. Now, Time Watcher Conqueror was also a sexual deviant. Its progenitor, Blazing Conqueror, was also eccentric. Were all the conquerors from their strange as well? Sigh, what can I do? I long for her. Time Watcher shrugged and wasn't embarrassed. Longing was the reason why you lured the primal darkness? Li Qia chuckled. There doesn't seem to be a better path. Time Watcher said, I want to have another option but there's nothing. Isn't this a good thing though? In the case of success, I would have purified that primal darkness and added another good inhabitant for this world. Such a noble goal I see, not because you want another heaven's allure to yourself at all. Li Qia said. Intent aside, the result could have been a great deed. Time Watcher said, I would have made myself happy and contributed to the overall brightness of the world. To try and romanticize your perversion, it's rather impressive. Li Qia gave him a thumbs up. The old servant and Li Zhitian didn't know what to say either. What Time Watcher did was shameful and disgusting. However, he didn't seem to mind at all, as if nothing in this world could fluster him. To access the premium content, go to. Is Heaven's allure really that irresistible? Zhitian asked. Time Watcher was clearly not the righteous type of conqueror. This meant that he had been with more than his fair share of the ladies. Alas, he still became smitten with Heaven's allure and tried something so reckless. It would have been only a matter of time before he would be consumed by the primal darkness. Sigh, brat. Meeting her means a lifetime of obsession. Time Watcher shook his head. Of course I do not blame her for it, only myself for being arrogant and prideful. I wanted to seduce her and didn't expect to be the one falling into the pit instead. You ignored all the rumors? Li Qie smiled. I thought that they were mere exaggerations and had to give it a shot. Time Watcher smiled wryly. Zhitian understood the past right away. Time Watcher was extremely handsome and charismatic, having great success with the ladies ever since his Dao debut. He had been with saintess and noble queens before. Heaven's Allure was no different, or so he thought. After meeting Heaven's Allure and spending a short time together, he completely lost his composure and mind. Despite being a virtually perfect man, he failed in winning her love. She was more than just a gorgeous bag of flesh, possessing both intelligence and charisma. He couldn't help obsessing about her after the failed courting attempts. Thus, he came up with another plan, using a mythical creature known as the Primal Darkness to create his own Heaven's Allure. He spent immense effort and time, eventually successful in luring the Primal Darkness out of Evil Reborn. He had a special technique to control the Primal Darkness, forcing it to turn into a copy of Heaven's Allure. It took untold effort before the ferocious creature willingly morphed into Heaven's Allure. This was enough for sexual relations but far from his ambitious goal. The creature's destructive instinct couldn't be changed. Nonetheless, he understood its weakness and special characteristics, allowing him to have control over the situation. Unfortunately, it was all over now with Li Qie's appearance. If you play with fire, you'll get burned. Li Qie smiled. I don't really regret it. Time Watcher smiled and said, Heaven's Allure is peerless enough to make me waste my entire life, not a big deal. I like the feeling of having an unreachable pursuit. He said. Really? Zhitian didn't agree with this point of view, thinking that the conqueror's actions were improper and disgraceful. Time Watcher could see the disdain and responded, There is no problem here. I love women and am smitten with one. I am following my heart while not causing trouble to anyone else. Well, Zhitian had no response since he thought that cultivation was a noble path toward everlasting life. This was the way of his clan and many other experts. It's true that anima and everlasting life aren't the only answers to cultivation. Following one's original pursuit is important as well. Li Qie said with a smile. Ah, you do have an open mind, sir. Time Watcher laughed. You have no intention of pursuing everlasting life, senior? Zhitian asked. I have lived plenty already. Everlasting life doesn't change anything. Plus, so what if I were to gain anima? I won't be stronger than everyone else. There are too many even when not counting the ancient emperors and monarchs. Recently, Heaven Burial, Light Dragon, Immensity, Demon, Blessed, and on. They're all brilliant. Time Watcher finished and glanced at the old servant. Too many powerful cultivators out there. The old servant sighed and said, Thus, since I have limited time, I must pursue what I enjoy even if it means dying because of women. Time Watcher happily concluded. Chapter 5339. Zhitian listened and thought that Time Watcher had a point. Why must anima and everlasting life be the end goals of cultivation? This path had no end in sight. Everyone's Tao is different. Having a stopping point is fine. Li Qie said. Indeed, sir. Time Watcher had a wide smile, looking more like a playboy than a conqueror. So what makes you like Heaven's Allure so much? Zhitian remained curious. Time Watcher recalled the time spent with his crush and was visibly happy. She is certainly gorgeous, but there's an intrinsic quality that makes her unforgettable. Spending time with her makes a man forget his ways. She is the ultimate prize in life, I'm sure, yet no one will claim it. What will you do now? Li Qie asked with a smile. What can I do is the question. Time Watcher smiled wryly and said, I have no pursuit in life now since you destroyed the primal darkness. I don't want to do anything now. Not even cultivation? Zhitian asked. I've done that all my life and not much else. My time is limited now and I don't share the same optimism as you for the future. Time Watcher smiled. Zhitian hadn't thought about the future much, but he knew that he was meant for great things. You're old with one foot in the grave. Zhitian is a blooming genius. Of course his future is limitless. Li Qie said. Indeed. Which is why I need to make good use of the little time I have left. Time Watcher said. Well, given your bright future, Perhaps you will be able to enter Celestial Court and see Heaven's allure one day. How come you didn't join Celestial Court to see her more often, senior? Xueqi was curious. Although this question was rather personal, it was indeed logical. Time Watcher should have joined Celestial Court to spend more time with Celestial Court. Perhaps the close distance would make him more successful. Two entirely different matters. Time Watcher said, "Can't have it all in life. I like Heaven's allure but don't want to lick Celestial Court's stinky feet. I am willing to die for her but not bark like a hound for Celestial Court. Men have lines that they can't cross, and plus, if I had become a dog, she wouldn't have respected me anyway." Xueqi had no response. Time Watcher playfully patted his shoulder and said, "Well, a great genius like you need not lick anyone." The young and proper Xueqi turned red after hearing this. He truly had it all since birth. Prestige and talent. Numerous saintesses and princesses were more than willing to be with him. However, allow me to give you one piece of advice. Time Watcher said in a friendly manner, "Since you're ambitious enough to seek anima, don't ever get overconfident if you have the chance to see Heaven's allure. You best protect your Tao heart or you will follow in my footsteps." "I appreciate the guidance, senior." Xueqi could tell that the guy was being sincere. Bang! Bang! A visitor smacked the portal loudly and shouted, "Time Watcher, come out!" The voice was imposing and powerful, clearly coming from a mighty cultivator. Xueqi was surprised because he recognized the voice. "Big bro, is all this commotion necessary?" Time Watcher laughed in response and opened the portal. He had two visitors, an old man wearing a white robe and a clever-looking youth. The former was surprised to see Xueqi and bowed his head. "So you're here too, sir? It's been a while since our last meal." Xueqi smiled. He was the owner of a noodle shop visited by Xueqi and Jun Landu. The youth had worked there as a waiter. "You must have done something and got captured." The old man stared at Time Watcher and said, "Haha, what are you saying? I've always been a good person and never broke any rules." Time Watcher said, "Is that so? Why did I have to save you back at the lower continents then?" The old man retorted, Okay, you got me, no need to say more." Time Watcher gave up. Back in the days before his ascension, Time Watcher had made a lot of enemies due to his carefree attitude and penchant for romance. Thus, he antagonized several dragon lords and emperors, eventually becoming surrounded. The old man had to show up and save him. The happy Time Watcher brought out more teacups for the master-disciple duo. "Big bro, what happened? Who managed to injure the great Hallowed?" Time Watcher finally noticed something. This old man was none other than Hallowed Tao Lord, a renowned cultivator in 8 Decelaces. Search poreed.com for the original. He preferred to keep it low-key in the upper continents, so only a few knew of his illustrious past. "No big deal, I went to fight Supreme and lost." Hallowed responded. "That's still pretty impressive, going toe-to-toe against Supreme." Time Watcher said with admiration. "No need to flatter me in the presence of Sir and this Tao brother," Hallowed said while glancing at the old servant. "I'm just another ant here." The old servant smiled. "I suppose we're all ants in his presence." Time Watcher praised Xueqi again. "So what did you do? There's a reason why you're being so polite." Hallowed asked his close friend. Time Watcher turned red and said, "What are you talking about? Haven't I been pretty good recently?" "Well, I suppose you haven't poked any beehive recently or bothered the ladies." Hallowed said. "Is that really your impression of me?" Hallowed complained. "Yes." Hallowed's expression suddenly became serious. "Is it because of Heaven's allure? I heard some rumors." "That's all in the past, big bro, don't worry. I know better than to cause any trouble." Time Watcher laughed. The two seemed to be close like brothers despite the considerable age gap. Chapter 5340. Well, I certainly hope so since I'm leaving Xiaohu with you. Hallowed smiled and said. Huh. Time Watcher nearly choked after hearing this. "Big bro, what are you saying? I can't train your disciple given my meager skills." He shook his head repeatedly, seemingly panicking. "Big bro, you stand tall as our role model with your hallowed sword Tao. No man can be your equal, so no one can replace you as his master. Yes or no?" Hallowed interrupted him. "Can I say no?" Time Watcher had a pained expression. No, Hallowed uttered coldly. Xiaohu is smart and won't be a burden. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Uncle, I will take care of you. Xiaohu immediately went to work cleaning the palace. No need, no need. Time Watcher felt as if he had been pushed into a pit. Big bro, you know how I am. A playboy such as myself will be surrounded by women. This is a terrible influence on Xiaohu. Then become a good uncle then. Hallowed said, you were proper once while building Reincarnation City. Time Watcher seemed to be on the verge of tears, unable to refuse. Well, what are you trying to do? Why are you entrusting him to me? He thought about something else. Just going to grab a few friends to go make mincemeat out of Supreme. Hallowed said casually. The others exchanged glances. Hallowed seemed to be a friendly old man but once angered. He did not hold back. Let's not be so hasty. Sir and his friends are here, let's just have a chat for a bit. Time Watcher said, wanting to drag the others into the mud. I am not qualified to invite Sir. As for this Dao brother, I'm afraid we have different views. Hallowed bowed in the direction of Li Chia first before staring at the old servant. I'm just a servant who will listen to the master's command. The old servant pretended not to understand. I'm afraid you're no match for Supreme. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. Yes, hence my current injuries. He is indeed exceptional, the pinnacle of the Dragon Lords. Hallowed praised. Your vitality is broken because of the shackles from the bloodline. Fixing them means that there is a path for you toward anima. Li Chia said. You are right, sir, but I'm afraid I won't accomplish this in my lifetime. Hallowed said sentimentally. Hallowed was a sea demon with a curse on his bloodline. Through sheer effort and time, he managed to break the curse, albeit not entirely. Suppressing a forbidden zone for years and years expended his vitality, resulting in him being in a permanently weakened state. This also prevented him from reaching anima. Start over again. Li Chia said. Maybe, but time is not on my side, not to mention the risks. Hallowed was surprised to hear the risky approach. Big bro, this is not the time to risk it all against Supreme. We can still live for a long time to wait for the right moment. Time Watcher interjected. No rush. The old servant said. As for Li Zhitian, he couldn't comment because he came from Heaven Alliance. Even if he wasn't on the side of Supreme, he shouldn't be running his mouth. His provocation will not go unchallenged. Hallowed said with a smile. Seems like the Pact of Blessed is in name only. Time Watcher reflected. With the existence of beings such as Supreme and Illumination who take pride in their race and lineage, the pact will be nullified soon enough. A full-scale war is inevitable. Hallowed sneered. I agree. Time Watcher nodded. Supreme's ambition is to unite the upper continents under the rule of the race. Illumination is just as bad, embarking on a mission of eradicating the race, no different from Celestial Court back then. It's a good thing he was chased out back then, or the situation would be far worse now. Supreme is bound by his ambition, but Illumination is twisted by his desire for vengeance. The farther he goes on this path, the more alienated he is from us. Hallowed said. But there are many who still believe in his approach. Time Watcher chuckled. Illumination garnered many supporters from the people due to his strong stance against the race. However, he had become an extremist in recent years, going as far as branding neutral cultivators as sinners of the people. Later on, Pure Sun Dao Lord and the others managed to force Illumination Conqueror out of Dao Alliance since they were aware of his downward trajectory. The Pact of Blessed came afterward, heralding a peaceful period for both sides. After all, the world was aware of how destructive it was to have a full-scale war between apex cultivators. There will be no peace when Supreme and Illumination are around. The old servant said. That's why you're thinking about killing Supreme, big bro. Time Watcher said, but in order to do that, we have to get help from All Things Group. We can't. All Things is having enough trouble right now due to Illumination's influence. Hallowed shook his head and sighed. Illumination had waited long enough now? Time Watcher had a serious expression. I believe so. He is intending on retaking Dao Alliance in order to start another war. Hallowed nodded. Ridiculous. Li Chia smiled and said. Unfortunately, Illumination will do so because he's a madman. Hallowed said. Seems like Tao Alliance is unstable with illumination around. It will split eventually, and this instability might spread to Imperial Alliance too. The people might go down from internal conflicts first. Time Watcher analyzed. That's why All Things is preoccupied with enemies on all sides. If we want his help, illumination has to be eliminated first. Hallowed said with a wry smile. Ethics and optics prevent it. The old servant commented. Right. Hallowed said, if All Things were to mobilize against illumination now, he'll alienate others and disrupt the overall unity of the people. Supreme will definitely take advantage of that. Convince Supreme to kill illumination. Let the tigers fight it out. Li Qie smiled. It is a good plan, but both of them are smart. They know better than to antagonize each other right now unless there is a clear advantage. Supreme also knows that illumination might be the downfall of Tao Alliance. He will not interfere. Seems like this depends on your determination. Otherwise, it's a situation of being unable to get off the tiger once mounted. Li Qie said. Chapter 5341. Time Watcher laughed and said, Big bro, fine, I'll go with you to deal with Supreme. Let's see who is fiercer. No, you need to take care of Xiao Hu. Hallowed refused. You know, taking care of a child is not my expertise. I will only steer your disciple in the wrong direction. That's too big of a sin for me to handle. Let me go with you. Time Watcher said. Then I won't ask you for help. Hallowed refused right away. Big bro, am I not a capable conqueror? I can take care of at least 3 to 5 enemies. Time Watcher complained, wanting to join the battlefield instead. You wish to die. The old servant spoke to Hallowed. Killing Supreme is easier said than done. It is a suicidal endeavor. Hallowed admitted. As I've said, kill illumination first. Find All Things and Sword Queen, that should be enough. Otherwise, the heart of the people is forever separated. Li Qie casually said. I agree wholeheartedly. Sure, many praised illumination for protecting the people, but that's all in the past. Now, he is misguided and wants to kill all of the race. That's just nonsense. Time Watcher responded, not having the same reservation on the topic as Hallowed or the old servant. Let me be frank, all the disasters in this world are caused by powerful cultivators such as us. Let's not talk about the previous epochs or anything, but after the calamity was relative peace. Celestial Court had to ruin that with devastating wars. How many mortals lost their lives because of us? He said with a bitter smile. It's so meaningless. Must one side be eradicated at all costs? If this is illumination's intention, he is no different from a devil and the people doesn't need him. Hallowed and the others understood this but hesitated on being so vocal. Illumination is certainly the culprit. The same tragedies will start because of him. The old servant said. You are absolutely correct, Tao brother. He is hell-bent on revenge while trying to justify it with numerous excuses. Perhaps he is actually considering himself as a noble protector of the people. Time Watcher clapped in response. Many praised illumination for standing up against Heaven Alliance and the race alone. This stemmed from back when he was a young mortal. His whole family and lover were killed by a member of the race. The exact details eluded future generations. However, a trustworthy account consisted of them being mere casualties from a battle between powerful cultivators. The shockwaves alone must have killed everyone with the exception of the lucky conqueror. During the aftermath, he swore to avenge his loved ones by eradicating the race. He was indeed brilliant, able to reach the top despite his humble background. Nonetheless, his reign caused some of the fiercest battles between the two sides. This only ended with pure Sun Tao Lord's involvement, his banishment, and the Pact of Blessed. Prosperity came during his absence. This only shifted recently with Supreme's rise and the abdication of Principal Conqueror. The Dragon Slayer will become the evil dragon. Li Qie said. That's the perfect way to describe this. Time Watcher agreed. He hasn't thought about how the true culprits are powerful cultivators, not the race. Every one of us here had killed too many innocent mortals. We are heinous villains. Cultivators didn't like to hear this grim truth. Illumination became a cultivator for the sake of vengeance, ignoring all the new victims he created along the path. Yes. The old servant sighed. But have any of us repented? No, I haven't either. Time Watcher smiled. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Our hands might be stained with blood and we have failed to protect the mortals. However, we can stop fighting. I am trying hard to do so. The old servant said. We know of your recent efforts and respect you for it. I can't say the same about my idle and useless self. Time Watcher said. Just protecting your Tao heart is already benefiting the world. Xueqi said. As for becoming protectors and saviors, that's just the process of becoming evil dragons. Everyone thought about Illumination Conqueror after hearing this. He claimed to be the protector of the people and started many wars. Top cultivators suffered grievous losses, let alone mortals. So was he protecting the people or pushing them down the cliff? On the other hand, a playboy such as Time Watcher was far from being a protector. Although he had also killed many during his cultivation quest, he didn't start wars. You are right, sir. Hallowed and the old servant bowed. I suppose we should shift our focus to Illumination first before dealing with Supreme. Otherwise, when Supreme marches an army to Tao Alliance, he would find that it is already broken. Time Watcher concluded. We have to help all things then. Hallowed said. Chapter 5342. Tao brother, have you always advocated coexistence? The old servant told Hallowed. Yes, I agreed with all things proposal back then. Fortunately, Pure Sun Tao Lord stepped in and ended the conflict, so I went to live a simple life. Hallowed said. He was once a pillar of the people and had joined Tao Alliance, agreeing with harmony and peace. He knew that there was no point in fighting wars against the race. Even if Illumination had managed to wipe out the race from the upper two continents, what about the lower continents and the immortal continent? There were immensely powerful cultivators in the latter, meaning the destruction would be out of control. There was no guarantee they would be the victors, but one thing was for certain. Mortals would definitely be massacred. The subsequent Pact of Blessed allowed Hallowed to step back and open a noodle shop to live in peace. That's why Supreme started with you. He's no different from Illumination. Since you had advocated peace, killing you will infuriate the conquerors and Tao lords of the people. They will retaliate by attacking Heaven Alliance and breaking the pact. With that, Supreme would have the perfect clarion call. Time Watcher said. Well, I'm still alive. Hallowed said. Supreme doesn't participate in battles that he isn't confident in winning. The old servant said. Time Watcher and Hallowed had great respect for the old servant, so they took his opinion rather seriously. What does he have up his sleeve? Time Watcher wondered. Unfortunately, due to the old servant's special identity, he didn't elaborate despite not being on Supreme's side. Could be a plan with Divine Alliance. Time Watched continued. Heaven and Divine shall join while the people are still suffering from internal strife. Xueqi said with a smile. Is the people prepared for an actual war? Otherwise, they'll lose during the apex skirmishes. Li Zhitian commented. Right, it is still the battles between the apex cultivators that will decide the outcome. Hallowed agreed. The race has Supreme, Sword Sea Tao Lord, Eternal Conqueror, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror, Principal Conqueror. How will the people stop them? Zhitian asked while staring at the old servant. Time Watcher mused for a bit and answered. The people has all things Sword Queen Dark Frost. Not enough. Hallowed shook his head. And Calamity Tao Lord? Zhitian asked. Calamity is not here. The old servant said. Without Calamity Tao Lord's ultimate defense, no one will be able to stop Immortal Pagoda Conqueror's primordial Tao fruit. Seems like an unfair match. Zhitian commented. The people needs to deal with their internal conflicts as soon as possible before worrying about external enemies. Xueqi smiled. Right, and I'm certain that war is only a matter of time. Hallowed sighed in response. How about Azure Ancestor and Diana Tao Lord? Zhitian asked curiously. They will not participate in the future war since they deem it as foolish. Hallowed shook his head. 4 apex cultivators, we still have Cold Flame Conqueror, Immensity Conqueror, and Apricot Tao Lord. We have to recruit them. Time Watcher said. Cold Flame won't be participating. The old servant said confidently, surprising Time Watcher and Hallowed. Then just those other 2. Time Watcher said. Apricot Dao Lord won't show up either since she has been reclusive since the injury rumors. Hallowed said. Immensity Conqueror is the last one then. If you all have to make a bet, which side will he be on? Time Watcher said. Sir, which side are you on? Hallowed suddenly asked Li Chia. Everyone became startled since they didn't dare to ask Li Chia before. They all knew that if Li Chia were to participate in the upcoming war, he would change the entire balance. Not interested. Li Chia shook his head. The whole distinction between the people and the race is ridiculous. The race has humans and the people has heaveners. Have the three great races never protected this world or harbored weaker humans and demons before? Yes, the Qian and the War Monarch stood on our side against Celestial Court during epic immemorial war. Hallowed agreed. This foolishness stems from confusion. Who started the distinction? Li Chia said. The group exchanged glances and the old servant answered, Celestial Court. There we go. Now, without destroying Celestial Court, you all will never have peace. Li Chia said. Everyone became emotional. Especially Li Zhitian. Heaven Alliance was a part of Celestial Court. Moreover, destroying Celestial Court was akin to destroying the very foundation of the race. Heaveners, humans, whatever, all are inhabitants of this world. Racist prejudices became extreme due to Celestial Court. The so-called protectors are actually the source of disasters. Li Chia said, of course, there are more to it behind the scene. We should gather all apex cultivators to destroy Celestial Court. Count me in this time. Time Watched laughed. They knew that Li Chia was right. Celestial Court was the starter of the racial conflict ever since epic immemorial war. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com. Heaven Alliance might be under the order of Celestial Court in this attempt to break the pact. Illumination Conqueror was merely fanning the flames. In order for the people and the race to live in harmony, we must first eliminate Illumination then Supreme. We change the leader of Heaven and Principal should be in charge of Divine again. Next we have to reinstate the Pact of Blessed. Time Watcher concluded. Chapter 53-43. We've touched on how difficult it is to kill Illumination Conqueror. Zhitian interjected. I am willing to shoulder the infamy for killing Illumination. The problem is that even if the two of us join forces, we might still lose to him. And remember, he's not alone. Time Watcher told Hallowed, it has to be all things or Sword Queen. Sword Queen won't get involved in Dao Alliance's mess. Hallowed shook his head. All things can't do it either because if he kills Illumination, he won't be able to stay as the leader of Dao Alliance. The Dragon Lords and Conquerors native to the 6 continents will not trust him anymore. You're right. Time Watcher admitted. All things came from 8 Desolaces while Dao Alliance was started by Illumination Conqueror. Thus, it wasn't easy for All Things to become the guardian of Dao Alliance. He certainly didn't have all of the upper echelon support. A small number of those native to the 6 continents still viewed him as an outsider, and certainly wouldn't support an expedition against Illumination Conqueror. Therefore, his supporters would primarily consist of those from 8 Desolaces, Sky Sword Dao Lord, Myriad Eye Dao Lord, Rumination Dao Lord. Breaking the uncomfortable balance could be detrimental to All Things. He might actually end up losing his position because Illumination was viewed as a hero by many. If All Things were to kill Illumination, he would become vilified and face enemies from all directions. In fact, some might wonder if he was a hound of Celestial Court. Therefore, despite knowing that he must get rid of Illumination first before dealing with Supreme, he was still shackled by the circumstances. Let's go get Dark Frost to fight Illumination alone while we take care of the others. Once we're done, we'll take Illumination down. Time Watcher enthusiastically suggested. Dark Frost might not want to join this mess. Hallowed shook his head. Top cultivators certainly cared about their reputation and legacy. Killing Illumination might negatively impact both. There is another way. Remove the shackles of your bloodline and replenish your vitality. As long as you do so, you will be able to obtain anima and kill Illumination. Li Chia said with a smile. That might take way too long. Hallowed smiled wryly. Hallowed was extraordinarily gifted during his youth but was limited by his cursed bloodline. Although he overcame this to an extent, it still affected him. Moreover, his valiant effort at suppressing a forbidden zone left him near death. the injuries and negative side effects still remained. Big bro, it is not too late for you to reach the apex. I don't have a chance at all, given my crappy cultivation, so I need you to pick up my slack and give me orders. Time Watcher said. Is that so? Xueqi smiled at him. For the full version, visit poreed.com. I'm afraid my talent and Tao are just mediocre. I cannot reach the apex. Time Watcher humbly smiled. Xueqi wanted to laugh because this wasn't true at all. Time Watcher was a renowned conqueror, a far cry from having mediocre talent and Tao. Your reincarnation branch isn't weak at all. Your problem is a lack of determination and an inability to endure boredom. Otherwise you have a chance of obtaining anima. Xueqi said. Sigh, I've cultivated enough my entire life. If I have to keep on training, 1,000,000 years will pass by in a meaningless manner, no different from being tortured eternally. Time Watcher said. True, it is not for everyone. Xueqi had no problem with this response. When alive, what we should do is to actually live. That's what I am doing right now, enjoying every day while trying to ignore everything else. Time Watcher responded. Xueqi was very interested in this perspective. Time Watcher might be the least ambitious conqueror he had met before. Becoming an apex cultivator required determination and ambition. After reaching this realm, they would try to obtain anima. This didn't seem to be the case for Time Watcher. All I need you to do is watch Xueqi. Hallowed asked again. Big bro, how about this? I go kill Supreme and you take care of Xueqi? Time Watcher really didn't want to be a babysitter. Unacceptable. Hallowed insisted. Boom! Suddenly, a tsunami of power erupted, seemingly wanting to destroy the entire grotto. Which asshole is this? Show yourself. Time Watcher stabilized the grotto, causing it to be radiant. Clank! A gigantic sword manifested into reality and pinned itself on the grotto. An impressive figure appeared while sword hymns resonated loudly. Behind him was an ocean of swords. Immortal Emperor Xueqi. Xueqi shouted. Bastard! Time Watcher gazed intensely at the unwelcomed visitor, who released all 12 heaven's wills and their suffocating pressure. In theory, his title should include the word Heaven Emperor, and not Immortal Emperor. However, he respected his master and the 9 worlds, resulting in a different title classification despite being a heavener from the 13 continents. He had 9 wills in the previous epoch but eventually obtained 3 more. His master was none other than Immortal Emperor Xueqi, an influential leader of Celestial Court. In theory, he could have ascended to the Immortal Continent but he chose to stay to help govern Heaven Alliance instead. Rumble! 8 or so conquerors appeared behind him, ready to capture Time Watcher's grotto. Bringing out the big boys, I see. Time Watcher's eyes flashed brightly. Chapter 53-44. Immortal Emperor Xueqi's group didn't hold back, unleashing their monstrous auras upon Time Watcher Conqueror's home. Here to kill me. Hallowed Tao Lord's eyes released frightening sword rays. Old man, why are you here with so much fanfare? I didn't sleep with your wife nor your daughters. Time Watcher stepped forward and was undaunted. Time Watcher, we are here for Hallowed. Please do not interfere. The Immortal Emperor said with a serious tone. You say please, but where is your invitation card? I only see blades drawn. I spit on your hypocrisy and your master for betraying the people and joining Celestial Court. Time Watcher spat on the ground. Xueqi's expression soured, unable to maintain a calm demeanor. Cultivators at his level were rarely offended by insults, but his beloved master was included as well. It was fine for him to be with Heaven Alliance and Celestial Court. After all, he was a heavener. On the other hand, Immortal Emperor Xueqi came from the 9 worlds and was a part of the people. He even fought against Celestial Court during Immemorial Epic War, but later on, he unexpectedly joined his former enemies. Thus, he was reviled as a traitorous scum and cursed for generations. Time Watcher, choose your words carefully now. Xueqi snorted. Am I wrong here? The whole world knows about it. Why do you care about insults when you and your master have chosen to become hounds? Time Watcher sneered. Humph. Xueqi ignored him and spoke to Hallowed instead. Fellow Taoist, come with us. Don't force us to be rude. Supreme, show yourself if you're here. don't hide in your shell like a turtle. Hallowed laughed. Fellow Taoist, I've always respected you. A majestic figure in another location within Duality World answered. Stars rotated around Supreme's location. Wondrous phenomena accompanied him. Dragons and phoenixes. Despite restraining his power, others still didn't dare to breathe loudly in his presence. He was clad in a silver robe and had his hair draped down the front, exuding an air of elegance. He was undoubtedly handsome during his youth. Now, he still possessed an exquisite appearance. The gleam from his eyes could dissect heaven and earth and slay the gods. Others became startled after he revealed his location. The old servant and the others became serious after spotting Supreme, a dragon lord looming above conquerors and Tao lords. Rumor has it that he was close to being as strong as Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor. What an exciting day with everyone here. Supreme said, finally deciding to act after generations of patience. The old servant's eyes narrowed while Li Jitian didn't say anything. As for Li Chia, he continued sipping his tea. Fellow Taoist Hallowed, would you like to visit Heaven Alliance for a chat? Supreme asked. Discover the complete story on Pori.com. No need. If you want my life, come try to take it. You can bring my corpse back to Heaven Alliance if you're successful. Hallowed refused. You're making this difficult. Fellow Taoist. You attacked me first and broke the Pact of Blessed. Supreme said. Supreme, you don't need to put on this act. We all know your ambition and how little you think of the pact. Enough of this pretension. Just start the fight. Time Watcher said. Rules are rules. Fellow Taoist Hallowed went to Heaven Alliance first. I believe we and the rest of the world deserve an answer for this transgression. Supreme did truly have a transcending air about him, commanding respect. Take my head and you shall have what you want, infuriating Tao Alliance and igniting the next war. Hallowed said with a smile. You have a vivid imagination regarding the future. Fellow Taoist. I still welcome you to Heaven Alliance if you change your mind. Supreme shook his head. Trying to recruit me is a waste of time. Hallowed responded. Then you will have to excuse my rudeness. Supreme's expression became more aggressive while his eyes gleamed menacingly, preparing for battle. Supreme, I don't agree with this. Another dignified voice joined the conversation. Clank! A boundless sword Tao engulfed Duality World, crossing through all three illusory realms. The creator was a middle-aged man whose step created Tao harmonization. Swords manifested into reality and made a path beneath his feet. His pace was meticulous and perfectly identical, resulting in an apogee of laws and orders. He was none other than Sword Sea Tao Lord from 8 Desolaces. Another swordsman trained in one of the 9 Finality Sword Tao just like Hallowed Tao Lord. His vast sea sword Tao made him virtually unbeatable on the 6 continents. He held a high position in Divine Alliance, respected by top cultivators from both sides. Now, he was the new guardian of Divine Alliance after Principal Conqueror's abdication. Chapter 53-45. The 2 behemoths from Heaven and Divine Alliance arrived on the scene, causing everyone else to tremble in fear. Supreme, a dragon that had surged through the azure, showed everyone that dragon lords weren't inferior to the imperial path. His very existence served as a spiritual totem for the dragon lords. After all, they were often overwhelmed by Tao lords and conquerors. Most felt despair at this reality. Supreme changed all of this, still becoming a leader among the top cultivators. Strangely enough, Sword Sea Tao Lord didn't seem to be on Supreme's side. Previously, Divine Alliance wasn't as aggressive as Heaven Alliance. This trended higher under the rule of Principal Conqueror, and Divine became closer to Tao and Imperial Alliance. However, it was still a branch of the race. After Principal Conqueror's abdication, it started becoming friendlier with Heaven Alliance. Supreme came to deal with Hallowed Tao Lord. Thus, Sword Sea Tao Lord should be supporting him right now. We are bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. What is your wise opinion on this, Tao brother? Supreme asked. His charisma has yet to diminish with time. No wise opinion, but I have a strong fate connection to Brother Hallowed. I will be the first to not allow any aggression toward him. Sword Sea got to the point. Since he was the current leader of Divine Alliance, he spoke with confidence while guaranteeing Hallowed's safety. Most wouldn't know of this connection he was referring to. Only those with knowledge of their finality Sword Dao. Sword C, don't forget your current position. Xueqi said menacingly. You need not worry about that because I don't. Sword C, walk on my own path. Sword C answered with a smile, undeterred by external pressure. Others thought that his reputation of being untethered and free was true. He was helping Hallowed, who had a strong relationship with all things Dao Lord. This was definitely going against Divine Alliance's own interest, resulting in dissatisfaction from its high-ranking members. Sword C didn't seem to mind at all. Dao brother, I also am a believer of cause and effect. Henceforth, my feud with fellow Taoist Hallowed is erased. Supreme said decisively, no longer pursuing this matter. Although this was a slap to the face, the changes in circumstances made him change his plan. Supreme, you don't need to be merciful. Hallowed laughed and said, if you don't kill me today, I will kill you in the future. Your decision today affects nothing. Your persistence is worthy of admiration. Supreme said, I'll be waiting for our next fight to the death. Good, a fight to the death next time. Hallowed agreed. How lively, am I too late? Suddenly, a voice brimming with strength sounded. Ripples appeared in space and an old woodcutter appeared. His facial features were clearly defined as if they had been carved from a rock. The light in his eyes shined with an eternal purpose. Li Chia had seen by chance before back in Immortal's Peak. Illumination. Supreme, Hallowed, and Sword C frowned ever so slightly after seeing him. Another apex cultivator had joined the fun, the founder of Dao Alliance and the progenitor of Azure School. This mortal who came from a humble family managed to become a real threat to the race. As his Dao progressed, so did his kill count of those from the race. Because of his insistence on fighting Heaven Alliance during his prime, he became a hero for the people. Some Dao lords and conquerors chose to follow him in order to fight against their mortal enemies. This culminated in the creation of Dao Alliance, a way for the people to defend themselves. Unfortunately, Illumination started becoming more extreme, going as far as persecuting those who didn't support him. Internal strife started within the people and even dragged the race in with it. This was the start of the conflict known as Emperor War. The casualties were high enough for people to call it a second immemorial epic war. Chapter 53-46. Illumination Conqueror started Azure School after losing Emperor War. He lived reclusively for a long period before starting to appear again in recent times. This worried many top cultivators since history could repeat itself. Opinions toward him were divisive with one exception. None doubted his strength. We meet again, gentlemen. Illumination said with a smile. Illumination, you are as stubborn as a haunting specter. Sword C glared coldly at him. Untrue, since I always operate in broad daylight. Illumination responded. True, hence your unsavory reputation. Sword C sneered. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. I can't compete with you when it comes to having a bad reputation. Illumination retorted. It was obvious that these two did not like each other. The gleam in Sword C's eyes told everyone that he wanted to fight. One slash from him could tear the world asunder. Illumination, feel free to call me a traitor directly. Sword C said, I don't care about races, only my own Dao. I cut whoever blocks my path, which was why I raised my sword against you. Meanwhile, more and more spectators in Duality came to observe this potential skirmish between apex cultivators. It was no secret that Sword C Dao Lord joined Dao Alliance after ascending from 8 Desolaces. However, he joined Divine Alliance during Emperor War. Many from the people considered this a traitorous move. They didn't understand the reason for his betrayal but certainly didn't forgive him for it. On the other hand, Sword C didn't care for public opinion and only focused on his own Dao. In his eyes, both the race and the people were the same. He only chose the side that was more suitable for him. If this were to change with Divine Alliance, he would have no qualms about leaving. I'm afraid you have forgotten your initial purpose. This will cause stagnation in your Dao. Illumination said. My purpose is the Dao itself. I came from 8 Desolaces and had no problem with the race. Nonetheless, I pity you for being devoured by your own vengeance and becoming its puppet. Sword C retorted. Listeners took a deep breath because few in this world would dare to talk to Illumination Conqueror like this. Some thought that Xueqi was completely right. This included some big shots from the people since they still remembered how tyrannical Illumination Conqueror became during Emperor War. Well said. Time Watcher laughed and said, "The two people I despise the most are here right now, Illumination and Supreme. One is blinded by hatred while the other doesn't know when to stop. I'm sure the world will be a better place without you two. I do what I must to strengthen my race." Supreme smiled, unoffended by the comment. "My pursuit is to destroy Heaven Alliance and eradicate the race." Illumination declared. "Bah! Don't try to sound grandiose now. Illumination, your life has been controlled by hatred and a fear of not knowing what to do outside of vying for vengeance. As for you, Supreme, you only want to establish an eternal mark on history. Your talk of noble aspirations and righteousness is just a way to hide your ugly vanity." Time Watcher sneered. "How pitiful, so strong yet can't even face the truth of who you are. I do agree with one line, that this world will be a better place without you two." Hallowed remarked. "Since you're both here right now, why not kill each other, the biggest obstacle to your goal?" Time Watcher laughed. "That's not a bad idea at all. Strengthening the race and destroying Heaven Alliance, now is the best chance." Lichia took a sip of tea and added, "All eyes were on Illumination and Supreme now. Since these two were here, why not settle it once and for all? I will entertain you, Illumination, if you wish to fight." Supreme appeared elegant and dignified while standing alone in space. Using the word elegance to describe a man seemed unfitting. However, it was just right for Supreme. He might be the only Dragon Lord who would dare to challenge Illumination, a conqueror who had killed countless top cultivators from the race. In fact, this surprised everyone, including Time Watcher, who tried to egg them on. None expected Supreme to actually challenge Illumination right now. The spotlight fell upon Illumination. Would he accept the direct challenge? "I see that you wish to fight me, Supreme. However, my plan does not stop at you alone." Illumination said with a smile. "What is your plan then? Do tell, since everyone is here." Time Watcher was interested to hear the answer. Chapter 5347. How about killing everyone here? Illumination spoke with a mysterious smile. This immediately surprised everyone since they heard him clearly. That's a bold statement to make. Xueqi stared at him intensely. Someone of his status wouldn't bluster to this level. The old servant and the others also paid careful attention to Illumination, preparing for the worst. How could Illumination alone kill everyone here? Spectators thought that it was impossible given the field. Supreme and Xueqi were just as strong. Moreover, Heaven Alliance had more conquerors and Tao Lords present as well, on top of immortal Emperor Xueqi. Illumination, I hope you have an army behind you or some monstrous ace cards in order to kill all of us. Time Watcher was curious like the rest. No one thought that Illumination would be able to defeat all of them. If he were in possession of such power, he wouldn't have been chased out of Tao Alliance previously. "Just me alone." Illumination gazed at the group. "Make your move then." Hallowed Tao Lord channeled his power and soared Tao. He wanted to kill Illumination and pave the road for solidarity. Despite knowing the odds, no one dared to take Illumination lightly. They all channeled their defensive barriers while thinking of attacking him without holding back. "I apologize for what comes next." Illumination's eyes flashed brightly as he summoned a badge and shouted, "Heed my wish, destroy everything here." The enigmatic and ancient rune of the word command on the order became resplendent. A dream immortal order. Everyone's expression soured. Spectators from a distance started running. However, some shook their head and said, "Running is useless, this is Duality World." Buzz. After making his wish, the badge turned into the shape of an eye. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Light gathered into that single point and the eye collapsed from his grasp. Darkness descended as if there was a gigantic palm looming above everyone. "It's activated, shit!" A big shot shouted in horror. "The bastard's really trying to kill us too." Another cursed. The particular badge came from Dream Paradise. Rumor has it that there were only 5 badges in existence. The owner of the badge could make a wish in Dream Paradise and it would come true. whether it be obtaining a supreme merit law or anything else within its territorial constraint. Not even an apex conqueror could resist its power. According to the legend, the renowned Calamity Dao Lord was trapped inside Dream Paradise despite having the ultimate defense. His fate remained unknown. Since Duality World stretched across all three realms, it was considered inside Dream Paradise. Boom! A flood of invisible power stopped everyone from leaving. Even the fastest cultivator capable of leaping through dimensions couldn't be able to escape. Dream Paradise had fully closed this area. There seemed to be immortals from above. Everything beneath felt insignificant in comparison. Resistance was futile even for apex cultivators. Is this it? The big shots bellowed in astonishment. Time Watcher and the others channeled their power and Grand Tao. Hallowed unleashed a sacred slash capable of illuminating the world. Time Watched summoned a wheel of time and tried to hide himself in the reincarnation cycle. Immortal Emperor Xueqi summoned all 12 wills. They spread behind him like a peacock's tail. Alas, this couldn't contend against the power of Dream Paradise. Illumination, you can't do this. The neutral crowd members from the people roared furiously. Heed my wish. Nullify the previous command. During this perilous moment, Supreme shouted and took out another dream order. Chapter 5348. The badge in Supreme's hand became resplendent as well, also turning into an immortal eye. It collapsed and fell out of his palm, signifying the acceptance of the wish. Rumble! The darkness suddenly receded along with the suppressive power. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, feeling as if they had just survived a fatal disaster. That power just now would have killed everyone, including Supreme and Sword Sea Dao Lord. Fortunately, Supreme traded his own badge in order to nullify Illumination's wish. This novel is available on poread.com. The rumor was true. Heaven Alliance really had an immortal order. Someone wiped the sweat off their forehead while murmuring. In this split second, Illumination immediately tried to flee from Duality World. Otherwise, he would be surrounded and killed by the enraged crowd. He didn't only try to kill Supreme and the enemies just now but also those from the people such as Hallowed and Time Watcher, even the neutral spectators. Pop! 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 Li Chia appeared out of nowhere and slapped him several times while criticizing, "You fool!" Despite Illumination's lifetime of dominance and a defense only breakable by other apex cultivators, he couldn't do anything against the slap and had to take it like an obedient child. Pop! He got slapped a dozen times or so, losing many teeth in the process. His cheeks became swollen and his lips bloodied. This was a new low for him, but this was not the time to care about face. After Li Chia was finished, he immediately ran out of Duality World, leaving behind astounded spectators. Although he had lost before and was forced into seclusion, it didn't come close to this level of humiliation. The asshole deserved it. Time Watcher regained his wits and started clapping. Everyone in Duality World wished to kill Illumination Conqueror for his extreme act just now and had no problem with Time Watcher's foul language. Of course, some were still shaken by Li Chia's power. They didn't know who he was and thought that no one would believe this story. Sir Dao brother. Sword Sea Dao Lord slightly bowed in the direction of Li Chia and the old servant before leaving. Farewell, everyone. Supreme also disappeared from sight. Immortal Emperor Xueqi and the others retreated as well. Next came the neutral spectators. They had to leave in order to digest the series of events just now. Illumination Conqueror attempting to kill everyone was shocking enough. However, his being slapped by an unknown cultivator shook them to the core. With everyone gone, Time Watcher sealed his grotto again. The upper continents will not have peace with Illumination around, he said strongly. As a playboy, he preferred loving rather than fighting. Alas, he still wanted to kill Illumination. The people cannot be united as long as he is alive. Hallowed agreed, no longer focusing on Supreme. What is your opinion, sir? He asked Li Chia. Do it if you can. Li Chia smiled. Will you help us, sir? Time Watcher shamelessly asked. I'm not interested in being involved. Li Chia took a sip and said. In reality, they already knew the answer since Li Chia only slapped Illumination and didn't kill him. Those who walk on the right path will receive help from all sides while the reverse is true. Illumination Conqueror's extremist actions won't win him any fans. He'll be abandoned soon enough. Li Zhitian said. I'm afraid Tao Alliance can't wait that long. The old servant said. Yes, I think Divine and Heaven Alliance will band together soon enough. No one is caring about the Pact of Blessed either. Hallowed nodded in agreement. I don't blame them because Illumination Conqueror was the one who tore the pact. If an Apex Cultivator doesn't care, others won't either. Time Watcher said. This might have been part of Supreme's plan. Zhitian murmured. Yes, his dream order was well spent. Since Illumination attacked first, now he has justifications to attack Tao Alliance, whether it be in terms of justice or personal retribution. I don't think Illumination minds either because all things will be under more pressure. He will be taking advantage of this escalation somehow. Time Watcher sneered. Chaos is coming. We must be getting ready. The old servant said. Don't you mean your clan should be getting ready? Time Watcher stared at him. Chapter 53-49. The old servant took a deep breath and bowed toward Li Chia. Master, may I take leave temporarily? I wish to return home and see my family. His clan was mighty and had produced numerous conquerors. Time was changing with the pact nullified. This meant that war could break out at any moment between the two sides. Either Supreme or Illumination could be the first to make a move. They had garnered enough followers to cause considerable damage to the upper continents. Moreover, neutrality was most likely not an option. To access the premium content, go to. At that point, which side would his clan pick? Of course, he himself knew that this wasn't the crucial matter. Standing on Li Chia's side was the right choice. That's the only way for his clan to survive and prosper. Thus, his return was warranted to warn his fellow clan members from doing foolish matters during the incoming war. Go! Li Chia smiled at him and waved. He bowed again before telling the rest. Next time, gentlemen. Li Zhitian also wanted to leave since he shared the same issue with his own clan. In fact, it might be in a worse situation because they were on the side of Heaven Alliance and Celestial Court. This has been the case since its foundation. Therefore, would Imperial support Heaven Alliance or stay neutral? The latter wasn't so simple. Furthermore, he didn't hold the same authority. The old man's words were law, so he was in charge of his clan's fate. Although Zhitian was a supreme genius with 12 sacred fruits, he didn't have actual decision-making power. Nonetheless, he made up his mind to not let the clan be involved in the war. Young noble, I will have to leave now. I won't be as distracted next time and will serve you better. Zhitian bowed and said humbly. He understood that serving Li Chia was a great fortune. Others coveted this opportunity but didn't have the same luck. It's fine. Li Chia nodded and smiled. After Zhitian's departure, Time Watcher smiled and said, Those from the Lu and the Li are rather wise. Of course, they hope for peace between the two sides. After all, if one side could actually win, it would have done it a long time ago. Hallowed responded. Meanwhile, Xiaohu, who has been serving them tea, finally spoke. Young noble, you don't have anyone to serve you right now. Will you allow this lowly one the honor? Li Chia chuckled after hearing this. Time Watcher clapped and said, What a smart boy, abandoning my old bones and sucking up to a bigger mountain right away. Junior uncle, I do not dare to bother you since you are too busy. Xiaohu said while still serving the group tea. This is a great idea. I don't have to worry if the young noble takes you in. Time Watcher laughed. Look, this is Xiaohu's decision, not mine. I can go with you to Tao Alliance now to gather a crew for killing Illumination. He told Hallowed. Very well. Hallowed agreed this time and bowed toward Li Chia. Young noble, I entrust him to you. Having said that, the two ran away instantly without waiting for Li Chia's answer. Young noble, I'll be a better host next time. Time Watcher's voice echoed back. Only Li Chia and Xiao who were left in the grotto. The latter didn't mind and still calmly served Li Chia. Got any plan? Li Chia asked. I haven't thought about it. Xiaohu took a moment before answering. Want to become a conqueror? Li Chia asked. I haven't thought about cultivation too much. I only wanted to stay with my master and take care of him. He saved me from starving to death when I was an orphan. Xiaohu said. A heart full of filial piety and gratitude. Li Chia praised. What would you like to do if your master is no longer around? Xiaohu took his time contemplating before answering. I enjoyed our time in the noodle shop, working and cultivating just a little. Can't ask for more than those peaceful days. Do you want to become someone like him? Xueqi asked. Well, Xiaohu scratched his head and said, not really. He's tired because he can't let go despite trying. Yes, and people don't have to follow the path of their predecessors. Xueqi said, I'm walking a different path right now by following you, young noble. Xiaohu answered right away. After following his master for so long, he understood that Halo didn't want him to be involved in the war. Despite being strong for his age, he had no chance of surviving a conflict between conquerors and Dao lords. This was the reason why Halo tried to entrust him to Time Watcher. Now, Xueqi was an even better choice. Xiaohu didn't want to let his master down, and plus, this was certainly an honor. Boom! Suddenly, a loud explosion caused Dream Paradise to shake, the same for Duality World. An immortal light with an eternal power lit up the entire world, seemingly paving a magical path across Duality World. Chapter 5350. The light seemed to be attracted by something. Numerous rays and particles gathered together to form a maelstrom within Dream Paradise. It twisted and turned before taking the final form of an abyss, seemingly splitting Dream Paradise into two halves and leaving an indelible scar. Dream Abyss is opening. Everyone became interested in this event, whether it be regular or apex cultivators. Shall I be the one this time? A mighty conqueror gazed at the abyss and murmured, there will be Anima Dream Water. A peerless dragon lord became impatient. The older cultivators that have reached a bottleneck felt their heart beating faster. Perhaps I can reconstruct my Dao, one of them whispered. Hold your horses, everyone. Dream Abyss isn't a nice place for a vacation. One mistake and there's no returning. A top cultivator told his friends. We must go either way. Another in his group insisted. Many dragon lords, conquerors, and Dao lords began leaving their grotto, heading for the abyss. This is my last chance. A dragon lord who was stuck in his current realm fantasized. Dream Abyss. Xiaohu was startled to see the opening of the abyss. You want to go? Xueqi smiled. My master rambled on and on about it before. He doesn't ask for much, but I know he wouldn't mind a bottle of Anima Dream Water. His bottleneck is too serious for normal cultivation. Xiaohu smiled wryly while scratching his head. Has he been there before? Xueqi asked. He said that it has to do with fortune and fate. Even if he were to find it, he might not be able to grasp it either. Plus, he's not one to believe in utilizing external help for cultivation. Xiaohu said. He's not wrong. Cultivation relies on the heart and mind. If he keeps on trying, he'll break through eventually. Xueqi said. But Sword Sea Dao Lord and the others have obtained anima. Xiaohu said, my master is not inferior to them, whether it be his talent or Dao heart. He always trained as well but still couldn't move on. Having said that, he lowered his voice and said, do you know that he is training with a heavenly scripture too? One of the 9 Dao of Finality Sword. He even ascended to the upper continents before Sword Sea Dao Lord. Hallowed Dao Lord ascended earlier but was eventually surpassed by Sword Sea and Dark Frost Dao Lord. Today, Sword Sea was the guardian of Divine Alliance while Dark Frost was renowned as a mighty cultivator. Xiaohu didn't care for his master being weaker and only worried about the potential complications resulting from his Dao stagnation. He has to fully erase the shackles of his bloodline. Otherwise it would take a long time for him to break through. Xueqi said. Would the dream water be helpful in this case? Will it allow him to obtain anima? Xiaohu asked. So that's why you want to go to the abyss? Xueqi asked. Young noble, you think too highly of me. Even if I were to be suicidal enough to go to the abyss, how can I ever hope to obtain the dream water given my meager skills? I cannot compete against the seniors and will only make my master mourn my death. I do not want to become a sinner. Xiaohu said. You're right. Xueqi smiled. Master said that Apricot Dao Lord, an apex cultivator, forcefully delved into the abyss and only came back with grievous injuries. She still is recovering right now. Xiaohu said. And then there was Calamity Dao Lord as well. Have you heard about his ultimate defense? I think he's still trapped there, so although I really want to get him some dream water, I know my limits. Self-awareness is a virtue. Li Qie smiled. Okay, we'll be going to the abyss. Xiao Hu became startled before happily exclaiming, Really? Of course. Li Qie stretched and said, I don't think you care for the dream water, right, young noble? Xiao Hu asked. Right. I'm going to see an old friend. Li Qie glanced at the abyss and said, An old friend in the abyss? Xiao Hu whispered. People actually stay there? What do you think the abyss is? Li Qie asked. From what I've heard, the three illusory realms seem to be different dimensions. I am unsure if they are dreams or actual realities with living beings. Xiao Hu answered. Yes, different dimensions. Li Qie said. I know. You're going to see the Lord of Dream Paradise. Xiao Hu blurted out. Correct, I got some business to take care of. Li Qie smiled. The Lord of Dream Paradise. Xiao Hu tried to imagine this entity. His master was one of the strongest cultivators in the world. He and his peers had created grottos in these boundless and mystical illusory realms. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The Master of Dream Paradise must be on a higher level compared to apex cultivators. So there are dream immortal orders. The Lord must be an immortal. Xiao Hu asked with curiosity. Immortals don't exist. Li Qie said. But Master told me that some have obtained immortality. Isn't that the final path for Tao Lord and Conqueror? You don't consider them immortals? Xiao Hu asked. In his mind, anyone on the path with anima had a chance of becoming immortal in the future. Chapter 53-51. If there are immortals, this world will cease to exist. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Why is that? Xiao Hu became surprised. Why can't they coexist? You will understand one day after reaching a certain height. Li Qie said. I see. Xiao Hu still didn't understand. Off to Dream Abyss we go. Li Qie started walking and the youth hurried to catch up. Dream Abyss was one of the most magical areas in the three illusory realms. Some believed that this was the real dream paradise. The rest were mere borders. Rumor has it that the deepest region of Dream Abyss was the home to an immortal. Of course, top cultivators didn't think so. Nonetheless, they knew that there was a supreme fortune there capable of taking them to the next height. Anima or the path toward immortality. Moreover, the area also had a unique and coveted product, Anima Dream Water. Therefore, reclusive dragon lords and conquerors always came out of their training to visit the abyss when possible. When Li Qie and Xiao Hu came to the entrance, they saw big shots everywhere. Surprisingly enough, the place wasn't frightening despite being called an abyss. Chaos true energy slowly poured down a radiant opening. Wondrous lights flashed everywhere, looking like particles and lamps capable of guiding people in their dreams to the right destination. This created the scene of a great cosmos. Entering the abyss felt the same as entering one's dream with endless possibilities. I'm jumping! Someone shouted, either to muster enough courage to move forward or to let his friends and families know that he might not be coming back. He descended like a shooting star and disappeared from sight. Stabilize and protect your mind first. A big shot told her disciples, do not forget the way. Having said that, she closed her eyes and jumped down. The rest of the juniors did the same. Are we jumping too? Xiao Hu took one step back while staring at the massive abyss. Scared? Li Qie asked with a smile. A little. Master talked about needing absolute concentration to protect the Tao heart. That's how to remember that we're just in a dream and must wake up. Otherwise, we won't even make it past the entrance. Xiao Hu turned red but still obediently answered. That is correct. This is a dream, so if intruders can't wake up, they'll fall into an eternal slumber. Li Qie said. Xiao Hu took a deep breath to calm down and muster courage. Are you going to jump? Li Qie asked. Yes, I will definitely be able to do it. He nodded solemnly. Good, then we're going. Li Qie smiled but gave the youth more time to prepare. Xiao Hu stared at the bottomless abyss and removed all mental impurities and unnecessary thoughts. He then leaped into the abyss with Li Qie following right behind him. The moment they jumped in, everything in front of them became blurry as if they were surrounded by clouds and mists. Next was an expanse of colorful lights and energies, something akin to an immortal paradise. Its size was unimaginable and contained everything possible under the heaven: mysteries of the Tao, the firmaments, and endless cycles. The most amazing thing was what could only be described as the source of all life, a primordial chaos capable of gestating various entities. Derivations and possibilities were in abundance. Li Qie himself saw a great army standing before him consisting of countless emperors and monarchs, ready to carry out his bidding. He raised his sword at the high heaven, the ultimate opponent harboring the unfathomable secrets of immortality. Even the strongest cultivator would have to look up at this wondrous sight. Nonetheless, he was sure that this ultimate being would still fall beneath the march of his cavalry, prepped for the final blow from him. He was destined to surpass the heaven and become something greater than immortals. His radiant emperors and followers spread out across the realms, unafraid of the darkness and its overlords. They built magnificent palaces and fortresses in preparation for the final battle. The only thing left was awaiting Li Qie's command. Everything was within his grasp and absolute control, whether it be the past, present, or the future. Victory against the high heaven was certain, and he would become eternal. Li Qie smiled after witnessing this and shook his head. Unfortunately, you do not understand me. I've never thought about replacing the villainous heaven or what's above. I seek but an answer. With that, everything became dark and unstable, on the verge of collapsing. A quick look at bit.ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. And plus, if I were to play along with this dream, would it be able to accommodate my ambition? No, this entire realm will fall. If he were to let his ambition run rampant, this entire realm would collapse, unable to derive the future resulting from it. Chapter 53-52. Buzz. Li Qie exited the dream realm. Although he didn't forcefully leave, the dream itself receded like the tides. As he had said, Dream Abyss might be unfathomable, but it couldn't accommodate his dreams. It wouldn't be an issue of him being unable to wake up. The entire thing would collapse beforehand. His dreams have surpassed the limits of Dream Abyss. Thus, he started falling naturally like a feather without using any movement merit law. He wasn't the only one capable of this simple descent. Top cultivators utilized their power and strong Tao heart to wake up from their dreams. The weaker cultivators, especially the juniors, continued to be engulfed by the dreams. They would need external help from their fellow sect members to regain their sanity. Ah! Screams could be heard as some cultivators smashed the ground, only waking up at the very last second to let out one last cry. A quick look at tineural.com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. Bam! Some dead victims were fortunate enough to not wake up at all, still drowning in their beautiful dreams before death. This wasn't a bad end at all, since they got to experience their desires without awareness of the grim reality. As Li Qie floated downward, he matched his speed with Xiaohu and took a look at the youth. At first, Xiaohu had a smile on his face, clearly enjoying the beautiful dreams. Nonetheless, as the beloved disciple of a Tao Lord who trained him meticulously, he eventually realized that it was time to leave the dreams. His expression became conflicted as he clenched his teeth. His body writhed back and forth. Alas, the dream didn't want to let him go. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and his complexion became red. He looked as if he was shouldering a million mountains. Ah! Eventually, he didn't let down his master and returned to reality. Am I still dreaming? The youth, still drenched in sweat, stared at Li Qie in disbelief. Congratulations, you have passed the trial and will have a bright future if you can keep this up. Li Qie smiled. Great, that's great. He was ecstatic to hear this. The struggle to wake up was far from easy. It felt as if he had crossed through an entire ocean and climbed countless peaks. One couldn't imagine the pain without having experienced it. During their descent, they saw more victims being pulverized from the fall and heard screams everywhere. Once they landed, Li Qie asked Xiaohu, "What did you see in your dreams?" Xiaohu was embarrassed but still told the truth. "I saw a lot, like living numerous lifetimes. I followed my master and he managed to break through to find anima. Our journey was endless and we were so happy. I was with him when he became an immortal." I see. Li Qie said. Well, I traveled a lot when I was younger to look for food, but after I met master, I've never left his side. Xiaohu said. Don't you want to embark on a journey to become a conqueror? Li Qie asked. I'm content just being with Master. Xiaohu scratched his head and said. Such childlike innocence is rare. Li Qie patted his shoulder and said, but haven't you thought about how your master will become stronger and you won't be able to catch up? He can't stop and wait for you forever. You'll become a burden at that point. Xiaohu froze since he hadn't thought that deeply regarding the future. A light started flashing in his mind as he realized this predicament, being too weak compared to his master. This had already happened since he was too weak to accompany his master in his quest to kill Supreme. His master worried about his well-being and entrusted him to Time Watcher Conqueror. The enlightened youth took a deep breath and bowed toward Li Qie. Young noble, thank you for letting me know what I must do. I will try my best to not hinder master's pace in the future. Li Qie smiled approvingly and didn't say anything else. In fact, it would be amazing for him to be able to follow Hallowed Tao Lord. After all, although the latter wasn't the strongest cultivator right now, he still had an illustrious past in 8 Desolaces. The two made it to a large river that blocked everyone's path. There was no end in sight, only fog and mist obscuring visibility. The water surged violently and was turbid, looking like that of the Yellow River. There seemed to be countless wailing specters being dragged by the currents toward the unknown. The whales naturally frightened first-timers. Of course, some big shots didn't worry because they were confident in their own abilities and flying treasures. Chapter 53-53. Some confidently soared through the river using their flying techniques or treasures. Alas, loud splashes occurred every single time. The specters in the river immediately pulled them down. Some struggled and tried to break free. In theory, powerful cultivators couldn't die from drowning, but the specters insisted on pulling them to the bottom. Eventually, they disappeared from sight and the struggling stopped. So suicidal. Some dragon lords sneered after seeing the arrogant fools flying to their deaths. How do we get by this river? Xiaohu was afraid after seeing the first wave of casualties. They were all considerably stronger than him. Follow the crowd, you'll see. Li Qie gave him a pointer. Xiaohu looked around and saw some famous dragon lords walking along the shore, seemingly looking for something. He hurriedly followed them upstream as well. It didn't take long before they stopped before a ferry. Ancestors and dragon lords departed on boats made of paper thin enough to be poked through with a slight touch. It didn't make sense that these paper boats could withstand the violent waves, not to mention the ferocious specters. Nonetheless, floating safely across the river was possible with them. They came from an old woman sitting on the ferry. Her old dress was tattered, revealing her bark-like skin. In fact, there were roots growing from her feet, but they didn't offer enough support. A walking stick supported her entire body. She would topple over without it. She had sunken cheeks and her eyes were tiny and listless. One would think that she didn't have eyes at first glance. Dream Matron. A dragon lord recognized her. Hello, little one, come over here. Let me read your palm and dream. She waved and smiled at anyone who came close. However, her friendly smile still gave off a creepy vibe. Thus, the youth didn't want to approach. You have to let Dream Matron take a look at your palm and dream if you want to cross this river. A senior told him. The youth had no choice but to come closer and present his palm. Her empty eyes flashed while taking a look at it. Not a bad dream, little one. Do you want to cross? A dream for a paper boat. It will grant you safe passage. She laughed and said. The youth hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing to the transaction. Her eyes became as bright as the stars and surprised spectators. Something seemed to be fueling them. The youth shuddered as if a cold breeze had just passed by. He turned pale but didn't feel any other adverse effect. She took a small paper boat out of nowhere and said, Little one, drop it on the water and it'll help you cross the river. The youth accepted it and followed her direction. Once the miniature boat touched the water, it immediately became rideable. He jumped on it and rode the current to the other side. Dream Matron, I wish to trade a dream for a boat. A one-fruit conqueror came over and requested. She took a look at his palm and said, That's a conqueror for you, capable of creating a dream so quickly. Fine, it's a deal. Her eyes became enchantingly resplendent like the stars once more and made everyone forget about her ugly and frightening features. The conqueror felt a breeze blowing by as well after the trade. He obtained a boat and set out on the journey. I want a paper boat. An old ancestor came over and offered his palm for her to read. She took a look and said, "There's no dream for the near dead. Go away now." A quick look at Tinural. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. The ancestor turned red and still didn't give up. He channeled his merit laws and impressive vitality, wanting to create a dream. Take a look again. He requested. Stand aside, you're not strong enough to create a dream. She shook her head. The ancestor had no choice but to leave with his head hanging dejectedly. He couldn't do the same as the conqueror, so the only method left was to ride a boat with someone else. She's trading for dreams? Xiao Hu observed the big shots make the trade. For food and nourishment, it's a good trade. Li Qie said. What happens to those who trade their dreams? Xiao Hu asked and didn't think that it was a big deal. After all, everyone had plenty of dreams. Conquerors could even create them. This varies greatly depending on fortune and strength. Li Qie patiently explained, some lose their dream and will never dream again, while powerful conquerors can create dreams out of thin air. Brat, come over here. Let me see your palm in exchange for a boat. Dream Matron waved her hand since it was Xiao Hu's turn. The naive youth listened and came over. However, Li Qie pulled him back. We won't be able to cross without a paper boat. Xiao Hu said in confusion. Of course, he didn't understand the significance of losing his dream due to his naive innocence. Chapter 53-54. As I've said, it's different depending on the individual. Your dream is a delicious feast to her, while those with impure thoughts only offer a barely acceptable meal. It's a terrible trade for you. Li Qie said. Dreams differ in quality? Xiao Hu asked. One could go to bed and dream only to wake up and forget everything the next day. Dreams didn't matter that much. They were intangible and useless, while the paper boat was definitely helpful. What is your dream? Li Qie asked. Spending time with my master. Xiao Hu said without needing to think twice. Dreams during sleep are different than one's dream. Li Qie said, some dream about becoming rich or being surrounded by women. These are low-level dreams. A dream created by a conqueror is also mediocre, no different from a single thought. As for you, you have a childlike innocence, so your dream is pure, countless times more delicious. However, when you lose this dream, you will lose one of the most important things in your life. I see. From what Li Qie said, trading the dream away could have negative repercussions for his future. He would no longer want to accompany his master and become an entirely different person. Thank you for stopping me, young noble. He bowed after realizing this. Li Qie patted his shoulder and walked forward. Take a look at my palm instead? He presented. At first, Dream Matron didn't notice anything peculiar until she took a glance at his palm. This immediately frightened her, so she wanted to run. Alas, Li Qie easily captured her. Boss, should you be bullying this old woman? She looked straight at him and put on a forced smile. This smile was uglier than if she were sobbing hysterically. Alas, she was the one feeling afraid right now. How am I bullying you? I'm only asking for a paper boat. Li Qie smiled. Boss, you can just cross the river. You don't need my crappy boats. She looked as if she was at a funeral. I'm just following local customs. Li Qie answered. The woman took out a miniature boat and said, Boss, here, just take it. You can have as many as you want. She didn't mind giving this walking disaster 100 or 1,000 boats if it meant that he would go away. It would be far worse being entangled with him. Li Qie let go of her and accepted one boat. He smiled and said, Tree Grandma, why are you doing this whole dream thing? Not enough true coins? She honestly responded, Boss, times are changing. It is no longer the era of the three immortals. My reserve is nearly empty and I'll starve eventually. There's no true coin here, so dreams are the only way to get through this tough period. True. He nodded in agreement. She suddenly came up with a great idea and requested, Boss, how about this? Why don't you create a dream for me? If I can eat your dream, I won't have to be a beggar here like this. Please take pity on this old woman. Are you sure you can eat it without exploding into bits? Li Qie chuckled in response. She immediately realized the folly of her request. Who was Li Qie? How could she eat a dream created by such an existence? I apologize for not knowing my own limits. Hunger has done a number on my senile mind. She swallowed her saliva and restrained her appetite, ignoring the delicious feast laid out in front of her. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. It's good that you can control your greed. Li Chair commented. She rubbed her palms together and got cold sweat. Boss, just one sentence from you is so enlightening. You are indeed the greatest hero in history, one never seen before and will never appear again. No need for that, you can keep on doing your thing. Li Chia didn't trouble her any further and moved on. Xiao Hu walked behind him and thought that he was frightening. She could eat dreams from conquerors, but it seemed that Li Chia's dream would obliterate her. In other words, since these dreams were created from thoughts, just as one thought was too much for her to handle, perhaps it could reduce conquerors and Tao lords to ashes as well. Xiao Hu shuddered after coming to this realization and understood more about recent events. While next to the river, Li Chia tossed the boat into the river and it grew larger. The two of them boarded and disappeared into the fog. At first, Xiao Hu remained cautious due to the raging currents and the wailing specters. A bit later, he came to find that this was unwarranted since the thin boat remained stable. It felt the same as sitting on the ground, devoid of turbulence. So what is this thing? He asked while looking at the boat. The material itself doesn't matter. It is an amnesty order. Li Chia said. An amnesty order? He didn't understand. Li Chia gently touched the boat with his finger. Buzz! An ancient rune appeared in the center of the boat, pulsing with a mysterious power. This is it. Though Xiao Hu was not a supreme genius, he still learned many things under hallowed Tao Lord. However, this rune and its fundamental structures were different from anything he had seen before. It doesn't belong to this world. Li Chia smiled and stopped there. The boat drifted across the river, unaffected by the currents and the specters. Visual phenomena started popping up before their eyes. Xiao Hu was an experienced traveler with ample knowledge. He had seen some legends only available to conquerors and Tao lords in the past. Alas, the phenomena on this river were all foreign to him. Chapter 53-55. Xiao Hu found himself looking at strange worlds in the mist. Piercing sounds came from afar. It turned out to be a whale of incalculable size. It had an ethereal body with embedded stars, flying through everything without facing physical resistance. It soared playfully in the air without absorbing any external star. As it passed through, the stars became increasingly beautiful and resplendent. Thus, it felt like an ocean washing away the impurities of the sky. Another notable scene consisted of countless stone statues. The flow of time ravaged them but left behind no mark. In fact, time itself started deviating around them, creating diverging cycles. It felt as if they were the start and the end of various eras along the river of time. One more was a heavenly waterfall that could be seen from anywhere. The vast expanse didn't hinder others from appreciating its magnificent nature. Instead of water, it released a constant stream of refined jade surrounded by primordial chaos. Cultivators just needed to be at the base and prepare their spatial pouches to obtain incalculable wealth. If they could somehow move this waterfall back to their sect, it would guarantee an eternal source of cultivation resources for ages to come. How magical! Xiao Hu murmured after seeing the various phenomena. They weren't the only ones drifting. Many other boats shared the same journey. Xiao Hu noted dragon lords and conquerors. Some chose to hide their auras while others pridefully showed off their cultivation. Xiao Hu was immersed in the spectacles while Li Chia actually scanned and understood them. He would be able to derive any of them effortlessly afterward. Boom! Suddenly, a blast wave emanating from a dragon lord caused the currents to be more erratic. Other passengers had to hold on tight to their paper boat, not wanting to fall into the water. The target of the blast wave didn't fall off the river and shouted furiously, "Su, you bastard! How dare you try to ambush me here?" Dang! He unleashed a Dao palm strike and knocked another big shot out of a paper boat. The latter fell to the ground and was dragged down to the bottom by the specters. Resistance was futile. Ah! He screamed and struggled, but eventually, only his hands could be seen slowly disappearing into the water. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Everyone took a deep breath and held on tighter to their boat. Everything would be fine as long as they could remain on it. Ferocity. They took a deep breath while gazing at the assailant. On that day back in Lesser Firmament, Ferocity immediately fled after noticing that something was amiss. He was absolutely the first to run, showing no sign of caring about his notorious reputation. He was given the title of Ferocity due to his arrogant and crazy attitude, always acting as if he was the greatest in the world. In fact, he dared to oppose Supreme despite the latter's proven supremacy. However, he still ran like a stray dog before Li Qie, a stark contrast to his reputation. Ferocity saw Li Qie again and his expression changed dramatically. Ferocity. Xiaohu was afraid since his boat was coming closer to this famous cultivator. This time around, Ferocity jumped onto Li Qie's boat instead of running away. This scared Xiaohu even more. However, Ferocity suddenly became docile and prostrated before Li Qie. Please punish me for not showing respect to you earlier, young noble. Eyes widened with astonishment at this sight. The notorious cultivator acting subservient like a servant. Others looked down on this act because nothing was more important than dignity and honor for them. They preferred to die in battle instead of begging for mercy. Moreover, Ferocity did this on his own volition. The circumstances didn't force him to do so. Perhaps I should punish you, Li Qie said with a smile. I will not utter a single word of grievance, young noble, Ferocity said shamelessly. Aren't you being a bit shameless for a dragon lord? Li Qie shook his head. I am far from being the only one who kneels before a supreme existence such as yourself, young noble, Ferocity responded. Chapter 53-56. I can't argue with that. Li Qie chuckled after hearing this. Because I merely speak the truth, young noble. Top cultivators had no issue kneeling before you because they are insects in comparison. I'm an even smaller insect, so I feel no shame in this. Ferocity's skin became increasingly thicker. You are certainly more pragmatic than most, Li Qie said with a smile. Young noble, you may not know this, but I was a vagrant cultivator. It's just that as my strength grew, so did my ego. Ferocity turned red after hearing this. Unlike Li Zhitian, who was born with a golden spoon, Ferocity struggled to survive each day in the past. Those who came from prestigious clans couldn't imagine his suffering. Xiaohu certainly sympathized with Ferocity after hearing this because he lived the same way before meeting his master. Is that why you're here? Li Qie smiled. Vagrant cultivators' knees buckle when they see emperors and Dao lords. They aren't qualified to be in one's presence. The same case applies here, Ferocity said. Xiaohu agreed because when he was a beggar, he never had the chance to see dragon lords, let alone emperors. Kneeling before them was an honor. After traveling with Hallowed, seeing them became a normal occurrence, so he stopped thinking that it was a big deal. Your clever flexibility is both your best qualities and your downfall, the reason why you can't catch up to Supreme. Li Qie said. He had a noble origin, so it's rather unfair. If I had been stubborn, I wouldn't be alive right now. Ferocity responded. He had tasted bitterness unknown to prestigious clan members. Although he was successful now, it was a tough road. He witnessed other vagrant cultivators fall along the way despite struggling just as hard as he did. Pride and dignity didn't save them. Xiaohu, unlike the others, had no problem with Ferocity's act today. Li Qie stared at him and said, It's fine to be pragmatic. Nothing is constant in this world. Dignity and honor are what you make of them. However, there are things that must be upheld or you will fall into depravity. Find the original at poreed.com. My aspiration for the Tao is strong, but if my heart ever wavers, I will be aware of it. Ferocity understood the message. It seems you understand the core tenets. Impressive. Li Qie held him in higher regard after hearing the answer. Then will you take me in, young noble? Ferocity could see that Li Qie had a good impression of him. Aren't you with Divine Alliance? Xiaohu couldn't help but interject. I am only a guest there. I owe Sword see nothing, only working for certain benefits. Ferocity responded. Young noble, I can see that you are missing a servant. May I fill the role? Am I invisible to you? Xiaohu smiled and said. Ferocity glanced at the youth. Normally, he would make mincemeat of any brat daring to speak to him like this. Alas, the guy was with Li Qie. No need. Li Qiye refused. Then I can be an errand boy, make you tea and such. Ferocity asked again. I'm already doing that. Xiao Hu seemed afraid that someone might take his position. The road is large. You can go wherever you want. Li Qiye smiled and said. That's good, that's good. Ferocity was glad to hear this since at the very least, Li Qiye wasn't chasing him away. Aren't you a famous dragon lord often compared to Supreme? What happened? Xiao Hu said. Just a false reputation. Ferocity shook his head. Whenever people brought up Ferocity, they would talk about his past rivalry with Supreme. Thus, comparing the two was unavoidable, but in reality, there was a considerable gap between them. He went on to say, I am no match for Supreme, who is a role model for all dragon lords. My cultivation is decent, but that's it. It's a shame that I never got the chance to meet Space Dragon Emperor and Ox Dragon Ancestor, unable to see the pinnacle of the dragon lords. Nonetheless, Supreme leads the way now. Xiao Hu wanted to tease the guy but didn't expect him to be so honest with his assessment. Why didn't you go to Heaven Alliance then? Xiao Hu asked. Two different matters. Supreme only wants those who are ready to die for him. Sword Sea offered a business deal, nothing more. Ferocity said. Xiao Hu thought that this made sense. How about this, let's trade spot. I'll take care of the young noble and you can just rest. Ferocity sat down next to Xiao Hu and said. No thanks, you're being too obvious. Xiao Hu gave him the side eye. Am I? Let me show you my sincerity then. Ferocity said and took out a resplendent pagoda exuding mysterious light. Isn't this a good treasure? Ferocity wanted to bribe the youth. You think you're the only one who has treasures? Xiao Hu said before casually taking out a precious jewel containing an entire yin-yang cycle. Ferocity didn't expect the brat to outdo him with a random treasure. Chapter 53-57. The trio rowed the same boat across the dangerous river. Xiao Hu was annoyed by Ferocity since the guy was trying to steal his spot. Ferocity wanted to stay by Li Qiye and felt bored along the way. Thus, he decided to occasionally tease Xiao Hu. Others might be afraid of Ferocity but not Xiao Hu. After all, he spent his time with Hallowed Dao Lord and had met many big shots previously. He had a good response and traded blows with Ferocity. The latter couldn't do anything to Xiao Hu in Li Qiye's presence. Eventually, they made it to the other shore. Once they left the boat, it started crumbling into the water. More cultivators reached the other shore. Their boats disappeared as well. They saw a mountain range with towering peaks and heavenly waterfalls. Palaces were built among the clouds and exuded flashing rays. Within the ravines and gullies were noises from treasures. Fortune awaits us. Many big shots and ancestors became impatient and started rushing toward the hidden palaces and ravines. As for the top conquerors and Dao lords, they didn't care for these treasures and fortunes. Their goal was something else entirely. This novel is available on poread.com. Why are you here? Xiao Hu asked Ferocity. I am here for Anima Dreamwater. Nothing more. Ferocity revealed. Oh, you're trying to create a sacred tree. Xiao Hu said. Don't be tricked by him. He already has anima. Li Qiye chuckled and told Xiao Hu. You have a sacred tree already? Xiao Hu couldn't believe it because his master was still unable to reach anima. Of course, an anima tree of a conqueror was different from a dragon lord's sacred tree. Wait, I know of your reputation of being arrogant and untethered, but how are you losing every time when you already have anima? Xiao Hu questioned. Who says I lose every time? Ferocity angrily glared at the youth. Xiao Hu wasn't afraid and said, My master told me about how you got crushed by a mortal pagoda conqueror. Crush is the wrong word, it was only a flesh wound. Ferocity coughed awkwardly and said, Plus, it's a mortal pagoda conqueror we're talking about. Not even all things in Supreme can withstand that pagoda. He has a primordial fruit, you know? How many conquerors or Dao lords in history do you think have one? True. Xiao Hu agreed again. Ferocity decided to tease the youth again. Your master can't push up that pagoda either, just one go and he'll take a journey down to the Yellow River. You! Xiao Hu became angry as well but couldn't retort. He wasn't ignorant enough to think that his master could survive an encounter with a mortal pagoda conqueror. Firstly, This conqueror possessed the unique primordial fruit. Secondly, his master had yet to obtain anima. The only person who can stop that pagoda directly is Calamity Dao Lord. Xueqi eventually said. Can't argue with that. Ferocity was happy to see the youth being annoyed. Humph, at least my master dares to challenge Supreme. What about you? Xueqi barked back. I will not, since the gap has only widened since my last defeat. His sacred tree is mighty and beyond my reach. I admit that your master is impressive, not only because of his sword Dao but also his courage and determination which I lack. Ferocity had no problem admitting this. It's not that you lack them, you're just not as courageous and determined as Hallowed. Xueqi said, if he were to remove his bloodline shackles, he'd become an exceptional apex Dao Lord. Xueqi had a proud expression after hearing Xueqi's high evaluation of his master. It was particularly meaningful since it came from Xueqi himself. Yes. Ferocity accepted wholeheartedly because Hallowed was well respected among his peers. Buzz. As they moved forward, they heard the sounds of battle. Boom! Mighty auras surged around them. Any weaker cultivator would be blown flying or even killed. They looked up and saw a towering tree, enough to astound anyone. Its light made it seem ethereal without a physical body. However, upon closer inspection, one could really touch it. Since it blotted out the sky, its light illuminated the region. Otherwise, there would only be darkness around the great tree. The light seemed to be protecting and blessing everything underneath. Surprisingly enough, the colossal tree only had 9 leaves. Nonetheless, each was as large as a continent. They had their own galaxy, sun and moon, the stars, and then all the beautiful landscapes commonly seen elsewhere. Due to their sheer size, just 9 leaves were enough to blot out the sky. Chapter 53-58. The 9 leaves contain supreme power, making it difficult to cross through them. Nonetheless, this must be done in order to climb the entire tree whose pinnacle existed at the end of the sky. While standing up there, it felt as if the entire cosmos was within reach. In reality, a bud existed at the highest point, yet to become the 10th leaf. On this bud was a water bead the size of a fist. It seemed to be carved out of a crystal, but no crystal could ever compare to it. Time seemed to be flowing within. When a cultivator utilized their heavenly gaze to observe the water bead, they would be drawn into the temporal affinity within. It allowed them to observe any moment in the past, not missing a single detail. They could watch the moment of their birth and listen to their first cries. They could also see their most painful or happiest memories. The future was encompassed as well, seeing a future version within the light, a moment of standing on the apex or living reclusively. It could also be a terrible fate of being banished to an inescapable dimension, languishing for ages to no avail. Therefore, it became impossible not to be immersed in gazing at the water bead. It simply contained too much relevant information. Spectators had different emotions while looking at it. Some rejoiced and raised their fists while others expressed sadness and remorse. Anima Dream Water. A conqueror shouted its name, wanting nothing more than to grasp it. Ancestors and lords didn't need this water right now. Although it was priceless, they had no use for it yet. In fact, most would never reach this level. Only the strongest dragon lords and above desired it for the sake of traveling farther on the Dao path. Some were only one step away from anima, and this could be the final push. Many began climbing the tree, hoping to be the chosen ones. They must cross through the 9 leaves first, for there was no other way. Each leaf contained its own suppressive force. It also had other great fortunes and treasures. Of course, apex cultivators didn't care for them and maintained their focus. Some first-timers overestimated their ability and were knocked down instantly by the first leaf. Top cultivators, on the other hand, kept a steady ascension. So this is Anima Dream Water. Xueqi activated his heavenly gaze to take a look for the first time while being overwhelmed emotionally. He heard about this water so many times in the past and wanted nothing more than to obtain it for his master. As time passed, he found that the dreams in the water seemed so real. This was as if he was seeing into his own past and future. He protected his Dao heart, but leaving this trance proved to be exceedingly challenging. Pop! Xueqi smacked the back of his head and pulled him out of the vision. Is it true? The youth bowed in the direction of Xueqi first, no longer daring to look at the water. This is what you are looking for, anima or the true self. Xueqi said, what you saw in the past and the future were merely your own thoughts. Whether they're true or not is debatable since the dream water does not have all of your memories. It can't derive your future either, so it is up to you to find your true self. That is when the visions stop. So I only saw my own thoughts just now? Xueqi calmed down and murmured. Yes, they are reflections of what is in your mind. You must find your true self among them. Xueqi smiled. I can't then. Xueqi said without confidence and believed that only the apex cultivators could do so. He had a long way to go before being able to find his true self. Meanwhile, Ferocity observed the dream water as well without being mesmerized by the events. Activate. When the time was right, he entered his own mind and found anima. After all, he already had a sacred tree, so this wasn't difficult for him. His eyes became resplendent and the aura spread to the rest of his body. Xueqi felt as if he was igniting his life, causing him to be filled with vitality and life force. Ferocity had reached a mighty level, but the dream water was still useful to him. Boom! Suddenly, an eruption of power sent many cultivators flying. A group had reached the 9th leaf and set their sight on the highest point of the tree. Unfortunately, there was only one drop of dream water. Therefore, a fierce battle between 4 combatants ensued. It included 1 conqueror and 3 ancient gods who were brothers. A quick look at bit.ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. The latter worked together to suppress the single enemy. Chapter 53-59. Rumble. The conqueror released his 3 Tao fruits. They turned into Tao Sutras and released immense power. Sutra conqueror cannot beat the ancient gods from the Lin. A mighty dragon lord commented. Boom! The ancient gods released their totems and worked together in unison to suppress the opponent. Sutra was strong but couldn't handle 3 equally capable foes at the same time. Moreover, these brothers had impeccable teamwork as well. He was sent flying, vomiting blood before smashing the 9th continent. You win. He didn't force the issue and jumped off the continent. The dream water alone wasn't worth risking his life, and more importantly, this was an unfair fight. It wasn't humiliating to accept defeat since there was no pre-existing feud, only a competition for a treasure. The brothers from the Lin didn't give chase and maintained their focus on the dream water. My turn. A cultivator laughed confidently while leaping through the leaves. His Tao Lord aura engulfed the entire tree. It only took him a few seconds to make it through all 9 leaves. He possessed a tall and muscular frame, looking like an uncrossable mountain. He seemed to be carved from jade but not in a feminine manner. His jade-like skin was decorated with bulging muscles brimming with strength. Waves of light emanated from his chest, exuding the highest concentration of power. There seemed to be a wheel of life there, always empowering him with life force. Light grasped Tao Lord. Everyone was startled to see him, including the 3 ancient gods from the Lin. He came from 8 Desolaces and was the last Tao Lord of Righteous Sect. As a golem, he possessed a jade-like body. However, instead of it looking lifeless like jade and rock like the rest of his race, he seemed to be brimming with life force. Seniors, do you desire the dream water as well? His aura far surpassed the 3 ancient gods. The latter's lifespan was on the verge of running out since they were far older than Light-grasped Tao Lord. They exchanged glances before one spoke. Indeed, the younger generation will surpass us all. They angrily stomped the ground once before decisively jumping off the 9th leaf. They understood that they were outmatched in terms of raw power and vitality. With them gone, Light-grasp looked upward at the dream water. Tao brother, that is mine. A sonorous voice sounded, and next came a flood of heat wave. Spectators nearby felt it and had no choice but to back off. Another figure climbed the leaves with immense speed and the heat of numerous suns. The ground along his path became scorched. He landed on the 9 leaves and was engulfed in flames. 5 unique suns hovered around him, each possessing a different type of fire: golden, blue, draconic. They rotated continuously and empowered each other, resulting in an everlasting harmonization. Its master resembled the god of the sun, capable of illuminating and burning the myriad realms. Search tinyurl.com/2p9mv8w for the original. 5 Sun Tao Lord. Others recognized him right away. Another famous cultivator hailing from 8 Desolaces, the progenitor of Five Sun School. Fellow Taoist Five Sun. Light Grasp smiled and greeted him. Shouldn't you be enjoying your retirement in Divine Alliance instead of making the long journey to Dream Abyss? Although he sounded polite, everyone could hear the sarcasm because Five Sun Tao Lord had joined Divine Alliance. Fellow Taoist, we're from 8 Desolaces. We're not part of the people or the race. It's just a personal choice deciding which alliance to join. Five Suns smiled in response. Cultivators from 8 Desolaces didn't carry the same burden as those from the 6 continents. The latter's affiliation was often decided at birth. If they were born in a household of the people, they must join the people later unless they want to be reviled as traitors. The same couldn't be said for those from 8 Desolaces. At worst, they would only risk animosity and a few negative comments here and there. Sure. Five Sun Tao Lord merely made a casual remark and didn't think much of it. Regardless of our affiliation, I'm afraid a battle between us is inevitable. Five Sun Tao Lord said. Chapter 5360. Light Grasp glanced at the dream water before positioning himself to block Five Sun. Seems that way, he said, becoming serious. A duel between 2 Tao Lords was not to be interrupted by anyone at a lower level lest they wanted to be killed by the remnant blast waves. Either that or you will let me through. Five Sun had no intention of relenting. You will have to defeat me first. Light Grasp said. Search Poreed.com for the original. The two of them had no feud and Light Grasp actually didn't mind Five Sun's affiliation with Divine Alliance. However, even friends would fight for Anima Dreamwater, going as far as fighting to the death. Top cultivators didn't care for mundane matters and trivial feuds. Alas, this was a key to reaching Anima and creating a tree. I apologize for my rudeness then. Five Sun roared and gathered energy. His 5 suns released unique flames but they joined together in perfect harmony. Five Sun Cycle. He utilized his strongest attack and trapped Light Grasp within a cycle of flames. The cycle only contained death and destruction. Even an eternal body would be burned down with time. Five Sun King had a similar flame back in 8 Desolaces. This was nothing in comparison to the Tao Lord's power. Unfortunately, this caused unwanted casualties among the spectators. Although they were on the other leaves, they were still reduced to nothingness. Bring it! Light Grasp was not afraid. His chest became resplendent and sent out rays. They circled around him and created an armor of light. Highest heaven! He roared and grasped the power of light, blinding the crowd in the process. Spectators had to look away, even those standing at the base of the tree. Boom! The two of them didn't hold back and showed the world their devastating techniques. Others could no longer climb the 9 leaves as a result since they still preferred to live. However, ferocity was one exception. I'm going! He leaped up one leaf after another while enduring the heat waves. Everyone saw his hair fluttering crazily in the air. Many shouted his title. Ferocity! He's taking the dream water now. Xiao became anxious. You can't compete with him anyway, so calm down. Li Qie said with a smile. Xiao fell into silence for a moment before asking, Young noble, you don't need the dream water? He preferred Li Qie obtaining it over ferocity. The water is precious and rare but I don't need it. Li Qie shook his head. Your anima tree has already pierced the heaven? Xiao didn't quite understand who Li Qie was at this point. He believed that having a full-grown tree was the completion point, creating a path toward everlasting life. I am anima. Li Qie smiled. Oh? Xiao didn't expect this response. Something flashed in his mind for a split second, but he didn't quite grasp it. Only an apex cultivator with an immortal avatar would be able to find or create anima. How could he be anima? Do you mean that you are born with anima? Is that possible? He asked. Yes. Li Qie smiled and said. This was an entirely new concept to Xiao since he had never heard of it before. However, Li Qie wasn't one to lie. Is there anyone else? Xiao became curious. His eyes widened with astonishment. Li Qie smiled and looked up at the tree, not answering the question. Meanwhile, Ferocity stood on top of the 9th leaf and watched the fight between the 2 Tao Lords. Looks like the dream water is mine. Ferocity laughed and took advantage of the situation. Ferocity lives up to the legend. I believe that he was Supreme's rival once. A dragon lord whispered after seeing Ferocity easily enduring the heat waves. Recently, his reputation had taken a hit. First, he was injured by a mortal pagoda conqueror and had to flee. At lesser firmament, he fled again without putting up a fight. Thus, some believed that his reputation was undeserved, that he was Supreme's rival in name only due to the circumstances. Now, his cultivation was clearly impressive in order to withstand this devastating battlefield. Chapter 5361. Ferocity headed for the bud with the anime dream water. The higher he went up the tree, the stronger the suppression. Although the other big shots also wanted the dream water, they couldn't get through the battlefield started by the two Tao lords or compete against Ferocity. Fellow Taoist, stop right there. A voice seemingly came from numerous dimensions above. A figure appeared out of nowhere and climbed up to the 9th leaf, shooting out a beam capable of stopping time. Everyone felt a second being as long as 10,000 years. Every small movement was dragged out indefinitely. This applied to Tao laws as well. Techniques and movements were all stopped abruptly. Most importantly, the beam was impossible to dodge, capable of slowing and piercing anything. Thus, Ferocity was affected, being dragged into the temporal stagnation. His chest was the target and this could be a fatal blow. My Tao! Ferocity shouted at the last moment. Buzz! An immortal light surrounded him. Each inch of his flesh became blessed and transparent, seemingly eternal and enough to stop the beam. An immortal avatar. Someone shouted. He has an immortal avatar? Another whispered, lacking information on Ferocity. How is this surprising? He was Supreme's rival in the past. He probably had it since long ago. An old dragon lord said. Ferocity's reputation took a dive recently after 2 consecutive defeats. Those lacking information thought that he only had 12 sacred fruits at best, but now, he also had an immortal avatar. The attacker has shown himself on the 9th leaf, possessing an aura resembling that of a demon god. It caused weaker beings to want to prostrate in reverence. Myriad-Eye Tao Lord. Many recognized him. The Lord of Demon Tao is here. A big shot commented. Myriad-Eye came from 8 Desolaces as well. He was a member of Dragon and joined Tao Alliance after ascending to the 6 continents. He was originally from Demon Tao, a centipede managing to reach the Tao. His Tao was rumored to be rather unique. Fellow Taoist Myriad-Eye. You want the water too? Who else from Tao Alliance is with you? I'm down to take a group on. Ferocity laughed and said, displaying his arrogance once more. I am alone. What about your allies from Divine Alliance? Myriad-Eye retorted. I left Divine Alliance already, and I don't need anyone to beat you down. Ferocity declared. His sudden departure surprised everyone. Was joining an alliance just a game to him? I have no feud with you, but I want this dream water. If you so generously choose to back off today, I will repay you in the future. Otherwise, I'll have to be rude. Myriad-Eye said calmly. All of you from the prestigious sects act as if you're the only one with money. How about this? You back off today and I'll repay you handsomely in the future. Otherwise, I'll cut off your dog head. Ferocity aggressively responded. I see, a fight it is then. Myriad-Eye replied. Come, I will show you just how weak your eyes are. Ferocity said. There existed a stark contrast to their attitude and speech. One was polite while the other was crude. Nonetheless, both of them had no intention of backing off. Excuse me then. Myriad-Eye lifted up his robe and everyone had to close their eyes. This wasn't a matter of being blinded by intense sunlight but rather, feeling like their eyes were being pierced by countless needles all at once. Search bit. ly/3IBFJKV for the original. He revealed numerous eyes all over his body, the origin of his title. It might not be 10,000 eyes, but one couldn't count all of them at a glance. A centipede didn't have this many eyes. However, he was fortunate enough to come across this fortune and gain this special ability, paving his way to becoming a Tao Lord. Chapter 5362. Search Tinural. com/2p9mv8w for the original. I shall begin now. Myriad Eye warned his opponent. None expected him to be so cordial and polite, sounding like a mortal scholar. After all, he still had a demonic aura that he couldn't shed despite becoming a Tao Lord. Open all your eyes. Ferocity laughed. So be it. Myriad Eye didn't waste time and activated all of his eyes, forcing weaker cultivators to do the opposite. Boom! The rays from his eyes intertwined together instead of shooting Ferocity directly. Everyone felt absolute chaos in the world. Even the karmic forces lost their balance. It became impossible to tell left from right. Everyone became lost in time and space. Fate was no longer in charge. Chaos vision. The Dragon Lords became alarmed after seeing the Tao Lord's favorite technique. Ferocity retaliated by releasing all 12 of his sacred fruits. They formed a domain with boundless sacred light capable of purifying all affinities in existence. Within this domain was a 99-foot-long tree, the source of the sacred light. Its presence allowed for one to find anima and everlasting life. A sacred anima tree. Everyone bellowed after seeing it. He found anima. They were astounded to see his true cultivation. No wonder he was able to fight supreme in the past. The sacred tree prevented chaos vision from affecting Ferocity, allowing him to counterattack. Eat this. He laughed and formed a Tao seal consisting of countless laws. The ocean of force engulfed Myriad Eye and displayed the potential of a Dragon Lord. This cultivation path was still competitive versus the Imperial ones. Dragon Lords in the audience couldn't help feeling proud and excited while watching the fight. In history, Dragon Lords have been the underdogs compared to Tao Lords and Conquerors. With the emergence of Supreme recently, their path was finally taken seriously. Alas, Supreme rarely battled after becoming the Guardian of Heaven Alliance. Thus, the world didn't have the privilege of watching a mighty Dragon Lord in action. Now, Ferocity didn't seem to be inferior to Myriad Eye Tao Lord in the slightest and won many fans in the process. Dragon Lords felt as if they were on the battle stage themselves, living vicariously through him. Boom! A fierce battle ensued between them. Meanwhile, Light Grasp and Five Sun continued their fight and did not hold back. The sheer destruction of the two battles left everyone in horror. Some were suppressed on the ground, unable to move an inch. Although the four were preoccupied, others didn't have the power to seize the dream water. Will anyone else come? Big Shots wondered about the eventual outcome and could hear their heart thumping faster. To seize the dream water now meant risking being surrounded by all four. That would be a rather unfavorable situation. Sure enough, another figure climbed the tree with extreme speed and appeared on the 9th leaf. Clank! She sent a divine chain forward, piercing through the suppression of the tree and reaching the pinnacle for the dream water. Look! All eyes were on her. Even the four combatants stopped to take a look. They came for the dream water and had no feud with each other. Therefore, they leaped backward and gazed at the newcomer. Xueqi. Everyone recognized her instantly. Chapter 5363. Xueqi avoided the battlefields and utilized her chain to reach the dream water, wanting to flee with it post-haste. She had no intention of fighting the other combatants because it would be a 4-on-1 situation. Although her chain was strong, she wouldn't be able to block attacks from all directions. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com. Alas, the others reacted swiftly, seemingly having been keeping an eye on the dream water despite fighting ferociously. The moment she pulled the dream water away from the 10th bud, they would undoubtedly launch their assault. Buzz! However, another cultivator appeared with lightning speed. No one could see how he got there, but he bypassed all the continents and appeared on the 10th budding leaf. He flicked the chain, causing it to uncoil around the dream water before moving back like a snake that had just been hit by a stick. Xueqi gathered her power and empowered the chain. Alas, she still staggered backward from the impact. Everyone couldn't believe their own eyes. They knew the reputation of her immortal piercer, yet she was forced back by a single flick? All eyes turned toward the pinnacle. They saw a man adorned with a purple robe, looking as if he was time itself. The temporal affinity didn't lord over him. Although he had a regular stature, he was always the center of attention. Eternal would be the first word that comes to mind after seeing him. Although he wasn't handsome, Others couldn't help appreciating his appearance. The most handsome men in the world seemed to be lacking something compared to him. Perhaps a certain charm or charisma. The former possessed a superficial appearance, unable to match the man's charm. Moreover, bags of skin would wither with time. The same couldn't be said about him. He seemed to be on a whole different level compared to the current combatants and Xueqi. Eternal Conqueror. Someone shouted his title. That's Eternal Conqueror? Everyone became emotional because it carried quite a lot of weight in both the lower and upper continents. There had been numerous conquerors and Dao lords, but he stood out among them. He came from primal Dao, eventually managing to become the highest lord of the lower continents. During his prime, orders from the Four Alliances and even Celestial Court were meaningless. Only his words were final. Celestial Court wanted to send emissaries down to the lower continents, but he didn't permit them to do so. After ascending to the upper continents, he was still in apex existence. According to the legends, he possessed an immortal bloodline with untold power. In fact, he was eligible to enter the immortal continent back during his prime in the lower continents. Celestial Court had extended an invitation to him, but he chose to stay in the upper continents until now, preferring to be in the illusory realms. Since he came from primal, he should be on the side of the people. Alas, many regretted his choice of siding with the race instead. Why did Eternal Conqueror join Heaven Alliance? A junior quietly asked. I am unsure, but I believe he might be in Divine Alliance, not Heaven Alliance. People do say that he has a good relationship with Supreme. The senior answered. They are close indeed. I believe they had sparred numerous times and appreciated each other's knowledge. A dragon lord nearby joined the conversation. Nonetheless, he might be in Divine Alliance because he owes an old conqueror there a favor. I don't know how true this is. Eternal Conqueror himself never stated his affiliation. Nonetheless, others speculated that he was a part of Divine Alliance due to his previous actions. Top dragon lords and conquerors believed that he was repaying a favor to someone in Divine Alliance. After all, he was someone who had fearlessly resisted Celestial Court before. Fear was not the reason why he switched sides. Cultivators of his level normally kept their promises. For example, although Immortal Pagoda Conqueror was a pillar of Heaven Alliance, he still helped Alchemy Dao in order to repay the debt. Chapter 5364. It would be a mistake to attribute Eternal Conqueror's greatness to his bloodline alone. After all, there were other cultivators with noble bloodlines in the past, but not all made it to his level. Gauging his power in the upper continents was a challenge since he could actually fight the top masters in the immortal continent. His appearance captivated everyone, leaving them breathless. The other famous conquerors and Dao lords had a long way to go before catching up to him. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at Poread.com. Lightgrasp, Myriad Eye, Five Sun, Xueqi, and Ferocity stared intensely at the man standing nonchalantly above without exerting any pressure. They wondered if they could actually take the dream water from this mighty being. A sense of curiosity about his actual power overwhelmed them. The crowd felt the same way. He was the perfect model for how a conqueror should be, calm and dignified, respected without needing to be pretentious and arrogant. Regular cultivators had no choice but to respect masters capable of destroying mountains and oceans. Their very pressure forced others down to the ground. Eternal Conqueror didn't need to do so. His aura, or lack thereof, was comforting. It wasn't a torturous event to be in his presence. He's special. Myriad Eye sighed and said with admiration. Only all things have a similar aura. Five Sun commented. Friends, please return home. Eternal could take the dream water away but still politely told everyone. Every word carried a Dao rhythm, creating a soothing and pleasant tone. Spectators started wondering if the other combatants would actually listen or try to fight him. With the exception of Xueqi, the other four exchanged glances once before shifting their focus back on Eternal. They didn't bother looking at the dream water this time. Eternal was an apex conqueror on a similar level to Immortal Pagoda Conqueror. They wanted to know how strong he was, and this intent could be seen by all. Do you wish to fight? Eternal asked. Your illustrious reputation precedes you. Though we'll be overestimating ourselves, we still desire to witness your eternal Dao. Five Sun Dao Lord laughed and declared. This challenge had nothing to do with factions and alliances, not racial prejudices either. Five Sun himself was a member of Divine Alliance, yet he wanted to team up with the others. Through Eternal Conqueror, they would be able to get a closer look at the immensity of the Tao. Not only was he an apex conqueror, but he also possessed one of the four ancient bloodlines, Divine Eternal. The race had three main branches: Heaveners, Diviners, and Devils. Those hailing from these races were proud of their history and legacy, especially the so-called immortal bloodlines. They believed they were the chosen ones and should rule. The people disagreed and claimed that a fourth bloodline existed for the humans. Therefore, there were four immortal bloodlines in total: Heaven Authority, Divine Eternal, Devil Bestowment, and Human Monarch. Now, the crowd was fortunate enough to be in the presence of a bloodline bearer, Eternal Conqueror with the Divine Eternal branch. His challengers understood that this bloodline would grant Eternal a ridiculous advantage on the battlefield, not counting his impressive cultivation. This only made them want to try even more. We have no grievances with each other, but if everyone is interested in doing so, I will entertain you. Eternal's words were as pleasant as the gentle spring breezes. As the saying goes, the classics are never outdated. Eternal was a prime example, a legendary work of literature that one could read 1,000 times, only finding more to appreciate each subsequent attempt. Very well, let us settle this with one move. Myriad Eye Tao Lord suggested. Witnessing your ability will make this trip worthwhile. Ferocity was actually polite to Eternal Conqueror. So be it, please proceed. I am ready for your one attack. Eternal accepted. The agreement stirred the crowd. Their eyes widened with excitement. Chapter 5365. Eternal vs. Light Grasp, Myriad Eye, Five Sun, and Ferocity. A fight not to be missed by anyone. Ancestors and Dragon Lords understood its significance and potential Tao boost. This went double for all the Tao Lords and Conquerors among the crowd. Although this was just one move, it was more than enough to satisfy them. Excuse us then. Light Grasp laughed heartily before starting. His chest became resplendent as he unexpectedly took something out from within. A rotating sun. It pulsed brightly and turned out to be a solar seal. The world trembled as he held it in his hands due to its tremendous power. Light Grasp seal. Someone who understood him commented. This was the reason for his title and the paved road for his success. Light Grasp channeled his power and nearly reached his peak state. Rumble. Explosions detonated above, destroying countless stars. This was due to Five Sun Tao Lord combining his suns. Solar flames went into a frenzy and burned the remnants of the stars. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Solar reversion. Everyone sensed the heat from the single sun. However, its heat felt rather comforting instead of being unbearable. Looks like it's my turn. Myriad Eye smiled and said, "ZZZ." Strange spatial fluctuations occurred and his eyes separated from the body. A larger one appeared on his chest, one that was hidden by the countless eyes previously. The Heaven's Eye. Only a few conquerors and Tao Lords who were friends with him knew the name of the eye. I can't be holding back then. Ferocity laughed and his sacred anima tree illuminated him, seemingly purifying and allowing him to find his true self. With this, he gained a unique Tao source that was powering him alone. Everyone sensed his strength rising rapidly. His Tao itself gained the profundities of ages past. The power of anima. Other Dragon Lords and Conquerors became emotional after seeing Ferocity's empowered state. He was the only one among the four to have access to anima and a sacred tree. I'm starting. Ferocity attacked first with his sacred tree, trapping Eternal with its mightiest light and pressure. Go! The other three attacked at the same time without holding back. Others might mistake them for having an irreconcilable feud with Eternal. However, they were simply sticking to the agreement. One single move. If they were to hold back, the entire thing would be meaningless. Eternal would find it insulting as well. A full-powered attack was a way to show sincerity and create meaning in this duel. Boom! The single sun from Five Sun descended on Eternal, leaving no room to flee. It possessed an ethereal property, rendering a physical block ineffective. Light Grasp Tao Lord unleashed a palm strike while holding his titular seal. Its sheer destruction left the crowd breathless. As for Myriad Eye, his largest eye flew out of his chest and assumed a liquid form, trapping Eternal inside. Escaping via the temporal or spatial affinity became impossible. Their attacks destroyed everything around Eternal. Not a single affinity was left intact, whether it be a Grand Tao or the Yin and Yang. In this crucial moment, his voice echoed across the battlefield, "Eternity!" A blinding light surged to the sky, capable of granting living beings the years that have passed since their birth. An eternity within the ephemeral flash. Neutral spectators suddenly felt a majestic force boosting their vitality and bloodline. They thought that they could live forever within this light. Chapter 5366. The power of Eternal's immortal bloodline swept across the battlefield, amplified by the forces of anima. It sent the four opponents flying and vomiting blood. They smashed into the ground. Their internal organs and energies churned chaotically. Spectators were amazed to see this sight. Xueqi understood that even if she had gone all out with her immortal piercer, it wouldn't have been enough to block his eternity. The power of the source. A big shot turned pale and commented. Eternal had undoubtedly traveled farther on the path of anima than ferocity. One was a beginner while the other a master. So strong. Xueqi couldn't believe it. He had seen many powerful masters before but was still overwhelmed by Eternal's unbeatable style. This is not due to the bloodline alone. He has trained with a heavenly scripture. Xueqi said with a smile. A heavenly scripture? Xueqi was astounded once more. His master studied one of the 9 finality sword Dao but wasn't this strong. In reality, Hallowed Dao Lord was brilliant. Alas, contrary to Eternal's bloodline, Hallowed's bloodline was the thing holding him back. At this time, Light Grasp and the others got back up and stared at Eternal. Incredible. Your eternity activated with just a single thought. Light Grasp said with admiration. The path is endless. Perhaps you all will surpass me one day. Eternal said humbly despite the obvious insurmountable gap displayed during the challenge. Nonetheless, he still gave others hope because he was right. The Dao path was endless. Who knows who would come out ahead in the future? I appreciate your fortuitous words. I will come to see you again once I possess anima. Light Grasp laughed and left the scene. He stole the words out of my mouth. See you later, Dao brother. Myriad Eye cupped his fist and left as well. Thank you for the lesson today. 5 Sun Dao Lord departed. Ferocity stared at the dream water but realized that this was above his reach. He stomped his foot angrily and said, This world is vast but we'll meet again. Xueqi also left the 9th leaf and didn't say anything. Eternal had shown everyone his strength. A solo fight was meaningless now. Only characters such as All Things and Supreme had a chance. Seems like Eternal Conqueror is the final victor. Xueqi sighed and said, You really want it? Xueqi smiled. I just want to do something for my master. I regret being so weak right now. Xueqi smiled wryly, aware that he was just a worm looking up at a dragon. Eternal cast his gaze at everyone before speaking. I appreciate everyone for taking it easy on me. I do have a use for it. Having said that, he reached for the dream water, uncontested by anyone else. Slow down now. A leisurely voice interrupted him. The speaker seemed to be drowsy still. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Xueqi who was stretching. They started talking among themselves about this man who came out of nowhere. Eternal stared at Xueqi. His eyes suddenly became penetrating as if he wanted to see through Xueqi. After a second he asked, Are you interested, sir? Get down here, I do want it. Xueqi smiled and waved his hand. This naturally astounded the crowd, especially those who didn't know Xueqi. Who the hell is this guy? Does he know what he's doing? A regional lord thought that Xueqi was being foolish to challenge Eternal Conqueror. Did he not witness the fight earlier? He's the emperor of Imperial Attendant City. A dragon lord recognized him and said, He killed Suppression Conqueror by controlling the machines there. It was incredible. That's him. Other listeners were surprised to hear this. They began assessing his cultivation only to be disappointed. Clearly insufficient when compared to dragon lords and conquerors. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Poreed.com. There is a big gap between Suppression and Eternal Conqueror. It doesn't mean anything. An ancestor said. Well, we don't know if he had used all of his power. A Dragon Lord responded. Not to mention ancestor-level characters, even Dragon Lords and Conquerors couldn't speculate Li Qi's true peak. He seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious fog. Maybe the machines were the only reason for his victory. Another lord speculated. Even then, it still shows how special he is because how many others were able to control them in history? An ancient ancestor said softly. Chapter 5367. Get down here. This was just an ordinary request when given to anyone else. Alas, this was an entirely different matter when directed at Eternal Conqueror. A deliberate expression of disdain. Remember, Eternal Conqueror was an apex cultivator. His equals, Sword Queen, Supreme, or anyone else, wouldn't speak to him this way. His arrogance puts ferocity to shame. A Dragon Lord commented. Ferocity was crazy enough, but he couldn't even be Li Qi's little brother. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at theporead.com. Is he suicidal? An ancestor wondered. Everyone could tell that Eternal Conqueror had a great personality. However, conquerors weren't merciful once provoked. Meanwhile, Eternal has been gazing at Li Qie, seemingly thinking about something. Eventually he said, "Sir, you should come up instead." This was showing plenty of patience and respect. Someone else with the same level of prestige would have slapped an offender to death. This also sounded like a challenge. Thus, Li Qie became the center of attention again as people wondered whether he could actually keep up with Eternal Conqueror. Come down here. Li Qie reached for the dream tree, something ridiculous due to its colossal size. Remember, it had worlds growing on its illusory frame. However, he somehow managed to raise it up with his hand. Impossible. Jaws dropped to the ground after seeing this. No cultivator could perform this feat, not even Eternal Conqueror. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to climb up the leaves. Nonetheless, Li Qie didn't need to use any merit law or technique to push up the tree and started shaking it violently. Eternal Conqueror had a deep understanding of the Tao, so he could remain stable in even the most chaotic realm. Alas, the heavenly Tao itself was swaying to Li Qie's movement. This was enough to cause the Conqueror to fall off the tree. Though he managed to land on his feet, this still astounded everyone. How can this be? Some shouted before becoming frozen. A while ago, they speculated about Li Qie's true power. In order for him to fight Eternal Conqueror, he must climb up the leaves and reach the 10th one. Unfortunately, their imagination didn't reach the possibility of him shaking the tree and forcing the Conqueror to come back down. Eternal Conqueror himself was gauging Li Qie, intending to find out more about this unfathomable man. He didn't expect to lose stability in this manner. We're seeing the same thing, right? Someone else commented. I told you politely to come down. It's too late to be civil now, Scram. Li Qie casually lifted the tree as if it were just a tiny branch. He then swung it, leaving a long trail of illusory effects behind. Everyone became lost since they were affected by the swing as well, unable to tell dreams from realities. This mirrored the effects of the illusory worlds, albeit amplified. They thought that they could live here forever. There was no need to train or cultivate. Everything was possible with a single thought. No one wanted to leave this state of endless possibilities. Eternal Conqueror had to stabilize his Tao heart in order to prevent himself from succumbing to desires. Boom! He activated Eternity once more, breaking all the shackles of the dream world. He displayed his supremacy, being the first to escape from this illusory trap. Chapter 5368. Unfortunately, he was still struck by the tree wielding the immensity of 3,000 worlds and countless cycles. He flew toward the horizon and disappeared like a shooting star. No one understood the extent of his injuries. Once people calmed down, they saw the tree being put back to the ground by Li Qie. It looked exactly the same as before. They exchanged glances in silence since words couldn't describe their current feelings. They viewed Eternal as one of the strongest conquerors. He managed to defeat 4 top combatants earlier, clearly displaying the insurmountable gap. However, he was still sent flying after one move. This was shocking enough regardless of his actual injuries. I. Someone tried to speak but couldn't muster a coherent sentence. What else could she say to describe Eternal Conqueror being sent flying by an ordinary man wielding the Dream Tree? Is he still human? Another murmured. What else can he be if not human? A dragon lord responded. An immortal? An ancestor joked. Immortals don't exist in this world. A top conqueror joined in. You know, there is someone capable of delivering something so ridiculous and miraculous. Someone else remarked. Duality Master. A conqueror who had met Duality Master before answered instantly. This mysterious being didn't cultivate, but the myriad Tao still followed him. Something truly inconceivable. Thus, when they stared at Li Qie, they also thought about Duality Master, since the two shared the same devilish ability. However, there was a stark contrast between the two. Duality Master was beloved by all. Wherever he went, both supreme existences and heinous villains would want to have a drink and chat with him. Some believed that meeting Duality Master for the first time still felt like meeting an old friend that one hasn't seen in a long time. In fact, there was a story regarding a duel between two mortal enemies. Duality Master came to the battlefield by chance and asked them to have a drink. They stopped and had a drink with him first before resuming the battle later. Li Qie was just as mysterious and capable of performing miraculous feats. Alas, he was far from being likable. Those who didn't know him had no reason to drink with him. Those who did tremble at his sight. Their knees would buckle and their mouth sealed shut. Although Li Qie hid his power and aura, spectators still had an instinctive fear of him. They didn't dare to get close or breathe loudly in his presence. Therefore, the Dragon Lords and Conquerors who had seen Duality Master noted the interesting similarities and differences between the two. Take it. Li Qie took the dream water and didn't bother glancing at it before giving it to Xiaohu. The youth accepted it and forgot to show his gratitude since he was dumbstruck. This treasure was coveted by all. Ferocity, who was standing nearby, also desired it. It seemed as if this priceless treasure was nothing in Li Qie's eyes. Giving it away was far from being an issue. Xiaohu truly wanted the dream water for his master, but knew that he had no chance of obtaining it. Now, he was holding it in his hand. The crowd saw the whole thing as well. They thought that no other Tao Lord or Conqueror could be as generous, or rather, ludicrously liberal with his wealth. To read the uncut version, go to poread.com. Tears streamed down Xiaohu's cheeks while he held the dream water. Let's go, Li Qie said. The youth hurriedly wiped his tears away before catching up. Wait for me. The imperious Ferocity shamelessly ran after them. Nothing was more important than sticking around Li Qie right now. Li Qie didn't say anything, so Ferocity had no problem being shameless with a wide smile on his face. He had no intention of stealing the dream water from Xiao, who either, since that would be suicidal. After the group was long gone, the crowd finally dispersed. Some lamented their failure to obtain the dream water. Chapter 5369. In reality, there was another person who followed Li Qie, Xueqi. Unlike Ferocity, she kept a distance and only came slightly closer after seeing that Li Qie was fine with it. Ferocity noticed her and didn't comment. He didn't wish to antagonize her because he didn't have a way to stop her immortal piercer. Being locked by it meant certain death. There was a long list of famous victims, including Heavenlight Tao Lord. Few dared to provoke her after his death because she was merciless. This time around, she walked with her hands hanging down and a somewhat reserved demeanor, changing from an arrogant conqueror to a young maid serving her master for the first time. Theft is never good, try looking at. Go take a walk. Li Qie glanced at her and said. Ferocity understood and tapped Xiaohu's shoulder. He laughed and said, Brat, there's something fun up ahead, I'll take you. He pulled the youth with him before getting permission and ran off with lightning speed. They disappeared in no time at all while Xiaohu's scream echoed from afar. Being able to read the situation was the reason for Ferocity's success and survival. He only became arrogant after becoming a capable cultivator. With them gone, Xueqi caught up and walked shoulder to shoulder with Li Qie. Your evil devourer is genuine, Li Qie said with a smile. You can tell, young noble? She bowed and wasn't caught off guard by it. She did cultivate a section of the supreme four truths left behind by her father, righteous Tao Lord. In that case, do you have any advice in case I have erred? She asked. You are already a conqueror with a strong grip on the Tao, not to mention having an orthodox starting point. I'm sure your father left behind proper explanations. Li Qie said. She nodded because he was right. Her father was righteous Tao Lord and her mother shared the same name as hers. This was known to the entire world. However, they didn't know that she had access to her father's legacy as well. He was gifted and was able to properly derive the heavenly scripture. He then educated her on the right path. This solid foundation allowed her to become a conqueror. He was a great man, she said softly. Although she was no longer an abandoned orphan and her current success rivaled her parents', she still felt sadness when talking about them. The two of them were a perfect couple, but in the end, they became enemies during Emperor War. Both died in battle subsequently. She didn't know who was right or wrong. Both had their own perspective and reason. As a conqueror, her mental fortitude exceeded that of regular cultivators. Nonetheless, her parents' fate still left a lingering wound. Pain is a part of life. Li Qie broke the brief silence. Humans will always have emotions even if they embark on the Tao path. Emotions serve as the driving force, one strong enough for them to endure the pain and suffering. He paused for a moment before continuing. You are talented and possess a unique interpretation of the Tao. However, if you cannot get over this matter, there will be a crack in your Tao heart and you will waver one day. How do I mend it? She asked, mustering the courage to face her trauma. She has been alone ever since her parents left her due to her distrust of everything. This left her unable to express her emotions and trauma to anyone else. Others viewed her as a cold and brutal conqueror, always keeping a distance. Alas, she still had a beating heart beneath her chilling exterior. She finally met someone who wasn't afraid of a mortal piercer that she could talk to. Taking this next step required courage and trust in Li Qie. Keep in mind that the two of them had antagonistic confrontations in the past. She somehow thought that this was her one chance to change her way and finally took the difficult leap. She was well aware of her current mental and cultivation deficiencies. Fixing them was essential or she would be stuck in the current realm until death. The crack in her Tao heart caused stagnation. If she were to forcefully break through, she might suffer qi deviation and grievous injuries. Who are you? Li Qie unexpectedly asked. Zhu Xiener. She still answered, albeit confused. No, you are Li Xiener. Li Qie gently stroked her long hair before touching her forehead with one finger. Buzz. She trembled while being engulfed in a flashing radiance. Something illuminated her mind in a comforting manner. A warm sensation she hadn't felt after becoming an orphan. Chapter 5370. She felt relaxed and free for the first time. Her Tao heart inadvertently opened and welcomed this sensation. The rays took root in her Tao heart and infected every crevice. Her true fate and mind were more than willing to be bathed by this gentle light. Her mind was one of a frozen world, a reflection of her lonely life. Perhaps the last time she felt loved was while being a baby embraced by her parents. Later on, she only knew of survival and the Tao. She sealed her emotions in order to stay alive. This didn't change even after she became a conqueror. After all, why would an imperious conqueror need love from anyone? She found herself stuck in a chilling peak, still alone. This was not her original personality or her choice in order to reach the Tao, but rather, a product of circumstances. Now, his light illuminated her mind and Tao heart, slowly melting the mental glaciers and nourishing them. The process could only be described as wonderful without a hint of discomfort. She enjoyed this sensation as her Tao heart slowly melted, allowing more rays to enter. They eventually reached the crack in her Tao heart. Despite being gentle and warm, they still caused painful memories to resurface. We are bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Find us on Google. Nonetheless, they served as a panacea and slowly purified the wound, intending to close it forever. She trembled as the scars came back, but as time passed, she felt a strange itch in her mind and became numb. She stopped thinking and immersed herself, allowing the warmth to spread throughout her body. Happiness and joy returned to replace the chilling loneliness. She found herself leaving the frigid mountain for a green field. Her laughter echoed throughout the valleys. It has been a long time since she last laughed, let alone feeling happiness. She eventually regained her wits and felt as comfortable as can be. Everything was soft and tingly, perhaps the same joy while being in the womb. Tears moistened her cheeks, causing her to wipe them. This experience has drastically improved her mental state and Tao heart. You are you, what happened to your parents is in the past now. You must live your own life and know that you are freed from the past. You are Li Xiener now. Li Qie said. Li Xiener. She said softly. The previous name had only caused her pain and reminded her of the tragic past. Becoming a conqueror didn't solve her problems. The existence of her name was an inescapable bane. Although her Dao heart has been healed by the warming, there was nothing Li Qie could do about her name outside of actually changing it. By ceasing to be Zhu Xiener, she no longer had to be tied down by her parents in the past, able to live on as herself alone. From today onward, her name was Li Xiener. Zhu Xiener was now gone with her mother. Young noble, I will repay your grace with my life. She then bowed before Li Qie. I don't need your life. You can repay me by walking farther on the endless Dao path. He accepted the gesture and told her to get up. Her heart was filled with warmth. She reached for her veil, wanting to remove it to reveal her true self. I know you already since I have granted you a new life. There's no need for another introduction. Li Qie stopped her and smiled. Yes, you have breathed new life onto me, no different from my birth parents. She said, accepting someone else into her life. For the first time, she felt that cultivation could be a happy matter, no longer a tribulation to be endured. Chapter 5371. Li Xiener has arisen from the ashes of Zhu Xiener. Fortunes could be seized in a single second given the perfect circumstances. The stars certainly aligned for her to meet with Li Qie, who has the ability to mend her Dao heart. I've merely changed your way of thinking. The path ahead depends on you alone. Li Qie said with a smile. I will not let you down, young noble. The path might be long, but I shall follow in your footsteps. She said. I hope so. He nodded and extended his hand. She was only puzzled for a slight second before feeling something that could only be described as a telepathic connection. She knew to put Immortal Piercer in his hand afterward. Obtaining this was a great fortune. Do you know that it was meant to shackle sinners? He gently patted it before speaking. Sinners. She only knew that escaping it was immensely difficult. I came across it during a moment of crisis in a broken place. It took a while before I understood enough to use it. At first, she had no idea how to use it, but after putting in enough time and effort, she found that it was incredible in battle. It can shackle the enemy and the user. Li Qie said. Please elaborate. She asked humbly. Shackling the enemy is not its strongest ability. Li Qie said. Then how should I use it, young noble? She bowed. Like this. Li Qie replied, and Immortal Piercer pierced her body. She felt a sharp pain in her Dao heart and realized that she was sealed by the weapon now. Young noble. She didn't know what he wanted to do. Of course, if he had wanted to kill her, he would have done it back in Lesser Firmament instead of waiting until after the mending process. He handed the other end back to her and said, The day when you remove the seal is when you will be able to obtain anima. Anima. She murmured. Clank. The chain gradually became transparent before disappearing altogether. When she regained her wits, she saw that the chain appeared the same as before. However, she could tell that there was another coiling tightly around her Dao heart. Which is the real one? She asked. There is no real one, it is where your Dao heart is. Li Qie said. And if you wish so, it is also in your grasp. What should I do now? She found the weapon to be so unfamiliar now. It was her friend throughout the years, but it seemed as if she knew nothing about it. Work on making the chain one with your Dao heart, that is when your Dao heart reaches perfection, enough for you to obtain anima. Li Qie said. She naturally understood the significance of anima. For example, Eternal Conqueror possessed anima and a massive anima tree, hence his current power. Is it possible to unseal it? She never expected to be sealed by her own weapon. After all, the thought of using it on herself never crossed her mind. It's dependent on how strong your Dao heart becomes. Li Qie said. I understand now. She bowed once more, realizing that this would just take time and effort. Li Qie started walking and she followed behind him. What is the end of the Dao? She suddenly asked. It depends on what you're looking for. He stopped and answered. What I'm looking for. She repeated. Yes, and that might be what you find at the end. He nodded, Many have reached it and made different choices, some harder than others. She stared at him in disbelief after hearing this. The key word for her was, many. Most would think that Li Qie was talking about Eternal Conqueror and his peers. A quick look at bit.ly/3IBFJKV will leave you more fulfilled. However, Eternal, Light Dragon, and even Pure Wood Divine Emperor have yet to reach the end of the Tao. She thought that maybe the man standing in front of her was such a being. Thus, who were these many he was referring to? How powerful were they? Have they reached the point of being everlasting? What kind of beings are they? She believed that her peak would be at anima and everlasting life was unreachable. This was true for the strongest cultivators in this world. She hadn't heard of anyone obtaining everlasting life before. This only existed in their dreams. Chapter 5372. What do you think? Li Qie chuckled and gazed into the horizon after hearing the question. Everlasting life and indestructibility? She said softly. He looked back at her and smiled. You are describing immortality and it does not exist nor does it need to exist. She was surprised because becoming immortal was the ultimate goal of cultivation. A beautiful legend. What did he mean by this? The world places their hope in others, in the non-existent. Li Qie said, even if immortals exist, are they the embodiment of all that is wondrous? She contemplated the matter. Legends regarding immortals were all wonderful tales. The most popular one might be with Blessed Tao Lord, the man who was enlightened by an immortal. He became one of the strongest Tao Lords, not only in the upper continents but also in the immortal continent. Alas, others weren't so lucky and desired such a meeting. She hasn't thought about this issue extensively. After all, immortals were unreachable in her mind. Obtaining anima was already difficult enough, let alone everlasting life. Only immortals could possess this. If you were to become an immortal, do you think that's a good thing for this world? Li Qie asked. She thought about it again and focused on those closest to this level, the apex cultivators. Would their ascension be a blessing to the world? No, it's nothing positive. She eventually concluded. She was already merciless and indifferent to the rest of the world at her current level. The same might still apply after becoming a true immortal. Living beings would live in fear under her shadow, always trembling and worrying about the future. If top cultivators such as yourself can't expect to do good things for the world after becoming immortals, why expect others to do so? Li Qie said. Right, perhaps no immortality is for the better. She understood. Mortals dreamed about becoming cultivators and the latter dreamed about becoming immortals. Given the way certain cultivators behaved, it was a good thing that they couldn't become cultivators. Although there are no immortals, anima is the replacement. Li Qie remarked. Could you elaborate? She asked. It is in the heart. If immortality is in your heart, you are an immortal. Life or death is not the core behind immortality. Li Qie elaborated. Is that so? This topic has not been on her mind since there was a door blocking her path. In reality, the apex cultivators weren't close at all even when compared to the mortals. Mortals, through sheer fortune, could find ways to eventually become conquerors. However, there was no known shortcut for a conqueror to become an immortal. Nonetheless, she hasn't heard this notion of anima being immortality previously. The conversation halted when Li Qie stopped at a collapsed world filled with tribulation lightning bolts. Conquerors and Tao Lords were free from tribulation lightning since they had no associated karma with the high heaven. Only a selected few had to go through this ordeal. Nonetheless, they were still afraid of tribulations due to how fatal they could be. Thus, they didn't dare to come close to this area. It's an old battlefield, she said. According to the legends, it is the resting place of many powerful cultivators after fighting an unimaginable lair of evil. Li Qie gazed at the battlefield with heightened focus and could witness the battle again. He noted a particular unstoppable figure, cutting through the evil and destroying everything in his path. Here's another instance of a historical figure being praised as an immortal. She said, he was the one who finally destroyed the evil entities here. The full extent of the illusory realm remained unknown. Most believed that they were fallen worlds. When the first adventurers visited, they already had this appearance. This ancient battlefield was rumored to be older than the 6 continents themselves. A quick look at Tinural. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. There's no lair of evil, it's just the first wave of scouting. Xueqi said. Chapter 5373. Xueqi stepped into the battlefield. Li Xian'er also wanted to follow but thought against it. First, the lightning bolts were dangerous and she would only be holding him back. Sure enough, he was immediately greeted by frenzied bolts, but a silvery glow around him stopped them. He looked up and saw a crack in the sky vault, the source of the lightning bolts. It was as if this crack was a way to reach the end of the world. Alas, it was too insignificant. One couldn't see the high heaven or actually journey through it. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. As he delved deeper into the battlefield, he saw that its general shape was akin to a massive basin. Everything was crushed down into suds, including time and space. The yin and yang and the other cycles ceased to exist, only chaos was left behind. One could still sense remnants of the various affinities within the suds. The chaos that loomed within them was frightening beyond words. He could sense evil and curses along with despair. Someone powerful had swept through this entire battlefield and eradicated the evil entities here. It seemed that in their last moment, they decided to fuse together and activate the vilest curse, a last-ditch explosion to destroy the enemy. Xueqi went to the center of the basin and sat down to take a careful look. This was the only place that was relatively flattened and intact compared to the nearby destruction. It seemed that in the throes of ultimate destruction, this place withstood the bombardments. The chaos affinities were blocked and did not drag it into the abyss as well. The impressions and marks left behind became solid, potentially the hardest substance in this world. Xueqi took his time tracing over them and noticed the numerous marks. He closed his eyes and saw a large figure resembling an egg or a rock. Although everything around it was blown to smithereens, it remained intact. The old geezer was right. Xueqi murmured. He found it, 1 out of 3. He pulled his hand and lost connection with the image of the egg. Something else drew his attention. A pair of shallow footprints that was nearly imperceptible. Someone had stood here and performed the same analysis as him. He released light onto the footprints and time started reversing. Particles manifested and a figure appeared. However, since time had been destroyed in this place, the figure pulsed feebly like a candle in the wind. Nonetheless, it looked like an immortal with an aura surpassing 3,000 worlds. It only persisted for a second before disappearing. Xueqi knew who it was just from the blurry silhouette and said, "From the same branch yet entirely different." He looked up to gaze at the distant horizon, attempting to go back to the moment when everything started. He saw everything before his eyes, a battle resulting in total annihilation. The combatant wished to change the world entirely, not leaving a single vestige of the past. The new world would be formed under his mold. Alas, this was easier said than done. The marks of the predecessors couldn't be erased, let alone erase them. Breaking the world and toppling the great tree was part of the process. He could then remove the past and pass on his own grand Tao. Unfortunately, he couldn't break the tree in this epoch. The marks of the predecessor were present in every inch of the land as well. In order to actually accomplish his goal, he would need to obliterate all physical planes and living beings. So I'm the predecessor. Xueqi smiled while watching the reconstruction of the past. A long time ago, in a wondrous land where creatures below the heaven could live in peace and prosperity, one person rose out of nowhere and aimed to establish a new set of rules, erasing the previous worldly regulations. His revolution was earth-shattering, but the predecessor had taken roots deep in space and time. As long as this predecessor was still alive, this world would never be his. To force the issue meant wreaking unnecessary destruction. Chapter 5374. Buzz. Chaos true energy surged under the blue sky, seemingly drawn toward the same place. A power was ignited, but this was only the start. This ignition process repeated several times, causing violent influxes of energy waves. Doing so required commendable determination. This cultivation attempt alerted others. Ancestors, lords, and even dragon lords and conquerors became interested. They saw a girl meditating with her hair draping downward, looking like a villager. Her physical appearance wasn't exceptional compared to her immaculate aura. As she sat there, she seemed to be the center of the universe. Everyone had no choice but to pay attention to her. Yi Fantian. Most recognized her instantly. Chaos light flashed around her but disappeared immediately, the sign of an ignition process. At first glance, she seemed to be failing, but powerful cultivators could sense the fluctuation in the world. The energy all around them was rushing in her direction and entering her body. Eventually, cultivators even felt their internal energy being dragged out of their body. Fortunately, since the ignition was failing, their energy returned. They heaved a sigh of relief as a result. What is she doing? Some didn't understand her motive. She's trying to prove her Tao right now. An ancestor said with a serious expression. This is it, she's finally embarking on the journey. No one was surprised to hear this. The 3 Tians of the upper continents were wonderful geniuses who were talented enough to surpass the previous generation. No one doubted Yi Fantian's talent. They were just confused regarding her stagnation compared to her peers. Shao Qingtian and Li Zhiqian both had 12 sacred fruits already. I know what she is doing, she's trying to obtain 12 fruits in one go. A conqueror saw the hints after seeing the ignitions. This astounded listeners. They could tell that this ignition process was challenging and of course, becoming a conqueror wasn't that simple. However, she was trying to obtain 12 Tao fruits in one go. Just like Light Dragon Conqueror back then? Everyone became emotional. Their upper continents had produced numerous brilliant cultivators previously, one of which started an unprecedented path, Light Dragon obtaining 12 Tao fruits in one go. He was Heaven Alliance's founder and Celestial Court's favorite. His success during his ascension shocked the entire world. From then on, people understood that at the very limit of cultivation, finishing the fruits in one go was possible. Back in time immemorial, we had Light Dragon Conqueror and his 12 fruits, then Genesis Conqueror needing just 1 fruit. 2 new paths for future generations. A Dragon Lord sentimentally reflected. Who has left the greater legacy between the two? A genius asked. Light Dragon and Genesis Conqueror were 2 pillars of the upper continents. Their legacy became tablets for others to study. Genesis Conqueror was not inferior to the great Light Dragon. She founded Imperial Alliance, and some believe that she had served as the protector of Imperial Field as well. Everyone during time immemorial knew that a conqueror or dragon lord could possess 12 fruits. They could either take their time or obtain all 12 in one go. The latter was virtually impossible due to its difficulty. Several eras later, Genesis Conqueror did something entirely different. Just creating a single Tao fruit. This broke the pre-existing paradigm of the more fruits, the more power. If one didn't have 12 fruits, they wouldn't be able to obtain an immortal shell to reach anima. Genesis Conqueror with her 1 Tao fruit did all of that and became one of the strongest conquerors in the world. Her choice astounded everyone and created a new path. Of course, this was a rather difficult one and still hasn't been fully duplicated. A quick look at Tinural.com/2P9MV8W will leave you more fulfilled. Other notable users of only 1 fruit included Pure Sun Tao Lord, Luminous Conqueror, Immortal Pagoda Conqueror, and Night Moon Conqueror. However, this wasn't because they purposely chose 1 fruit but rather, they had 1 primordial fruit. This was more than enough because these fruits were unsurpassable. There was no need to obtain more afterward. Thus, Genesis Conqueror was rather unique in her success. She focused on refining the single fruit and eventually obtained anima. Chapter 5375. Therefore, which legacy was more impressive between Genesis and Light Dragon Conqueror? When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3IBFJKV, they have to fight, the winner will have the better legacy. An ancestor said. Of course they were no longer on the upper continent, so even if there was a fight, none here would know about it. In my opinion, Genesis Conqueror has the better legacy. A conqueror commented, yes, obtaining 12 Tao fruits at once is nothing short of extraordinary, no monumental. But, using just 1 Tao fruit to reach anima without the fruit being primordial in nature? That's truly unprecedented. Either way, We're witnessing history. A dragon lord responded. Normally, conquerors and Tao lords obtained one fruit at a time, some faster than others. A few could get all 12 in a short time, ranging from decades to several thousand years. The slowest was a Mensity conqueror, a genius who obtained the first fruit at a young age. Everyone thought that he would be able to obtain another 11 in a matter of decades. However, his second never came. His children and descendants started surpassing him afterward. 100,000 years later, he finished 11 in one go and proved his worth. Obtaining 11 fruits required an accumulation of 100,000 years. From that, one could see how hard it would be to duplicate Light Dragon Conqueror's feat. Only a selected few have done this, Demon Conqueror being another. An ancestor said softly, "If Yi Fantian can do this today, she'll earn a spot in the historical annals." Others nodded in agreement. Although this lacked innovation compared to Light Dragon and Genesis Conqueror, it was still something to behold. Li Qie and the others also happened to be nearby. They came over and saw Yi Fantian's repeated attempt at Tao ignition. Can she do it? Xiao, who was curious and skeptical of her ability due to her failed attempts. Yes, she already has a plan, more than just 12 fruits. Li Qie commented. More. Ferocity's eyes widened after hearing this. Just watch carefully, it's about to get interesting. Li Qie smiled since he knew what she wanted to do. She'll prove herself to be the best among the 3 Tians if she can obtain 12 fruits at once. Li Xiener commented. As a conqueror, she knew just how difficult this was. Buzz. Yi Fantian continued to gather an insane amount of chaos true energy. Alas, nothing happened next. This happened repeatedly and some grew impatient. Someone couldn't help but say, "Looks like there's no hope, obtaining 12 fruits is easier said than done. That's why it's a historical event each time." Nonetheless, some top dragon lords and conquerors still watched attentively. Putting the historical significance aside, Divine Alliance might have another apex conqueror. A member of the people worried. With 12 Tao fruits, she might be able to have an immortal shell and anima in just a short time. It would break the balance between the alliances. Those from the side of the people didn't wish to see this happen and viewed her as a potential threat. Some of them exchanged glances, wondering if they should stop her session here and now. This was similar to when Deity Tao ambushed Luminous Conqueror. It might be their best time to deal with her. I wonder if the people will try to kill her now. I would. Ferocity told the group. If they have to rely on such a method, they won't be able to truly rise. Cultivation, for all of its laws, is straightforward and noble. Li Qie shook his head. Why not just kill the enemy when the circumstances permit? Sure, it's despicable but both sides have done it before. Right. Li Xiener knew about the historical precedents. We'll see how many people are feeling suicidal then. Li Qie smirked while watching. Buzz. Eventually, something finally changed with the ignition. Boom! The next wave of chaos true energy erupted into a golden inferno and incinerated the sky. Chapter 5376. Boom! Energy and golden flames surged toward her like water being sucked in by a whale. Cultivators nearby felt their energy leaving their body again, unable to resist the vortex. This prompted them to run far away in order to avoid depletion. The golden explosion was a beautiful sight to behold, looming above the meditating cultivator. A conqueror's Tao flame. One dragon lord murmured. She successfully converted chaos true energy to a conqueror's true flame through the ignition process. The raging inferno engulfed her, seemingly wanting to end her with both physical pressure and intense heat. Clank! Her Tao laws appeared and coiled around her, deriving the mysteries of the Tao and absorbing the inferno. Her Tao started changing and gaining an imperial form. This is the key moment to becoming a conqueror. A spectator commented while watching her use her Tao to change her cultivation realm. The birth of a conqueror. Xiao, who watched attentively. Although he had met many conquerors before, this was his first time observing the process. Boom! Her Tao laws erupted and exuded the aura of a conqueror. The transformation was completed. This caused the inferno to intensify and tore up the sky. It once again tried to crush and burn her. Zzz. She started burning and sizzling noises could be heard as if fat was being rendered. Her skin started changing color, going from a burnt yellow to a resplendent gold. Rumble. Finally, the world shook violently and weaker cultivators nearly toppled over. Her new imperial aura surged violently as she became resplendent, seemingly made from gold. It seemed to be metallic and unbreakable. Flicking her would result in a metallic clank. Weapons wouldn't leave a single mark. The immortal shell. Xueqi murmured after seeing her current physical form. Everyone understood that she was now a conqueror and watched with bated breath. The next moment was crucial. How many fruits would she be able to grasp? After gaining an immortal shell, she released 12 fate palaces and her true fate. For symbols manifested into reality. A tree, spring, cauldron, and pillar. Suddenly, they came together and became one, causing her true fate to be dazzlingly bright. Cultivators could no longer keep their eyes open, having to resort to their heavenly gaze in order to see. One palace released an enigmatic rune filled with life force, and then a second palace did the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Spectators started counting the ancient runes. The emergence of each rune felt as if a new entity was being created. Eventually, a total of 12 runes appeared from the 12 palaces, prompting everyone to take a deep breath. She's really going for all 12. Xueqi blurted out. Such decisiveness. Not to mention her peers, she surpasses all of us from the older generations too. Ferocity murmured. A new apex conqueror. Xueqi said. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Everyone knew of her ambitious goal at this point. Nonetheless, to actually see it shook them to the core. Some conquerors have experienced this process before but still became emotional. Chapter 5377. At this time, Yi Fantian's Spring of Life watered the ancient runes. The Pillar of Life added numerous Tao layers and the tree scattered life rays, granting them life and spirituality. The Cauldron of Life utilized its life flames to refine the runes repeatedly. Rumble. Her grand Tao surged toward the runes like soaring dragons next. She's doing it. Everyone could see how smooth the process was and understood that success was imminent. Boom. Suddenly, a dozen figures or so descended from the sky. Their leader was none other than Myriad-Eye Tao Lord. The group consisted of 3 or so conquerors. The rest were dragon lords with 11 or 12 Tao fruits. Myriad-Eye Tao Lord and Tao Alliance. Spectators understood their goal. Young lady, I'm afraid we will have to interrupt your Tao session. Myriad-Eye Tao Lord had nothing but respect for her after seeing her success. Her determination and talent put them all to shame. They were famous geniuses in the past but never managed to reach her height. Nonetheless, the people couldn't allow the existence of such a powerful conqueror. Her power would absolutely overwhelm them. Just a mortal pagoda conqueror alone was difficult enough, so if the race were to have someone as strong as Light Dragon Conqueror, it would be over for them. As long as they could stop her from obtaining 12 fruits, they would be able to leave behind a Tao injury. She would never become as strong as Light Dragon or Demon Conqueror then. None on either side was surprised to see their interference or held them in contempt. After all, the race would have done the same thing. The best example being Luminous Conqueror, who was nearly killed by Deity Tao. Don't even think about it. A different group of mighty cultivators appeared. Solar flames oozed outward from their leader, 5 Sun Tao Lord, who was leading top cultivators from Divine Alliance. As a supreme genius of Divine Alliance, Yi Fantian naturally had Tao protectors who wanted nothing more than to see her become an apex conqueror. Yi Fantian took note of this and focused on changing the runes into Tao fruits. Must be nice. She got helpers, so even if the sky falls down, they will uphold it. Ferocity said with jealousy. As a Dragon Lord, he had experienced something like this as well. Of course, he only had a few close friends and no actual Tao protectors of the conqueror level. Xueqi sighed as well, also feeling envious of Yi Fantian's prestigious background. She was a vagrant cultivator and had no one to protect her in the past. Of course, Divine Alliance's arrival was expected. Who wouldn't want to have another apex conqueror on their side? Explore the extended edition on Poreed.com. Very well, old friends. Myriad-Eye Tao Lord readied himself for battle. Let's see if you can stop us. Boom! Having said that, he opened all of his eyes and unleashed a beam at Yi Fantian. Enough! 5 Sun Dao Lord sent his unending solar flames in front of Yi Fantian, creating an uncrossable fiery expanse. Boom! The beam caused the expanse to blow up chaotically, surging up to the sky. Go! The members of Dao Alliance summoned their weapons with only one target in mind. Yi Fantian. They must either stop her cultivation improvement or kill her. You're not getting through us. Those from Divine Alliance also gathered their power and activated their Dao, joining the skirmish. Chapter 5378. The devastating battle forced ancestors to retreat, unable to withstand the terrible shock waves. This was a fight between the best of the best and they did not hold back. One side unleashed everything in their offensive arsenal while their opponents just needed to buy enough time for Yi Fantian to finish her Dao search. They came prepared. Let's see who'll be the last one smiling. Ferocity observed. Will all things Dao Lord come? Xiao Hu hid behind Li Qie since he couldn't withstand the power of the battle. Who knows? Depends on if he's willing to swallow his pride. He rarely intervenes, but if he does, it'll decide the outcome. Ferocity said. If all things come, so will Sword see. Li Xian'er responded. This might escalate to an apex-level fight then. Xiao Hu became emotional. This could end up in an all-out war between Dao and Divine Alliance. Dao Alliance already had a powerful enemy in Heaven Alliance, so this was a risky move. A third group appeared outside the battlefield in a triangular formation, also consisting of conquerors and dragon lords. The leaders were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a fox fur coat, looking rather lovely. Her skin exuded dignified rays that overshadowed her charming appearance. One of the men was as tall as a peak while adorning a full set of armor. His defense appeared impeccable while his aura took the form of rolling boulders, capable of crushing any enemy. The second man had a wolf head and a human body. His fur was silver. His eyes were as large as gemstones. His aura resembled a tornado of blades. It was best to not get close. Autumn, Arsenal, and Wild Conqueror. Spectators' expressions changed after seeing them. Azure School is joining too. Someone commented. These shitty troublemakers again. Ferocity murmured, always behind recent problems, seems like they're just a bunch of madmen now, no longer the same as before. Although these 3 conquerors were weaker than Myriad Eye and 5 Sun, they had more men in comparison. They certainly came more prepared than Dao and Divine Alliance. Autumn, the female cultivator, had 10 Dao fruits. She was an orphan taken in by Illumination Conqueror. Arsenal, the armored giant, had 10 Dao fruits. Rumor has it that before joining Azure, he had his own sect. He lost a fight with a conqueror from the race, resulting in his family and sect being exterminated. From then on, he swore to eradicate the race. Wild was a demon wolf known for his cruelty and murderous nature. Since he only had 9 Dao fruits, he wasn't the strongest conqueror. Nonetheless, his kill count was among the top. Because of this, he had enemies on both sides. Joining Azure School was one way to stay alive. Is this Azure School's full power? A spectator saw how the 3 conquerors were surrounding the battlefield. In order to regain their prestige and support from the people, they must do something noteworthy again. Similar to how Illumination stopped Heaven Alliance back then. That's the only way to garner more followers. A Dragon Lord had a good grasp on the situation. Illumination's reputation wavered recently. If he wants to rule Dao Alliance, he needs flawless victories henceforth. An ancient ancestor agreed. Illumination's past effort to stop Heaven Alliance earned him the respect of his fellow men. The creation of Dao Alliance united the people as well. Alas, Emperor's War ended with heavy casualties and his defeat. He had no choice but to leave Dao Alliance with the few remaining survivors. His unbeatable legend shattered afterward. Not to mention people started reflecting on the devastating nature of war. Now, he no longer had the same authority and charisma as before. Therefore, in order to return to Dao Alliance, he must rebuild his unbeatable reputation. This was a prime opportunity for him. Clank! 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 Autumn, Arsenal, and Wild each summoned a gigantic sword. A chilling sword Dao immediately froze the area. Even conquerors shuddered after sensing this murderous aura. Heaven's Lay sword formation. Someone recognized the three swords. They flew into the sky and activated a sword formation over the battlefield. To access the premium content, go to. What are you doing? Myriad Eye became alarmed and stopped fighting Five Sun. Are they crazy? Conquerors from Dao Alliance are still in there. Spectators couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chapter 5379. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The sword formation was empowered by the three leaders and their fellow alliance members. An ocean of swords manifested into reality and pulled everyone within. The machine became a battlefield of death, capable of grinding the victims to death countless times. The most crucial part was that it embedded itself into time and space, preventing anyone from escaping. Large figures appeared in the sky, the original blessers and creators of the formation. Thus, anyone trapped within had to face their combined assault. Why Heaven's Lay? It won't discriminate between friends and foes. Someone commented. This formation was created a long time ago in order to combat the race. Heaven here implied Heaven Alliance, not the villainous Heaven. Its creation was Illumination Conqueror's idea during his golden age. Top cultivators including Xueqi and all things Dao Lord participated. Whenever it was used, blood would flow like the river. Killing Dao Lords and Conquerors was not difficult in the slightest. Its goal was to destroy Heaven Alliance and suppress the race, allowing the people to have a strong foothold over the upper continents. Unfortunately, it was used only a few times before Emperor's War started, resulting in Dao Alliance crumbling down. It seemed that Illumination had taken it with him and now, it was the perfect time to use it. Clank, clank, clank. Swords descended from above, aiming for Yi Fantian and the others. Weaker combatants didn't last a single second. They started screaming while being dismembered. Fuck you all. Son of bitches. Myriad Eye was furious while blocking the swords. Meanwhile, spectators had a hard time watching, especially those from the people. The sword formation was meant to be used against Heaven Alliance. Now, it was killing high-ranking members of the people. Azure School has crossed the line. A big shot said indignantly. Illumination must be insane now. One conqueror uttered coldly. This is not a recent thing, he went insane long ago. A dragon lord said, believing that if Illumination had a sliver of love for the people, he wouldn't have persecuted allies and started Emperor's War. His imperious nature was no different from Celestial Court and alienated all things in Xueqi Dao Lord. After all, these prestigious men weren't used to being ordered around, and absolutely not by a murderous madman. Azure School intended to kill Yi Fantian and the enemies on top of Myriad Eye Conqueror's group. The latter were allies of all things Dao Lord, so this was killing two birds with one stone. Ah! One Dragon Lord and Conqueror went down after another. Their flesh and bones rained downward. At this crucial moment, Yi Fantian suddenly shouted, "We're retreating!" Her 12 runes turned into 12 Dao fruits and a blinding radiance erupted. She did it! Spectators outside the formation shouted in astonishment. No one can compare to her in this generation. Someone else murmured. She had been underestimated due to her stagnation compared to the other Tians. Some speculated that she might never become a conqueror. Today, she proved her talent to everyone and surpassed Li Zhitian and Xiao Qing Tian. Chapter 5380. Buzz. A portal suddenly appeared next to her as if it had been there the entire time. Go! The trapped Five Sun Conqueror and his men have been waiting for this and immediately traveled through the portal. Boom! It shattered after the survivors made it through. This certainly caught everyone off guard. However, even a fool could tell that there was a hidden Dao portal next to Yi Fantian all along. It must have been costly to prepare such an effective portal. Damn! Some realized what was going on. This novel is available on poread.com. It's a trap. A Dao Lord's expression darkened. Myriad Eye Dao Lord and the others understood that they had been baited into the situation. Sure enough, lightning bolts appeared around Yi Fantian, and it was the worst type, tribulation lightning. No one knew how they got there. She looked up with a piercing gaze capable of seeing everything between heaven and earth. Crack! A crack appeared all of a sudden. It was as if a window of heaven had been opened and more lightning bolts descended from it. A heavenly tribulation. Even the strongest conquerors and dragon lords became aghast. An apex cultivator knew better than to think they were above the heavenly tribulations. In fact, the stronger the cultivator, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. Thus, a weaker cultivator had a higher chance of surviving these tribulations. In reality, tribulations didn't happen often in this epoch. Normal dragon lords and conquerors didn't have to experience this dangerous event. Exceptions included pioneers or extraordinary apex cultivators. Nonetheless, its notoriety remained and still scared the hell out of the crowd members. Ancestors didn't have a chance of surviving, and the same for Dao lords and conquerors. They just didn't understand how Yi Fantian managed to summon one. She finished the 12-fruit process earlier and there was no sign of a tribulation. It only started when lightning bolts appeared around her. Why is this happening? Li Xiener and Ferocity became alarmed as well. They noticed that she seemingly opened a window to the heaven earlier. What was her goal? This seemed rather suicidal. There's no surviving this. The arrogant Ferocity murmured. A bit interesting. Li Qie glanced at the crack in the sky and became amused. He knew what she wanted to do because he had done it many times previously. This was a favorite game of his. Today, he had no need to resort to this method any longer. Boom! Yi Fantian roared and activated her 12 Dao fruits, ready to meet the descending tribulation. Keep in mind that she was far from being the only one on the battlefield. Myriad Eye and the others were still around, so the tribulation also aimed for them. These survivors of the sword formation were extremely strong. Nonetheless, their expressions soured after seeing the tribulation. As for those on the side of Azure School, they had total confidence at first to deal with all the combatants within the formation's area of effect. However, they didn't expect her to finish the 12-fruit process so rapidly on top of summoning a tribulation. They couldn't run either since they became its targets. The only way to escape from these lightning bolts was to have a heaven-defying method to elude it. Otherwise, it would follow them to the end of the world. Attempting to block it had a higher chance of survival than panicking and running defenselessly. Of course, not everyone kept their composure. Weaker dragon lords on the side of Dao Alliance and Azure School started running away, unable to stay calm. Boom! Lightning bolts rushed for them. Although they have activated their strongest merit laws and utilized their best defensive treasures, they weren't at full strength while fleeing in a panic. Ah! They were the first to die by the tribulation, their ashes scattered to the wind. Chapter 5381. It became apparent that cultivators stood no chance against these lightning bolts. Nevertheless, those who stood their ground fared better, at least for a few seconds. Eventually, their merit laws and treasures exploded as well. Their sacred fruits followed next. Meanwhile, Autumn, Arsenal, and Wild experienced their first heavenly tribulation. They smartly utilized Heaven's Lay to combat the lightning bolts. Alas, the dreadful formation only made the heavenly tribulation stronger. Flames and lightning bolts destroyed the energy swords and took down the formation. Discover the complete story on Poreed.com. With the formation gone, they had to face this empowered tribulation. Wild was the first to be trapped by lightning bolts, seemingly naked and helpless. Ah! They converged and reduced him to ashes. Not like this. Arsenal with 10 Dao fruits didn't last much longer. The tribulation provoked by Heaven's Lay was fatally potent. Ah! His Dao fruits turned to ashes as well. He only lasted a few seconds longer than Wild. Master, save me. Autumn faced the same peril and cried out for help. Unfortunately, even if he were here, he wouldn't be able to save her. After all, he might not be able to survive the heavenly tribulation himself. Appearing meant summoning more tribulations, one that would be far stronger than the one she was facing. No! She screamed while being struck by numerous bolts. Her master still did not show up. Meanwhile, spectators trembled in fear after seeing the power of the tribulation. Those near the battlefield fell, one by one. They reflected on the situation as well. Autumn was a top conqueror with 10 Dao fruits. Regular ancestors were mere insects in comparison. Now, despite dominating for a lifetime and never needing to ask anyone for help, She was begging for Illumination Conqueror to come save her. Her Tao heart crumbled and she reverted back to the young, helpless orphan. She considered Illumination to be her only hope right now. To her dismay, the past didn't repeat itself. Eventually, despair took over and the light of hope was extinguished. The tribulation finally broke through all her defenses and obliterated her. The crowd saw this and knew that Illumination was watching as well. In fact, he might have been near the battlefield but chose to hide from the tribulation. Boom! Only 2 survivors were left at this point. Myriad Eye Tao Lord and Yi Fan Tian. The 2 of them weren't faring well. Myriad Eye was covered in bloody wounds. Break! He roared and sent his 12 Tao fruits upward while burning his vitality. He didn't give up and still decided to go all out against the heavenly tribulation. The constant barrage left cracks on his Tao fruit. Boom! Finally, his fruits exploded along with their owner. In this split second, a light flashed deep in space, serving as a guiding lighthouse. What was left of the fruit started flying toward the light and immediately disappeared from sight. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.